here. Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to start off the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next, 4 to 5 hours. I'm a little bit sick today. I have a sore throat, so my voice is going to be a little bit more relaxed. I'm not going to be raising my voice, at least not too much, because as I've already said, my throat is sore and kind of feels like sandpaper is rubbing against my throat. So there's that. It's going to be a more relaxed stream. I'm going to be talking about Donald Trump and free speech in light of the American right's attempt to do a total transformation of the United States. And we will also be talking about Israeli war crimes. That's always going to be a topic of discussion here. Froze. Oh. How about now? Okay, how about now? Are we good? You're good? Okay, I think we're good. All right. I had to reset the stream real quick. I think my OBS was acting weird. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low or whatever. So I'm a little bit under the weather today. I have a sore throat, so I'm not going to be yelling too much. I'll read your guys' comments. Hello, Scoob1337. Heck yeah, just finished a 10-hour shift. Oh, damn. Now it's time to unwind with some theology. Awesome way to relax. I was getting a little worried there for a moment. Didn't see a notification. Oh, yep. Here we are. Yeah, we're going to be streaming. And I have an interview planned for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Time. Somebody wants to interview me and to talk about Charlie Kirk, so I'll be doing that, and I'll be live streaming it tomorrow. So it's gonna be 6 p.m. God willing, if nothing else hinders this interview. It'll be live here at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Time. So I'll be live streaming again tomorrow for probably an hour or so. Let's see here. Ezekiel time is money, more hours, more money. I don't know what that means. Happy to have another intriguing Friday night to look forward to. Appreciate that, Gypsy Bird. Hello, James the Philosopher. Happy Friday, Thea. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. Hello, Kate Estrada. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. JGM. Hello, everyone from Spain. Hello. Hola. I went to Spain back in 2015. I stayed there for a few weeks. A beautiful, beautiful country. Really love Spain. Alexis Corral. Hello, sir. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Thank you, sir. Hello, Jonathan. Good morning to you. I'm guessing you're in a different country. Hello, Panagiotis. Yes, we have the Skira music, which is always perfect for background music. Really, it's some of the best background music you can have is Scarum, and then also I love Resident Evil OST. It's just wonderful stuff, especially from Village. Resident Evil Village had a great OST. Resident Evil 4 had a great OST. Just a lot of Resident Evil overall has a lot of good music. Let's see here. The Witcher also has some very good music. WD40, hello. Happy Friday to you, sir. Sweet Body Fit, thank you. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. Yep, got a haircut. Yep, the curly hair was getting way too hot for me, so I had to cut it. Ready for some Theologic on geopolitics, culture, and history. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello, Ted. This is Sean. So I'm banned on Messenger for a few days. So for tomorrow night, can I just send the stream link to you on your Facebook page, or would you prefer someone? No, that's fine. You can go ahead and do that. Let's see. Thanks for exposing evils of Zionist state. Appreciate that, Jonathan. Definitely something that I do think about every single day. What Israel is doing is absolutely hellish and sinister, and it's just I think about it every single day. What Israel is doing, every single day I think about it. And before I started this stream, I was reading an article from the Dutch newspaper. It's called Volkskrant, and they recently published a very detailed expose on Israeli war crimes, and I plan on reading some of it to you guys today. It's quite horrific, and it talks about how Israeli soldiers have been deliberately and systematically targeting children, targeting civilians, shooting people in the head, the chest. And these doctors, dozens of doctors, have gone to Gaza and have come back with horror stories of their own. And some of them even took photographs to prove it. We have doctors like Karl Perlmutter, who have done numerous interviews on the topic, and he has recounted the horrors that he witnessed while giving people medical attention in Gaza. And it's just absolutely horrific, really. Absolutely horrific. So this cannot be ignored if we are going to maintain our humanity. Let's see. Hello, Guts. Yep, got a haircut. Glad you like it. Yes, Jimmy Kimmel got removed. It's interesting. I don't like Jimmy Kimmel, but it is strange what is happening. It is very strange. People in the Trump administration, Donald Trump included, have talked about fighting like hell against the left. And they talk about fighting left-wing terrorism and left-wing extremism. And you should take terrorists away from society. Terrorists should not be in society. Left-wing terrorists, right-wing terrorists as well should not be in society. But they're singling out left-wingers. They're singling out left-wing extremists and other people who may not be extremist. And they're saying, well, we have to fix America. And the one in the Trump administration who has really made the most extreme rhetoric is probably Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is this Zionist, hardcore pro-Israel guy who also will reference a racist organization like American Renaissance. And he has been really the most extreme in his expression. Recently, he stated that the Democrat Party is basically a terrorist organization. And when you say things like that, you've automatically left the realm of just referring to left-wing extremists. Now you're talking about the Democrat Party, and you're referring to it as a terrorist organization. That's very dangerous ground, because that would imply that anyone who is a member of the Democrat Party is a member of a terrorist organization. And that leaves the door open for state persecution against people simply for the membership, simply for their political affiliation, or simply for what party they are members of. And that is a very, very dangerous precedent. And remember, this is coming from people who want to deport people for criticizing Israel. What makes us think they're just going to stop at immigrants? What makes us think they're just going to stop at people who have temporary residence here, or people who are living here legally but are not citizens? What makes us think they're going to stop at just non-citizens? What makes us think that they're not going to one day pursue citizens for criticizing Israel? That's the problem. And so this is what I fear. I fear that this rhetoric is going to escalate to the point where they're going to be going after people who are not terrorists. They're going to be going after people for simply criticizing Israel, or simply criticizing the United States, simply criticizing American foreign policy, expressing speech that is deemed as unpatriotic, expressing speech that is deemed as anti-American. That's the fear that I have. Now, Charlie Kirk was murdered. What happened to him was a crime. And people who praise murder should not be tolerated. In my opinion, it should not be tolerated. And that goes for any sort of murder, regardless of the political affiliation of the perpetrator. If it's right-wing murder, if it's a right-wing terrorist committing murder, such as the case of Anders Breivik, such as the case of the Christchurch massacre in New Zealand, such as the case of the El Paso Walmart massacre that took place in 2019, in which an American neo-Nazi targeted Mexicans because he wanted to murder Mexicans. And no one in the right wing talked about that as enthusiastically as they are talking about what recently took place. It doesn't really matter. Murder is murder and should not be praised. The problem is the selective outrage. Should we be outraged about Charlie Kirk's murder? Yes, absolutely. People who praise the murder of Charlie Kirk should not really be tolerated, because those people will go on to various social media accounts. They'll say, yeah, what happened was great. And that is incitement. And inciting violence should never be tolerated, regardless of the political affiliation of the inciter. Doesn't matter if it's a left-winger inciting violence or a right-winger inciting violence. But we have had a decent share of right-wing violence in the Western world. And I never saw the right wing or the conservatives talking about how we should suppress the speech of those who are praising right-wing violence. I never heard that. Why the selective outrage? Why the silence on right-wing violence, but the fixation on left-wing violence? Because it's not about stopping violence. It's not about preventing violence. It's about control. It's about changing the country. It's about orchestrating an absolute transformation of the United States. It's about making America right-wing. That's what this is. They want to reorganize society. They want to re-engineer society to be nationalistic and ultra-patriotic and also militaristic, because this is to the benefit of the military-industrial complex. So they're taking a tragedy, which is the murder of Charlie Kirk, and they're using it for a political agenda, which is what governments tend to do when something like this takes place. It goes back to the Machiavellian strategy of using any sort of catastrophe or tragedy or disaster to one's own advantage. It goes back to the Gladio operation, which was conducted by the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies back in the Cold War, wherein they actually conducted terrorist attacks in Europe, such as the Bologna massacre in Italy or the Brabant killings in Belgium, to then get people to become angry at the left. This was the entire purpose of the Gladio operation. It was to provoke anger against the left. This was a part of the Cold War. This was a part of the Cold War strategy of getting people to be angry at the left, to in turn get angry against the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was the mecca of socialist. It was the mecca of disseminating socialist / Marxist propaganda. If you look at, for example, what's it called? Justice theology. What's it called? Basically, Marxist theology mixing Catholicism with Marxism, which was very popular in Latin America. A lot of that was being pushed by the Soviets. So the United States wanted to do a counter-Marxist operation. So what did they do? They started doing terrorist attacks in various parts of Europe. The biggest one being the Bologna massacre, in which they put a bomb in a plaza in the city of Bologna and slaughtered, a couple dozen people or so. And they did this to get people to become angry, to think that it was the leftists who did it. This was the whole purpose of Gladio. Operation Northwood had the same purpose, although Operation Northwood was never carried out because John F. Kennedy refused to co-sign it. So, he ended up getting murdered. But Operation Northwood, and I talked about this last week, but I'll bring it up again. Operation Northwood would have conducted terrorist attacks in the United States. And the whole point was to do terrorist attacks in the United States, murder Americans, and then blame those murderers on the Cuban government. This was the whole purpose of Operation Northwood. So these types of false flag attacks, or what they call strategy of tension, this whole strategy of tension, literally creating tension in society, is done through terrorists. It's done through terrorism. It's done through murder. And when you have a terrorist attack that takes place, governments tend to use those attacks for their own advantage, to advance some sort of a policy. So Jimmy Kimmel gets kicked out from his show. Nobody wants to air them. Donald Trump puts pressure on the broadcasting network not to air Jimmy Kimmel. And Donald Trump says we should get rid of more news hosts, not news hosts, but more TV hosts like Jimmy Kimmel. You could say, well, this is great, but imagine if it was the other way around. Imagine if it was the case that a right-wing terrorist sniped Bill Maher, or sniped Jimmy Kimmel, or sniped some liberal Democrat personality, whoever he may be. And we have a president who's a Democrat, right? Just imagine this hypothetical situation. And then the Democrat president says, well, we have to really take down right-wing terrorism. Don't sit there and pretend that you wouldn't be alarmed by such language. You would be. 100%. You would be alarmed by such language. Look, they're using this violence to try to persecute Christians and conservatives. You would be doing that. When the Christchurch massacre happened in New Zealand, the government said, well, we really have to crack down on guns. And the conservatives, both in America and in other parts of the world, were saying, look, the Western, these liberals, they want to use this massacre as a way to take away our guns. So the conservatives want to talk about empathy. Of course, we have to have empathy. Of course, we shouldn't be praising violence at all. But let's not sit here and pretend like conservatives wouldn't be outraged if it was the other way around. If it was a conservative or a right-wing terrorist murdering a liberal, and then a Democrat president coming out saying we have to crack down on right-wing hate speech. We would be losing our minds. We would be seething right now. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about empathy, all right? We wouldn't be sitting here saying, yeah, let's clap our hands and end right-wing terrorism. I would. I want to end right-wing terrorism, but I know most Republicans wouldn't be sitting there saying, well, yeah, we got to crack down on right-wing terrorism. They wouldn't. Let's be real here. So stop the double standards. We have to have a single standard of morality. Murder is murder. And the murder of Charlie Kirk is murder. Should not be praised, should not be encouraged. And the leftists who sit there and clap their hands to it and say, this is great, they should face consequences. Absolutely. They should not be tolerated, because you don't want those people in your society. They're only going to make it worse. But let's be real here. When the Christchurch massacre happened, there were conservatives, right-wingers, who were making excuses for that. There was a Nazi in New Zealand, Christchurch, New Zealand. He went into a mosque and he mowed people down, and he got it all on film. He friggin' live streamed the whole damn thing. Live streamed it. You can watch it. I don't recommend that you watch it. It's very horrifying. But he live streamed the whole thing, and you see him gunning down people as if they're just targets. Like he's doing target practice. He's gunning down these people like he's playing a video game. That's how I would describe it. And he's laughing, and it's just horrific. Really horrific. And I remember Milo Yiannopoulos saying, well, this is the result of mass migration. He's a product of the mass migration policy. This is what happens when you push people. Making excuses for mass murder. That's what Milo Yiannopoulos was doing. And I didn't hear any one of these sycophants on the right saying, "Shh, Milo, shut the F up." Really. I didn't hear any of them saying that. And I can guarantee you, if we had a Democrat in office in America at that time saying, hey, we got to crack down on right-wing terrorism, all the right-wingers of America would be losing their shit. So let's take a step back and let's analyze what the hell the right-wingers are actually trying to do. We can mourn Charlie Kirk's murder. We can be very sad about it, absolutely. We can grieve it, absolutely. And we should condemn it, absolutely. But let's take a step back and remember the Machiavellian behavior that is rampant in politics. Let's be real here. There was a guy who was murdered when Donald Trump's ear got nicked by the bullet. Donald Trump's ear got nicked, and somebody in the crowd was murdered. Remember that? Well, what happened the next day? Donald Trump was playing golf. Somebody was murdered at his rally. One of his diehard loyal fans. Imagine. Diehard loyal fan gets murdered at your rally. He took the time to come to your rally to listen to you, and he gets murdered listening to you. And you're golfing the next day. Charlie Kirk gets murdered. The next day, Donald Trump is at Yankee Stadium, waving his hands around. So let's not sit here and act like, well, the president's, he's really concerned, let's take a step back and understand the Machiavellianism that's occurring behind the curtains here. Really. Like seriously. And the conservatives, of all people, should understand this, because every time we've had a mass shooting in this country, what do conservatives always bring up? I don't hear conservatives mourning the death of children getting shot at schools. We had the, what was it called? The massacre here in Texas a couple of years ago. What was it called? The Bulverde, I can't remember. It was a Uvalde. We had the Uvalde, Texas massacre. In Texas. Bunch of kids got murdered. Horrific, right? Horrific! Imagine kids getting murdered in a school. In a freaking school. Parents go drop their kids off. And it's the same day the kids are murdered. Horrific! Horrific! In America, not Gaza. Not Ukraine. In America, Texas. Massacre is happening. And what were conservatives talking about? They're going to take away our guns. Oh, they're going to take away our guns. They're going to take away our guns. I didn't hear any of them freaking grieving. So don't give me this bullshit, really. Like, oh, we got to, president is really concerned. He was in Yankee Stadium the next day. Somebody was murdered at one of his rallies. He was playing golf the next day. Let's not act all, like, let's not really let's try not to immerse ourselves in the, I don't know what to call it, quagmire of propaganda. I don't know, propaganda war. I don't know what you would call it. But we had a massacre in 2019 in Walmart, not in Gaza, not in some other country, not in a war zone, in America, in Texas, El Paso, Walmart massacre, 2019. 23 people were murdered. 23 people were murdered as they were shopping. They went to the store to go get some food, just regular people, and almost all the victims were Hispanic because the guy who shot them all was a Nazi who hated Mexicans. I didn't hear a conservative saying, fuck, man, I am so mad right now. I was upset. I remember listening to the news on the radio when it happened. And I heard on the radio there was a massacre. People were slaughtered. And then I heard later on, also on the news, guy was a Nazi. He's targeting Mexicans. And I'm thinking, this isn't good. What's going on here? What's going on here? I didn't see anybody on the right saying we have to make murals for all the people who were murdered. I didn't see people on the right saying we all have to grieve. I didn't see people on the right saying we gotta get a bunch of money in and let's try to help people and get some murals of all the victims on the walls on every city of America. I didn't hear anybody talk about that. I just heard a bunch of talk about how the government's going to use it to take away our rights. And then we have this murder of Charlie Kirk. Tragic. Shouldn't be praising it. I'm not praising it. But now you have people on the Trump camp talking about suppressing speech. And I don't hear anyone on the right saying shit about it. They want to talk about mourning. They want to talk about grief. They want to talk about grieving. I didn't hear any of these people grieving when 23 people were massacred in El Paso. I didn't hear anybody grieving when kids were murdered in 2022 in Uvalde. I didn't hear anybody grieving about all the kids who were mowed down in Norway by Anders Breivik. I didn't hear shit. Nothing. And in fact, there was a shooting that happened in Norway this year. Some Nazi in Norway went into a school for immigrants where immigrants go to, adult immigrants go to school to learn the language and stuff like that, to try to integrate, because all these people talk about the importance of integration all the time. So these people are trying to integrate. And they were going to this school for adult immigrants, and some Nazi in Norway went into the school and shot a bunch of people up. And you can hear, because one of the immigrants hid in a bathroom, and she was recording what was happening, was she was doing a recording while in the room. You could hear the gunshots, and you can overhear the Norwegian Nazi saying, "You don't belong here," before pulling the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. And you know what's amazing is I remember when the shooting happened, and all these Zionists on X/Twitter were saying, "Oh, it's a Muslim. Oh, it's a Muslim. Oh, it's a..." They're dying to use any sort of catastrophe for their own agenda. Then it turns out, no, it's actually a white guy who's a Nazi. Everyone all these Zionists, all these Ziocons, all the neocons, all the evangelicals, all the right-wingers. No, let's not talk about, shut our mouths. We're not talking about this. Because they don't want to talk about the news when it's a right-winger doing the killing. They just want to talk about a murder if it's a liberal or if it's a Muslim. If it's a liberal and if it's a Muslim, they talk about it they'll talk about it until the heavens hear. They won't stop. Why? Because it's not about justice. It's not about actually condemning murder and violence. It's about advancing their own agenda. That's what it is. Bottom line. This whole thing about this girl who was murdered in a subway, right? This is one of the biggest stories ever. This has been one of the biggest stories since last month. What's her name? Alana Zarutska. She was murdered by a black guy he's still alive, an evil, demon-possessed individual. He sliced her. It was horrific. I saw the video. I was meaning to do a video about it, but I didn't. But it's horrific. I saw the video. He slices her throat and she's crying and she gets into the fetal position. It's horrific. What should happen? The guy who did the murder should be killed. Bottom line. He should be executed. Take that guy, take him to a firing squad, and kill him. Boom, that's it. Fuck all these bullshit about, the kind of lawyer here, human rights, and fuck that. He needs to die. He should be given the capital punishment. I'm all for the death penalty. I am 100% pro-death penalty, by the way. Maybe some of you guys are liberal. I know there's newer people who are listening to the stream now. I'm just here to tell you guys right now, I am not some bleeding heart Norman Finkelstein liberal. I know I've talked about Israel and Gaza because what's happening in Gaza is a crime, but believe me, I believe in the death penalty. And they are people who deserve the death penalty. And if you're critical of Israel and you disagree with me, well, maybe we can find some common ground. Would you agree that the IDF soldiers who snipe kids should be given the death penalty? I think they should be given the death penalty. Death penalty! Yes! Nuremberg trials and then death penalty. Death penalty. But here's the thing. The left and the right are both responsible for this very divided and polarized society that we live in. They're both responsible. Oh, that sounds like a both sides argument. Yeah, it does, but it's true. They're both responsible. The left has a huge contribution to this because it's the left, and it has been the left, who has pushed for light on crime policy. Light on crime policy, which led to the murderer of Alana Zarutska being released from prison over a dozen times. The guy gets released from prison over a dozen times. Why is he being re-released over a dozen times? That guy should not have been on the street. So the so-called judge, who looks like a mental case, to be honest with you, doesn't look like a judge. When I think of a judge, I'm thinking of like someone who looks proper. This person doesn't look proper. It looks like a mental case. She needs to be put into a loon bin. But the so-called judge who released this guy should also face consequences. She should be arrested, tried for enabling crime. She should face responsibility for her actions. And so what happens? The left says, well, we have to be light on crime because, being hard on crime, being hard on even the worst criminals is fascism or murder or whatever, and it's terrible. It's tyranny. Oh, it's tyranny, guys. It's tyranny. It's horrible. So what happens? They're light on criminals. Criminals get enabled to do what? To do what criminals do best, crime. Then they do more crime. And then what happens? They do more crime, and then you have an Alana Zarutska story. Then the liberals say, oh my God, look, the righties are now using this story to advance racism. Yes, they are. But you know what? If that guy had never been allowed to be on the street in the first place, we wouldn't be here. And if there was a true tough on crime policy and crime was low in this country, racists wouldn't have a leg to stand on. But they have a leg to stand on right now, a very, very large and fortified leg to stand on because of the enabling of crime. Because they say, look at what these blacks are doing. Oh, they murdered Alana Zarutska. They rob all these stores. They do all the shoplifting. They do all this. They're overrepresented in certain crimes, shoplifting, murder, etc., gang violence, etc. And then those righty, and this is where the right plays a contributing factor in this, they fan the fuels. They fan the flames. And they use it for their own agenda. But what enables that? It's the light on crime policies. So if we were tough on crime, in other words, if we actually imposed justice, which is what the Bible tells us to do, then we wouldn't be in this situation because the criminals would be off the street. Plain and simple. But what happens when we go light on crime? Racism becomes popular. And do you know what else becomes popular? Fascism. Because what happens is the crime problem and the degeneracy problem, for example, the trans thing, becomes so bad that people no longer give a shit about democracy. People no longer give a shit about the Constitution. All that stuff is meaningless when you live in a shitty society. People don't want to see democracy. People want to see justice. Because people want to live a comfortable and peaceful life. And who can blame them? Every human being deserves a comfortable and peaceful life. To a certain extent, right? Everybody deserves peace. Not everybody. I know. Well, what about criminals? I'm talking about just generally speaking. This is all just general, all right? Everything I say is general. If you want to be a schizophrenic about it, then piss off to another show. But people deserve a peaceful and comfortable life. They don't deserve to go to the store thinking, am I going to get shot? Am I going to get robbed? What's going to happen? They don't deserve that. People don't deserve that. People don't deserve opening up a business and then fearing that an army of shoplifters are going to do organized hits on their stores and rob their products and then destroy their business. People don't deserve that, right? If someone opens up a business, they deserve to have that business be secure and safe. And they deserve to make money through their business. They don't deserve having to fear criminals coming and then stealing all their stuff. But we allow this. We enable it. Why? Because we say, well, it's just stealing. We're not really killing anybody. It's just stealing. And if it's less than $900 worth of products, then, it shouldn't be a felony. It should be a misdemeanor crime. And so all the criminals, all the shoplifters say, I got my itchy fingers. I'm just going to steal less than $900 worth of products. I'll be fine. It's just going to be a misdemeanor. Not a big deal. You see what happens? And then what happens? Stores get closed down. Businesses get closed down. People don't want to invest in certain neighborhoods. And then the people who live in those neighborhoods start complaining, oh my God, we live in a food desert. Where's the grocery stores? How come these nice areas have grocery stores? Because those nice areas don't have all the criminality. It's a bad investment to build a store or a shop in your neighborhood because your neighborhood sucks. Because it's full of criminals. So what happens? You have an erosion of societal trust. People don't trust each other as much. When people don't trust each other as much, then what happens is that you have a lack of harmony in society. Lack of harmony. People are not investing in entire swaths of territory. Then you have economic issues. Entire businesses get shut down. Murder rate goes up. Police officers don't want to go into certain areas because those areas are way too dangerous. So then you have even more lawlessness. And eventually what happens is people don't give a shit about democracy. They don't care about the Constitution. They care about having a clean and safe society. And in that type of a situation, what you have is a vacuum. You have a political vacuum. You could have a decent leader who, while disregarding some constitutional rules, will impose harsh laws on criminals and make the society better, and you don't necessarily have to have a Hitler or a Mussolini. But other times, you could have a Hitler or a Mussolini who pops up and says, you guys need a strong leader. Vote for me. And you vote for him, and he disregards the Constitution. He disregards all of the balance of powers, and he actually starts doing what Hitler did, or what Mussolini did, or what any one of these mass murderous leaders in the past did. And then you have an even worse problem. So, bottom line is, it goes back to what God says in the Bible. Justice is my metric. Justice is my measurement. Justice. What does Jesus say about the spirit of the law? Justice and mercy. Justice and mercy is really the foundation of all of God's law. Justice and mercy. And being merciful to the cruel is cruel to the merciful. Being merciful to the cruel is cruelty to the victims of the cruel. True mercy is to go against those who have no mercy. And true justice is to go against those who are absent of mercy, and those are the criminals. And so once you make a better society, then there is no reason for people to say, we should be racist. They're not going to have any sort of propaganda fodder by which to spread racist ideology. And when you have a secure and clean society, you don't really have to worry about dictatorships. You don't really have to worry about fascism, because people aren't going to be looking for a hero to save them, because they're already going to be living in a secure and clean society. But what happens when you have political violence, or when you have excessive polarization or division in a society, you have room for mass manipulation. And in comes false flag attacks, in comes Gladio, in comes using terrorism to advance some sort of a policy, and then the government can say, well, it's this side that did it, and then they have a sort of pretext to silence people. And at first, they're going to silence the criminals. At first, they're going to silence the terrorists. And we're all going to say, okay, well, I'm not a terrorist, so I really don't care. And it's fine. If they want to just silence the terrorist, I have no issue with that. If they just want to get rid of the terrorist, I have no issue with that. The question is, are they going to stop at just terrorist? That's the question. That's what we have to look out for. Are they eventually going to come after people who are just critical of American foreign policy? Are they going to go after people who are critical of Israel? And perhaps fulfill what Christ warned us about when he said they will take you to the synagogues. Remember what Christ told the disciples. He said, they will take you to the synagogues to put you on trial. That is a prophecy, which means that the synagogue is going to be an institution of persecution against Christians. Radical, hardline Jews are already persecuting Christians, and they're going to persecute Christians even more. Remember the warning of Christ. They will take you to the synagogue. Anyway, I'll try to read your guys' comments here. How many people are listening? 73 people, not bad. I'll read your guys' comments here. Jonathan says, I have one question. Okay, shoot. Hello, Piano Bob, Bruce Harris. As soon as he said Israeli war crimes. Yeah, interesting, right? Can you ask your father, or do you know the truth reason why Arab nationalists refuse to save... Why do Arab nations refuse to save Palestinian refugees? Somebody actually asked me this about 3 weeks ago, and I answered it. Maybe, I'm not sure if you were the same person, but I did answer it quite thoroughly, but I'll answer it here, but I'll try to sum up my answer, because the last time somebody asked me this question, I gave quite a long answer. But the reason as to why Arab countries don't really care about, Gulf Arab countries especially, don't really care about the Palestinian cause is because, well, there's a number of reasons why. One is, if the Gulf states actually begin to face the Palestinian situation and the plight of the Gazans and the slaughter of the Gazans, then that means they're going to have to face up against Israel. And they're going to have to confront Israel. Not necessarily militarily, but diplomatically, they're going to have to face Israel. And if they push Israel enough, Israel could react in a very destructive manner against whatever Gulf Arab government or governments confront Israel on its slaughter of the Gazans. They will react to the Arab states by assassinations, by trying to destabilize their societies, and even by bombing them. In the case of Qatar, we literally saw this in real time. Israel bombed Qatar. And that was a message to all the Arab neighbors of Israel. If you mess with us, we will bomb you. Even if you are simply hosting the negotiations between Hamas and Israel over a ceasefire agreement or over a potential ceasefire agreement in Gaza, we don't give a damn. We will bomb you. We don't give a shit about your autonomy. We don't give a shit about your airspace. We don't give a shit about diplomatic immunity. We will kill you. So let's be real here. The Arabs are scared shitless of the Israelis. They are. They are scared shitless of the Israelis because the Israelis have their fingers on everything in the Middle East, and they are also very efficient in assassinations. There was a story that you can hear recounted by John Kiriakou, who was a member of the CIA. And he says that when he was in the CIA, there was a Mossad assassination, a Mossad orchestrated assassination in Dubai. And he says that the body of the person who was killed was found in his apartment. And he says that when we went to the apartment location, the door was locked, but it wasn't locked from the outside. It was locked from the inside. So he says it was very difficult for us to open it, and it took us a long time to figure out a way to open it. He says, but they went into this guy's apartment, murdered him, assassinated him, and then locked the door in a way where it locked from the inside. You see what I'm saying? So they couldn't They couldn't. They eventually opened it. But John Kiriakou talks about this building that the Israelis own. And I think he said the building was in Israel. He said the building is a building that is dedicated to surveilling Dubai, the city of Dubai. And he said that if you see what's inside this building, you will see a ginormous theater screen that's the size of, I think he said, a 2-story building or something like that. And he said it's not a singular theater screen. He says, imagine a ginormous theater screen, which is like 2 stories of individual TV screens. Each TV screen is the perspective of a camera located somewhere in Dubai. He said the Israelis monitor the hell out of that city. So they will do assassinations. They will work to destabilize your society. They will bomb your country. The Arabs are scared shitless of the Israelis. They are terrified of the Israelis. Terrified. So for them to really, really face the problem of Gaza, to face the slaughter of Gaza, means they will have to face the Israelis. They don't want to do that. Another thing also to keep in mind is the Arabs are terrified of the Iranians. The Israelis are the Iranians' biggest nemesis. So the Arabs are trying to build security ties and maintain those ties with the Israelis. They don't want to anger the Israelis because they want to maintain that security pact against Iran. That's another factor. Another thing also is that if the Arabs have to face Israel, well, I mean, that wouldn't look good for them in the eyes of the United States. The United States doesn't want that. Another thing that also we should keep in mind is the Saudis don't like pro-Palestine activism being done in their country. They don't. Why is this? Because they're afraid that their people will become so pro-Palestine or will become so active in their pro-Palestine activism that eventually the masses in Saudi Arabia will begin to actually call for their government to do something. Then the government will feel pressured to do something about Gaza. And then what? They could be facing a revolution in their own country if they don't do anything against Israel. So there's all these multiple reasons. The Arabs are interested not in the Palestinian cause. The Arabs are interested in their own luxury. The Gulf Arabs are interested in their golden toilets and their deep-fried shrimp and their high-rises and their very luxurious lifestyles. That is what they care about more than anything. And if that means ignoring the Palestinian cause, then so be it. So I hope that answers your question. And also, Mr. Tab, you said that you're off Messenger. If you're still listening to this, perhaps we should postpone the interview until you get your account back. And yeah, I was buffering there. Let's see here. Left and came back, still buffering. Okay. Hello, Alexandrina Grijo. Hello, Kovaliksi. JMG, Dakimakura. I mentioned Israeli war crimes and bam. Alvin Hune. Do you think it's better to live in the worst version of a democracy or best version of an autocracy? Probably autocracy. Probably more order. Charlie Kirk was thinking of converting to Catholicism. Yeah, I heard about this from Candace Owens. I think there's a photograph of him where he's doing the rosary, but I haven't confirmed that it's him in the photo, but some people have posted it online. Thanks for the news, Ted. I'll be listening to your live stream tomorrow, either live or the recording. That's fine. Let's see here. I know the algorithm is rigged, but it might possibly help the... Yes, I don't like to say this, but I have to say this. If you give the stream a like, you will definitely push the algorithm to advance the stream. Let's see. I'm not sure if we'll do the interview tomorrow because I didn't know this guy says that his account was suspended. So maybe we should postpone the interview until his account comes back. Let's see here. Hello, Ortho Christos. Hello, Comment Mama. Hello, Michael Ebert. You're the best. Appreciate that, sir. PTSD from the online coverage. Let's see here. I had 4 shots of espresso, so I'm ready. Awesome, Jacob. Joferlo Vercarcel says, Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, sir. Theodore and all Christians, please do not forget other problems in the world. The killing in Africa and Syria. Please do not only focus on Israel crimes, but there are killings around the world. Here we go. Let's now not talk about Israel. Let's talk about other things. See, Stephen Miller lampooned by Sacha Baron Cohen's Borat. Interesting. I also think about it a lot. I try not to go on X, but I feel guilty if I don't leave replies, retweets, and heart their posts. Also try to donate to those charities. It's very heartbreaking. Hello, Mud Zombie. Hello. See, I feel powerless, that I can't help, and we are powerless. We cannot stop this. We cannot stop this. The United States wants this thing to continue on. America will sit there and act like the good cop. It's the good cop, bad cop type of scenario. So Israel is the bad cop. And America comes in and acts like the voice of civility and says, well, you know, Israel, you should stop doing this, Israel, you know. And America doesn't do a damn thing to stop it because America is complicit. America is behind this. Why do I say this? Why do I say that America is the head of the snake? Let's be real here. America is in a war against Russia. America is in a war against Iran. And Hamas is something that is really, well, it's part of Iran's little axis of resistance. So the way America looks at it is Hamas needs to be wiped out. Gaza needs to be under the control of our ally because that would keep the Iranians out. And that would keep out a major Russian ally. It's just like what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, Nagorno-Karabakh is this tiny little enclave. Over 120-something Armenians were living there. And these Armenians are sympathetic to Russia. They're sympathetic to Iran. Can't have that. Let's have the Azeris take it over. And then ethnically cleanse the area of all Armenians. America doesn't give a damn. Now, America said, Azerbaijan, you're doing a lot of wrong here, but, well, again, we act like we're the voice of civility. We say, we pretend as a country, we pretend as if we're trying to stop Israel. You know, we're trying to stop Azerbaijan, but we don't do anything to stop these crimes because it's part of our policy. And it's part of our policy to pretend as if we don't want these crimes to happen. So yes, we are definitely powerless. We cannot stop this. Now, we can... I mean, I shouldn't say we can't stop this, but the reason why I say we can't stop this is because half the frickin' country worships Israel or is supporting Israel from one extent to another. And as long as that is the case, as long as you have a substantial part of the American population supporting Israel, you're not going to stop this. Bottom line, you're not going to stop this. Once the American people collectively say we are not going to vote for any politician if they are supported by Zionist donors, if they are supported by donors with an interest in policy for the favor of Israel, if they are getting paid by AIPAC or any other pro-Israel organization, then we will see change. Once the American people collectively do that, we're going to see change. But until then, we're not going to see change. Because a substantial portion of the American population is pro-Israel. But that's going down. Gradually, it is declining. Not gradually, it's actually fairly quickly. It is definitely declining. In fact, there was an article that was published by the Washington Post recently, and I'll show it to you guys here. And I was reading this earlier today. Growing number of Americans say U.S. supports Israel too much in Gaza war, polls show. So here we go. There is hope in America. And I'll just read to you some parts here. It says, compared with last year, let me make sure you guys can see this. Yeah, you guys can see this. Compared with last year, more Americans now say the United States supports Israel too much in its war in Gaza, despite a large partisan divide on the issue, according to a survey by the nonpartisan Chicago Council on Global Affairs. 53% of Democrats said the U.S. supports Israel too much, up from, now check this out, 53% of Democrats said the U.S. supports Israel too much, up from 40% last year. So last year, 2024, 40% of Democrats said America goes too far with the pro-Israel stuff. Now it went up to 53%. So the point is, it's growing. It's not going down, guys. It's growing. It's not going down. The Hasbara, the Israeli propaganda campaign, is not working. 42% of independents now say the same thing, an 8-point increase from 2024. Among Republicans, nearly half say that the U.S. is striking about the right balance. So half of Republicans are still cucked. They're still under the spell of the Third Temple. And that's because they're under the spell of the pro-Israel Christian heresy, which has nothing to do with authentic Christianity, by the way. It's a heresy. But the half of the Republicans are under this Chick-fil-A Christianity. Starbucks, Chick-fil-A Christianity. They read the Bible and they drink their Starbucks, and then they will wave the Israeli flag. But luckily, this is declining because right now it's at 50%. So 50% of Republicans are saying F Israel. That 50% of Republicans are going to increase. When you look at the Republican demographic of the United States, over half of all American Republicans support Israel. But if you look at the Republicans who are under the age of 50, so basically millennials and Gen Xers, over 50% of those Republicans don't support Israel. So as the boomers die out, and as the younger Republicans get older, support for Israel in the Republican Party is going to decrease, as it is already declining. So it says here that last year, in polls taken during the Biden presidency, 40% said the U.S. was not supporting Israel enough. Now check this out. This is amazing. So last year, 40% of American Republicans said America's not supporting Israel enough. They're not doing it enough. Now, I gotta wipe this grease from all this fried chicken I'm eating. I got the Chick-fil-A grease on my face, but they're not supporting Israel enough. Well, what's that number this year? 14%. So last year, 40% of Republicans said America is not supporting Israel enough. This year, it's 14%. 14% are saying America is not supporting Israel enough. It's going down. The Israeli gravy train is coming to an end. The pro-Israel hysteria that Israel has been spoiled with since the 6 Days War in 1967 is going down. The whole Israel industry in America, in the Western world, is going down. And I keep telling people this, and you have Israelis who are in denial. They say, Israel will never go down. We'll always have allies. You guys need to face reality. All things come to an end, and every dog has its day. So it says, thinking about the Israel... So question, thinking about the Israel-Gaza war, do you think the United States is... And now this is 2024, and this is 2025. So it says, do you think the U.S. is supporting Israel too much? Well, in 2025, 37% of Americans say that America is supporting Israel too much. Let me see here. 14% of Republicans say America is supporting Israel too much. 53% of Democrats say America is supporting Israel too much. And 42% of independents are saying that America is supporting Israel too much. And then 10% of Americans overall are saying America is not supporting Israel enough. So only 10% of Americans are saying we got to help Israel more. So that means the diehard Israel fans in America are a minority. That's what that means. 14% of Republicans are saying America is not supporting Israel enough. 6% of Democrats, it's even lower, are saying that America is not supporting Israel enough. And then you have 10% of independents striking about the right balance. And this is where things get quite sad. 26% of Americans think America is striking the right balance. And then you have 47% of Republicans saying America is striking the right balance. So that means that the majority of Americans are saying that, the majority of Republicans, are saying that America is doing too much, or, yeah, doing too much, pretty much. And let's say here, yeah, 13% of Democrats, 22% of independents. So it's all going down. I mean, the whole thing is just going down, guys, at bottom line. Let's see here. I feel okay. I already read this. They have us canceling each other. It's a very beta move, and you're right. It won't stop. Nope. I don't think it's going to stop. They will for sure. Channels like yours give me hope that they'll receive justice someday. We must talk about this atrocity. Absolutely, 100%. Almost 60 in the chat, but less than 30 likes. Do better than our FBI director and hit the like button. Yeah. Trading emotions for rights. Christ is king. Absolutely. That's an anti-Semitic statement, by the way, according to people in the ADL. The MIC needs enmity in the world. Let's see here. Amen, brother. Liberation. Yeah, liberation theology. That's what I was referring to. The Jesuits played a big part in that. Yeah. Operation Gladio, Northwoods, Mockingbird, Paperclip. Yep. For those that are curious, De Volkskrant is a leftist liberal newspaper in the Netherlands, and many articles in it are skewed to the left, but they sometimes have good articles that make you think. Well, I mean, listen, if we're going to read through parts of this article, and what this article shows is quotes from actual doctors and surgeons. It's not an opinion from some Dutch liberal. Let's see. Priest of Hiroshima, guilty. Greetings. Hello, Kosi in the cut. Wasn't happy with, let's see, CK platforming, Charlie Kirk platforming Tucker Carlson and questioning their narratives. Also criticized the genocide. Their pawn was becoming a liability. So that, yeah. I think that's what happened. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. I was alarmed when Trump started talking about taking away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. I mean, it's just very bizarre. Divided Imperia. Let's see here. Left wing, right wing, two wings on the same bird. Good crisis, go to waste. Yep, very Machiavellian. Life goes on. What do you mean life goes on? What are you talking about? Life goes on. Let's see here. Moat are fomented by agency. What will New York City look like if Mamdani wins? I have no idea. I can guarantee you if Mamdani wins, every crime that happens in New York City is going to be highlighted by right-wing outlets like the New York Post. And they're going to talk about, this is Mamdani's New York, everybody. Let's see here. Uvalde. Yep. I dislike golf. I don't like golf. I think it's it's sort of a sport of elites is the way I look at it. Snobs, I think, are more into golf than other people. This is probably a good time to talk about the Spanish Civil War because right now the U.S. seems to be going down the same pattern as Spain did. I really hope not. Spanish Civil War was pretty brutal. Let's see here. Just stood down. Okay. Remember, it was Border Patrol off-duty that stopped the massacre. Police stood down and played Pokemon. It's very... That whole story is very strange. Let's see here. I will say it has been on my mind more than when I go out or go shopping. Is there going to be some nut job with the gun? Absolutely. Yeah, I think about that all the time. Just, top shooter was goated. The theater shooting, bison bombing is so many. We have shootings every year in this country. It's pretty sad. It's a part of American culture at this point. He wrote a manifesto and deep into right-wing conspiracies. Yep, that's right. Selective grieving, yep. What happened in Colorado? The Aura Massacre, I'm guessing. The Aura Massacre, I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Show us your papers. That's what worries me. I'll be honest with you guys. That's sort of like policy where it's show me your papers and are you a citizen? Are you an American? What kind of an American are you? And another thing we have to keep in mind is, here's another question that we should definitely think about and ponder upon. And that is, are they going to go after naturalized citizens? That's another question. Because they're going to say, well, we're not going to go after Americans. But what's an American according to these people, right? What is an American? I mean, really? Because people have different perspectives as to what an American is. For a lot of people, an American is an Anglo-American. That's what an American really is to a lot of people. And you would be shocked. You would be shocked to see or to find out how people really view what is and what is not an American, who is and who is not an American. And for a lot of people, it's an Anglo-American, it's a white American that is a real American, or for a lot of people, and they may not think about this deliberately, but they definitely hold this position, or they definitely feel this way. But for a lot of people, a real American is a white American, and when they see, for example, if they see two tragedies, and in one tragedy the victim is a white American, and in the other tragedy the victim is a non-white American, they're going to focus more on the white American victim. Because, and they may not say this explicitly, they may not even be thinking this explicitly, but feelings-wise, for them, the realist American is a white American. And that's just the bottom line. So I don't put it past right-wing governments to start saying, well, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen of this country. Doesn't matter if you were naturalized. You're saying things, or you are expressing opinions that we see as dangerous to the body politic. So therefore, we're going to deport you, put you in a camp. Remember, guys, what they did to Japanese Americans during World War II. Japanese Americans were forced into prison camps, and they were American citizens, many of whom fought for this country in World War I and in World War II. And they were forced into prison camps. Do not put it past this country to do that sort of thing again. Do not put it past this country. So at first they're going to say, well, we're going after just the left-wing terrorists, just the Muslim terrorist, just the immigrants who express views that we consider radical. Okay, but then what do you do with American citizens who hold views that you don't find good for America, or who hold views that you find as unpatriotic or as critical of the United States? What if someone says, I don't like what America did in Iraq? What if someone says, I don't agree with what America is doing with Israel? What if someone says, I don't like the fact that America is complicit, or America is aiding and abetting in a genocide? And what if that someone is an American citizen, and you consider such speech to be pro-Hamas? Because remember how the Zionists see certain opinions. People think that, people who don't, okay, how do I word this? People who have never worked seriously with Zionists don't really understand this. They don't. But I've worked with Zionists. For years, I worked with Zionists. I worked with Zionists who worked in media. I worked with Zionists who were involved in pro-Israel activism. I worked with Zionists who were interested or who did Hasbara, Israeli propaganda. I worked with these types of people. I know how they are. Let me tell you how they are. And this is one of the things that got me to talk about Charlie Kirk. Because what Charlie Kirk was noticing and what he was seeing was exactly the type of stuff that I was seeing and what I was noticing. Because I was raised to be pro-Israel, just like Charlie Kirk was. So I understand this. I'm quite familiar with this line of work and how it works and how it looks behind the curtains, okay? When it comes to Zionists and pro-Israel activists, if you criticize Israel, if you criticize Israel's policy in Gaza or Israel's policy in the West Bank, and if you express sympathy for the Palestinians, you are not just a regular guy who has an opinion that differs from the pro-Israel narrative. They don't see you as just a guy with sympathy. No. They see you as Hamas. Or they see you as a Hamas sympathizer. You are a Hamas sympathizer. Or you are Hamas. Case in point. Case in point. I remember, this is an anecdote from my own life. I remember in 2018, so my pro-Israel position really began to crack in 2013. Really began to crack in 2013. When the Third Temple donors, the Zionist donors, were telling me that I cannot criticize the homosexual agenda. They just wanted me to bash Islam and to criticize and to defend Israel. And that's when I began to notice how they use money to control people. So it really began to break in 2013, over a decade ago. And then in 2018, I began to read a book called The Israel Lobby. Oh yeah, this is when I got into some dangerous territory. I began to read a book called The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer, which if you have not read, I highly recommend that you do because it is a very informative read. And I began to do videos on the Israel Lobby. I began to do videos on what I was learning. And once I started to do these videos, the people who were in my circle began to contact me. People that I knew, people that my father knew, people from the Hasbro world began to contact us. What are you doing? What has become of you? Are you now defending the terrorists? And there was even someone who said that my father and myself were going back to my Palestinian or to our Palestinian extremism, as if Palestinians are innately violent. Oh, your father was born in the West Bank, so you're a Palestinian, so you're just going back to your roots when you're saying these things. And my thoughts were, what the fuck are you guys talking about? John Mearsheimer is not Palestinian. Is he Hamas? Is John Mearsheimer Hamas? Is Norman Finkelstein Hamas? Are all these guys Hamas? They're all Hamas? And all I was doing was talking about what John Mearsheimer was describing in his book. How the pro-Israel lobby influenced the United States to do the war in Iraq. How the Israel lobby was pushing for the war in Iraq. And just by talking about that, I didn't praise Hamas. I've never praised Hamas. I didn't praise Hezbollah. I didn't praise any terrorist organization. In fact, when October the 7th happened, I was getting heat from pro-Palestine people for condemning Hamas. Yes. Because I saw the videos of the atrocities committed by Hamas. Yes, I did. They're still on my channel. The videos that I did are still on my channel. But I was being called an anti-Semite by people in my own circle. I was being called a terrorist sympathizer. I was being called Hamas. I was being called an extremist. I was being called all sorts of things. Simply for what? For talking about something called the pro-Israel lobby, which does exist. It's not like one of those conspiracy theories where people bring up the Illuminati, but they can't name anyone who's a member of the Illuminati. Like, oh, the New World Order. Okay, who's a member of this New World Order? I don't know. When you bring the Israel lobby is not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy theory. You can bring up the Israel lobby, and you can name names like Richard Pearl, and you can bring up Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas Faith and David Wormser, and you can bring up these people, James Woolsey, and you can bring up these people, John Bolton, right? You can bring up the names, Ariel Sharon, Ehud Barak, Netanyahu. You can bring up all these names. The names are there. It's not a kooky theory. It's pretty well documented. But just by bringing this up, I became an enemy. And then what happened was people in my own circle sabotaged my website and shut it down for a month and a half. And I went through an entire legal battle to get the website to get back up. And it was hell. It was a whole war that I had to do, a whole legal war that I had to go through to get my website back, to get the damn thing back up under control. And it was just a whole sabotage campaign against me. And I was being called an anti-Semite. Even though, for years before that point, I was warning people about the far right. I was warning people about the rise of Nazism. I was debating Nazis. I confronted one of the biggest Nazi leaders in the Western world, Martin Zellner, who was the leader of the Austrian identitarian movement in Europe. You can see it for yourself on YouTube. I confronted Martin Zellner. I debated him. I questioned him for over an hour because I hate Nazism. Frankly, I don't like Nazis. And if you are a Nazi, I really would prefer that you wouldn't listen to me, to be honest with you. Because criticizing Israel is not about praising Hitler. Me criticizing Israel is not about me talking about, oh, well, the mustache man was right. That's not my thing. I'm not into that bullshit. If that's what you're into, then please leave. But regardless of the fact that I was confronting Nazis, that I was writing extremely long articles on the revival of Nazism and why I was writing extremely long articles in 2016 and 2017. They're still up on my website, shoebot.com. I was writing very detailed articles explaining the revival of Nazism that's been occurring since this last decade. And you know what? All those not one of these pro-Israel activists that I knew at the time came to me and said, you know what, Ted? Good work. You know what, Ted? Great work. Thank you for really making observations that no one is making. Because at that time, nobody was talking about the revival of Nazism. I was one of the very, very few voices that was really talking about the revival of Nazism. Nobody, generally speaking, was really talking about that topic. Now a lot more people are talking about it. But in 2016, I was one of the first people to talk about this. Actually, I want to say I was the first because I didn't see anyone else talking about it. But not one of the, in fact, I remember having a private conversation with a Hasbarist, a pro-Israel activist. And he asked me what I was writing about. And I said, I'm writing about the revival of Nazism. And I said, Nazism is coming back. I had this conversation in 2017. I said, Nazism is coming back. Hitlerism is coming back. I said this in 2017. I said it in 2016. I wrote my first article on this topic in the spring of 2016. The spring or winter, late winter of 2016. So right in the beginning of 2016. And I said, Nazism is coming back. And this pro-Israel Jewish activist is listening to me. And do you know what he tells me? He doesn't say, good job. That's great. We need more people to really raise awareness about the rise of Nazism. You know what he tells me? Exact words. Exact words. You can quote me on this. He says, there's no money in that. There's no money in that. That was his. You can quote me. I put my hand on the Bible. I had this conversation. By God, I had this conversation. I was so shocked by this. He says, there's no money in that. There's no money in that. Because in his mind, and this is what people need to understand, how all this activism stuff works, follow the money. In his mind, and in the mind of all those like him, the money was in attacking Islam. That's where the money was. That's how you get the money. Attack the Islam. Attack ISIS. Bring up ISIS, Islam, Sharia law in America. That's where all the money was. There was no money in attacking Nazis or in exposing Nazis or in raising awareness about the revival of Nazism. And now you go on X because of Elon Musk purchasing X. Now the X, which is the biggest social media platform in the world right now, maybe second to YouTube, but as far as posting thoughts goes, the biggest social media platform right now is X. The number one source where people get their news from is X. And you see it just flooded with Nazis. Flooded. And so you're seeing exactly what I was warning people about in 2016 being manifested. But I didn't see any of these pro-Israel people telling me, hey, we need more of this. No. In fact, they were going against me. And do you know why they were going against me? Because the Zionists want to use the nationalist. They want to use the nationalist as an ally to go against the Arabs. That's why they want to use the racism of the far right to go against the Arabs. The problem for the Zionist is that the far right is quickly going down the road of loving Adolf Hitler and hating the Jews, which means that the far right Leviathan is going to become big enough that it's going to become uncontrollable, and it's going to go right against Israel. And all of the attempts to use this far right monster is going to fly right into their faces. That's what's going to happen. It's already happening. So, yeah. It's just... But going back to what I was saying before, I mean, what is going to become of American society, right? They're going to say, well, you know, this American citizen, yes, he's a citizen, but, you know, he was naturalized. He really wasn't born here. And he has said some terrible things about Israel, so try to stifle his speech. And that's one thing that really worries me, but I'll keep going on with your questions. See, it would help if I would have had the live chat on. Okay. There are many multinationals living in America. Yes, they are. Let me see here. The politicians like to make everyone feel like they're going to be genocide, so then there's always a knee-jerk reaction by the groups. Basically, one wing flames the other wing. We in the East knew very well how powerful the kosher mafia in the West are. Unfortunately, many in the West, especially in the conservative movement, deliberately ignoring yes, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, so that's what I lost my train of thought for a second there, but that's what I was talking about. So for these people, everything is Hamas. You could be the biggest anti-Nazi, and this is why I said the story that I said. You can be the biggest anti-Nazi in the world. You criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite, and you're Hamas. So if the Zionists control the United States to the point where they're going to start imposing laws against certain speech, guess what they're going to say to justify putting people in prison, or worse? They're going to say, this person said some mean things about Israel, he's Hamas. Because for these people, anyone who doesn't agree with them is Hamas. There was an Israeli guy named Yotam Vilk who wrote an article on the New York Times. Yotam Vilk is an IDF soldier. This guy fought in Gaza. He fought Hamas combatants on the battlefield in Gaza. And he said, damn, we're going too far with this Gaza thing. We're killing too many people, guys. This is wrong. This is a guy who fought Hamas. And he said, what Israel is doing is wrong. He goes to the New York Times, writes an article saying, I agree with fighting Hamas, but we should not be massacring civilians. Oh, the humanity. So terrible that this person said this. Do you know what Israelis have told this guy? You are Hamas. You're doing the bidding of Hamas. This guy has fought Hamas, but he's Hamas because he said stop killing civilians. He's Hamas now. Everyone to these people is Hamas. So if you give these lunatics power, guess what they're going to do? They're going to run the whole country amok, even more than they already have. They've already run the country amok, but they're going to make it even worse. You give these people ultimate power, everyone they don't like is going to be Hamas. We're all going to become Hamas. And eventually, people are going to get so pissed at Israel and at the Zionists and at the Canary Mission. If you don't know what the Canary Mission is, go look up the Canary Mission. It's a secretive pro-Israel organization that makes lists of people that they don't like. Go look it up. They make lists of people they don't like. Professors, critics of Israel, even Jews who are critics of Israel. They put their names in this list and they dox people. And they what they do is they put you on a list so that the pro-Israel Hasbris can harass you and pressure you. And the U.S. government uses the Canary List to find non-citizens who the Canary List doesn't like so that they can deport them. And the Canary List, the Canary Mission, or the Canary Project works directly with the federal government and says, here's a list of non-citizens who we don't like because they've said some mean things about Israel. Go deport them. And America will actually detain these people. They'll go out and arrest these non-citizens because their names are on the Canary list, on the Canary Project's list, and they'll detain them. Because the Canary Project wants to see certain people deported. We don't want these not... And they even have American citizens' names on the list. Go look it up. They have American citizens' names on the list. And if you think they're all Muslims, you're dead wrong. You have Jews, American Jews, whose names are on the list. You have an American Jewish professor, I think his name is Andrew Ross. He's on the list because he's a critic of Israel. And so eventually, if these people really get what they want and they start using the government to punish American citizens for criticizing Israel, and they start saying, well, you know, we're punishing these people because they're Hamas. Well, this guy just said stop bombing people. You're Hamas. Hey, Israeli snipers shouldn't be killing children and shooting them in the head. They're Hamas. People are eventually going to get so pissed off. They will eventually get so tired of all this Zionism stuff. They're going to collectively say, we are all Hamas. Fuck you. That's what's going to happen. We're all Hamas. We're all Houthis. We're all Hezbollah. We are all your enemies. That's it. Israel, you want to play this game? We can play all fucking day. That's what people eventually are going to do. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what people eventually are going to do. We can play this fucking game. You guys want to sit there and praise, what's his name, Baruch Goldstein, who massacred Palestinians. You want to praise some Israeli snipers who shoot kids and then wait for the father to come pick up the kids' bodies and then shoots the father. We can play this game all day. We'll start praising your worst enemies. And what the fuck are you going to do? You're going to arrest all of us? If they really want to play this game, it's going to be a very dangerous game for Israel. Mark my words. Israel, if they start pushing this bullshit, they're going to be playing a very dangerous game. Very dangerous game. I'm going to try to read all your guys' comments, but it's going to be a day. I'm telling you right now, Israel's playing its card. That's what I believe. I think Israel has played its card way too much, and it's going to fly right in their faces like it always has. That's the bottom line. It's in the Bible. Judas said, I'm going to get my 33 pieces of silver. Okay, here's your 33 pieces of silver. Are you happy? No. Self-destruction. Then there was that one guy in the Bible. What was his name? He wanted to kill King David. And then he hung himself like Judas did. What was his name? Yeah, that's in the Bible too. The guy who sided with Absalom against King David. He said, well, I'll side with Absalom against King David. I'll be the winner. I'll get power. We'll kill King David and take over. And then what happened? His army was destroyed, and then he hung himself. It's in the Old Testament. Go read it. Second book of Samuel. They twist words like children. The trick is to call anyone critical as anti-Semites. Yep, absolutely. Yep, I've been called an anti-Semite, and I am the most anti-Nazi person ever. I have confronted Nazis. Go read my article. Guys, I have written articles. I wrote an article that was 17,000 words long. It's still on my website. On the revival of Nazism. Giving names, dates, everything. How it's all happening. How Zionists are working. How Zionists have actually worked to push this. How NATOists, people who are in NATO, have worked to push this. But I was still called an anti-Semite. Yotam Vilk fought the IDF. Sorry, he fought Hamas. Wrote one article on the New York Times saying, hey, we've killed too many people. We got to really stop. You're You're Hamas. You're Hamas. You're Hamas. Hamas. You keep pushing that bullshit, people are going to say we're all fucking Hamas. Now what the fuck are you going to do? I'm telling you right now, that's what's going to happen. Let me try to read all your guys' comments here. Hold up, guys. Huckabee is a piece of shit. The Genesis verse of blessings Abraham misunderstood. Yep, I know. It's not applied to the modern day state of Israel, but it is applied to Netanyahu, apparently. The seed of Abraham is Netanyahu. According to St. Paul, the seed of Abraham is Christ, but according to these people, Netanyahu is the seed of Abraham. So we should all be worshiping Natan. Why isn't... Oh, okay, hold on. Let me try to read your guys' comments here. Europe does need re-immigration. All right. See, you can say that it needs re-immigration all you want. It doesn't change the fact that the people who are pushing for re-immigration in Europe are very dangerous actors. That's what you have to keep in mind. And you have to ask yourself why all those people were allowed to enter Europe. Why? What was the reason? Perhaps it was to get the exact reaction that they have been getting, and that is ultranationalism. The target is white people and white culture, as in the Jewish war against Amalek. I don't know. I don't know. I think that these people will go against anyone. The Gazans are not white. Some of them are, but for the most part, they're not European white. And the Israelis have been butchering them. So I wouldn't say it's just white people that they hate. I would go with the verse from St. Paul from 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, where he says that they are against all of mankind. Go read the verse. It says it right there. They are against all of mankind. The world is going towards tribalism? Absolutely. 100%. We should not just allow the ruling financial class bring in people in mass to replace us. Well, I mean, what do you propose that the world does? You know, that's the question. What do you do with all these people? All this classification of white, black, Hispanic is pure bullshit and not serious. I absolutely agree. I think one of the most horrendous things about American society is our insistence on breaking people down by demographic. I think this is a racialist policy that we have in America where, for example, and they start you out at a very young age. You're in a public education campus and you take a test, and the test begins with, what demographic are you a part of? Are you white, black, Asian, Pacific Islander, Hispanic? And you have to bubble in one of the categories. And the problem with this is that we never have America. That's the problem with this policy that we have in America, is that we never really have American. What are you? American. That's it. American. All this stuff about, well, no, actually, you're black. So we're going to put you in this category. You're white. We're going to put you in this category. Pacific Islander, Hispanic, Asian. Okay, we're going to put you all in these categories here. But you're never just an American. And I think that has been one of the most detrimental policies ever conducted in American society. Because we should have just said, we are all Americans, and that is it. You could say, well, how is that possible? Because America is made up of people from different countries. So is every other fucking country in the world. Do you think Japanese people always existed? Do you think Japanese people always existed? If you believe that Japanese people have always existed, then you are part of the problem. Because I have read about Japan, and I have read about the history of Japan. In fact, I have a book here, somewhere here, on the general history of Japan that I read years ago. I'm not sure if I can find it easily here. I have to reorganize my library one day. Probably will never get to it, but who knows. But I read this book years ago about the history of Japan and who are the Japanese people, where do they come from. It's very fascinating. The Japanese people, like everyone else, is a mixture of different peoples who migrated into what is known as Japan today. And what happened was a group of Korean people. All right, this is what the book basically says. A group of Korean people migrated thousands of years ago into what is today known as Japan. And they settled in the southern part of Japan. And they were already people who were living in what is now known as Japan. The Ainu were living there, and there was another group of people who were living in the northern part of Japan, whose name I do not remember. But these people were a horse-riding warrior people who were very, very martial people, and they loved to kill and pillage and steal. And the Korean settlers, the people who settled from Korea in Japan, had to fight these people. And those Koreans began to migrate more and more north, and they kept going up and up and up. And for about 50 years or so, they were at war with these horse riding people. My theory about this horse riding people is that they were some sort of a Turkic, or perhaps maybe some sort of a Indo-European group of people. Maybe they originally came from Russia. But they were definitely a very warlike people who were so efficient at fighting that they were able to accurately hit people with arrows as they were riding on their horses. They were like the Seljuks, they were like the Mongols, they were like the Huns or the Tatars. And they were very warlike people. And eventually the Koreans vanquished these people, but they mixed with these people. Not only did they mix with these people biologically, but they also mixed with these people culturally. And so the Korean settlers, or their descendants really at this point, mixed with the horse-riding people, the warlike people. And their cultures came together. And this cultural marriage led to the creation of the Japanese samurai culture. So the Japanese samurai culture is actually an amalgamation between these descendants of Korean settlers and the horse-riding warlike peoples who were living in the northern part of Japan. And then there was also a mixture with the Ainu as well. So the Japanese race, as we call it, is also the result of a mixture of different peoples. Americans are also the result of a mixture of different peoples. Hispanics or Mexicans are also the result of a mixture of different peoples. Spaniards came and mixed with the native population. So when people are living in Mexico, when you go down to Mexico, they all say we're Mexicans. And so you go to Japan and you have some light-skinned Japanese and some darker-skinned Japanese. You got some tall Japanese people. You got some short Japanese people. Japanese people come in a spectrum, but they're all Japanese. Korean people come in a spectrum. They're all Korean. Chinese people come in a spectrum, but they're all Chinese. And if you look at Chinese people, they're also the result of different peoples who mixed together long ago. So if we're going to be a nation called America, there needs to come a point where we say, we are Americans. Enough of this African American bullshit. Enough of this white American bullshit. Enough of this Hispanic American, Asian American. Fuck all that noise. We need to be just American. That's it. Just like in Russia, you got some slanted-eyed Russians from the Mongol invasion. You got some Scandinavian-looking Russians from the Viking invasion, but they're all Russian. We have to do the same thing in America. We're American. Are you Middle Eastern? Are you this? Are you that? Are you this? And so this leads to the categorizations. He's a Black American. He's a Hispanic. He's a Middle Eastern. Oh, he's not one of those terrorists, is he? We have to be solid in our view of American. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Because with this type of system, we're not really a nation. We're just sort of a category. We're just sort of a corporation. Like, you're an American, but you're this kind of American. And you're really only here, not for a nation. You're not really here to help a nation. You're really here just to help the GDP. And it just doesn't feel like you're in a nation. It feels like you're just in sort of a big block of power. Let me see here. The two things we should uphold. America is a Christian nation. Europe is a white Christian continent. Okay. Hamas, greetings, monkey brain. Do you ever have Jewish community leaders like rabbis contact? No, none of them contact me. Sonor Rancho, but who brought black people to America? We didn't come here by choice, and a lot of us are. Yeah, that's true, absolutely. Yeah, blacks didn't come here by choice, and they need to be considered Americans, not as African Americans, as Americans. That's it. See here, American Constitution forbids Christianity to be official religion. The American Constitution forbids any religion from being the official religion because America is a product of the Enlightenment, and the Enlightenment was against any sort of state religiosity. So America is not really a Christian country. That's one thing that people need to keep in mind. A lot of conservatives have this idea that America is a Christian country. I've been hearing this since I was in high school. It's just not really true, because the founding fathers, a lot of them were not really Christian in the truest sense of the word. Many of them were deists. Many of them were antagonistic towards Christianity. Some of them were Unitarians. And they never considered America to be a nation that should be officially Christian. And George Washington himself said that it doesn't really matter what religion someone is in America. He said, be they Christian, Jewish, or Mohammedan, if they are good people, that is all that matters. So America was never really designed to be a Christian country. Another thing that you have to keep in mind is that you cannot really have a Christian country and have freedom of religion or complete freedom of speech. If we are going to be officially a Christian country, then we shouldn't be tolerating any sort of speech that is contrary to Christianity or that mocks Christianity. We should not be tolerating the state should not be tolerating the gay agenda. You know, if we are going to be living in a true Christian society, then there should not be freedom for anti-Christian movements. But we have freedom for all these anti-Christian movements because we have always had freedom for anti-Christian movements. I mean, just look at Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine was very anti-Christian, and he was allowed to come to the United States, and he is considered to be one of our founding fathers. So it's just not really, I mean, the fact is that the founding fathers were products of the Enlightenment, and the Enlightenment was inherently anti-Christian. So it's just not something that I really hold on to, this whole idea of America being a Christian nation. It's not something that I hold dearly onto. And it's not really something that it's not really a hill that I am willing to die on. I'm not going to sit here and debate, over whether or not America is a Christian country, because it's not a Christian country. I mean, any country that allows for abortion, any country that allows for Sodom, any country that believes in tolerating mockery towards the Christian faith is not a Christian country. Any country that exports Sodom is not a Christian country. And America has exported Sodom, and America has pushed for Sodom. It's not a Christian country. And I think Christians need to be content with the fact that this is not the case. Now, if you want to make America into a Christian country, do you know how you do it? You have lots of children. That's how you do it. Instead of complaining about how immigrants have all these children, why aren't you guys having all the children? Well, these immigrants, they're just overpopulating us. Yeah, because they're actually having babies. So what are you guys doing? Are you gonna what? Are you gonna sterilize these people? Are you gonna spay the women? Are you gonna neuter the men like fucking stray cats? What are you gonna do? Are you going to impose eugenics? Well, then if that's the case, then you guys become no different than all the Democrats in the past who were supporters of eugenics back in the mid-20th century. Why aren't you guys having all the babies? The only way that Christians are going to take over this country is if they just overpopulate the fuck out of this country. That's just the bottom line. That's the only way they're going to win. You overpopulate and then you dominate. That's how you win. Why do you think all these white boys over there in England are terrified of all these Pakistanis? Because those Pakistanis are outpopulating them. They're having more babies in them. So Christians should be playing the same game. They should be having 20 kids per family, 15 kids per family. Yeah, 15, 20, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom, 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 boom. Outpopulate and then dominate. That's it. Play their game. Well, these immigrants, they get a tax write-off for every kid. Okay, then get some tax write-offs. Take advantage of the system. Do it. And then take over and be like, that's it. We got more kids than you. Liberals don't have children. You think these libs over there in New York City are having kids? They're not having no kids. They got cats. They're watching their bullshit sitcoms and reading the New York Times and eating they're eating out of their little cartons of ice cream, and they're eating their sushi with the wasabi, and they're eating at some Ethiopian restaurants. That's what they're doing. They're not having kids. And they don't even get married. Liberals don't get married. They have partners. My partner. And if any man tells me about his partner, that guy is gay until proven otherwise. My partner. They don't have kids. They don't get married. So really, for American conservatives, it's an easy win. It's an easy one-sided war. Just outpopulate everybody. Outpopulate everybody. Outpopulate the liberals. Put the fear of God in them. Believe me, if conservatives actually did this, the liberals would start talking like all these racists in England. They're outpopulating us. They're producing like jackrabbits. What's going on here? And then the liberals will start talking about eugenics. Well, we gotta sterilize these people, and then you can use that against them and say, you see, you guys are the Nazis. Who's the Nazi? And play their game against them. That's an easy win. It truly is an easy win. I remember I was in which state was I in? I was in North Carolina back in 2014, 13 or 14. And I met this couple. They were engaged. They were about to get married. And I'm talking to the husband-to-be. And I said, well, how many kids are you going to have? And he said, I would like to have 6 of them. The lady who's the wife to be, she overhears the guy and she looks at him and she says, "Excuse me, we're not going to have no 6 kids." And these are evangelicals at an evangelical church event. And the wife is telling the husband, "Your ass is going to get freaking neutered." Are these people who are these a people who are really equipped to? Are these a people who are really willing to win? Are these a people willing to win, truly? These were people who were set up to lose. Then they complain about immigrants outpopulating them. Go figure. That's why I don't feel sorry for these people. I'll be really frank with you guys. All these English people and all these French people who are complaining about being outpopulated, I don't really feel sorry for them. Because why aren't you outpopulating them? You're not. You're not outpopulating them. So why should I feel sorry for you? So you have to outpopulate and then dominate. That's the weapon, but nobody wants to do it. Everybody wants to talk about, well, we gotta deport people, we gotta vote for this person. You're not gonna take over shit. That's my opinion. Who knows? What do I know, right? Let me see here. Yeah, you guys are talking about Christianity. USA was created to be what it is. Yeah. Many of the founding fathers were deists. That's correct. Theo, man, that's rough. Just for speaking the truth. Yup. Have you ever seen an American film where Romans are the good guys? No, actually, I haven't. That's a good observation. I remember when your website was shut down, I was like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, man, it really happened. Then you wrote about what was going on. Yep, that's correct. Got hit by the Third Temple Mafia. According to evangelicals, the New World Order is Jay-Z and Kanye West. Yep, the Illuminati, man. They're the Illuminati, man. They're that Jacobian Illuminati. That's what they are. America does have indigenous peoples, blacks and Spaniard mestizos from the beginning, but I hate when they conflate America's situation with Europe's. Who controls the world or who you can't talk about. Criticism knows no bounds. America, the Fourth Reich by Mars. I have one Cherokee great-grandmother and the rest is African-American. As far as I know, I still don't believe that's enough to keep me from being deported the way things are going. Let's see, here we go. Ashkenazism, there we go. Oblivion, absolutely. I've never seen atheists left give praise to an anti-Zionist Christian. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Genesis 12 is the blessings verse that is so twisted. Absolutely. Sounds like you were on top of Azovite development in Ukraine back in 2016. I was talking about Ukraine back in 2014, but yeah, 2016 as well. Could you be conflating Nazism with any movement that values culture and ethnicity as their national? Well, here's the thing: is every time I research these right-wing movements, I always realize, or I always find out eventually, that they either love Adolf Hitler or they espouse an ideology that is very close to Nazism. You see this in the French New Right. You see this in the Austrian or the German New Right as well. So if people are saying, listen, we want to keep Germany German, or we want to keep France French, I understand that and I can sympathize with that. The problem is these movements tend to go the extreme route, and they tend to glorify some sort of past villains. That's where a lot of the problems lie, and that really reveals the ideology that we're dealing with. So understand that political movements, political groups, don't come from a vacuum. They come for a particular agenda. And the agenda is rarely the one that they say their agenda is. They will use a problem to advance another agenda, or they will use a specific problem that you really have a problem with to recruit you and to advance a particular objective. And they want to advance a sinister objective. So they will say, okay, well, we have all these refugees here and we have these migrants here and they're a problem. And you say, yeah, they are a problem. And then they recruit you and they get you to follow them. And I'm not saying you personally, but this is just generally speaking, this is what they do. Then they start protesting and they start talking about how bad this problem is. In this case, migrants, immigrants, foreigners, and things of that sort. And then they start talking about doing tiki torch rallies, and they start talking about doing torch rallies at night, and they start talking about wearing certain uniforms, and they start talking about goose stepping, and they start talking about glorifying certain past villains. And we've seen all of this already happen. We've seen all these signs happen in the current right-wing movements. We saw it with the tiki torch rally here in the United States in 2017. We have seen neo-Nazis doing some pretty horrendous rallies in various parts of Europe. For example, in Estonia and in Latvia, in those Baltic countries, they are Nazi rallies where people LARP as SS officers. They had a rally recently in Italy where thousands of Italian fascists did the Hitler salutes. I refuse to call it a Roman salute because the idea of calling it a Roman salute is a fabrication unto itself, because this idea of calling it the Roman salute never existed until the late 19th century. We have no evidence that the Romans did any such salute. So this whole concept of calling it the Roman salute is a farce. It's a fascist salute, or it's a nationalistic salute. And there's a video you can see online of thousands of Italian fascists in unison doing this salute. We see this also in Germany. One of the leaders of the Nationalist Party in Germany, the AfD, his name is Björn Höcke, has glorified the Third Reich. So why can't these people just be good patriots without glorifying some past evil, or trying to deny past evils, or doing some sort of ritual or some sort of procession that is reminiscent to the processions of the Nazis in the past? It's because they are Nazis. And they are using the migrant situation to gain recruits, and they have done so very successfully. So we have to be very careful before we immerse ourselves into this sort of activism. That's what I'll say. And I've said this a billion times, and I'm going to keep saying this. The CIA during the Cold War wanted European nationalism to revive. This is a fact. And they wanted European nationalism to revive, to use it as a proxy against the left, and to use it as a proxy against Russia. And so I don't believe that these policies have actually changed. So why did the refugees come? I think it was to revive nationalism. And even if that isn't the case, that's exactly what happened. And what the CIA wanted during the Cold War, the CIA has gotten in our own time with the refugee crisis. So the aim in the Cold War, or one of the main objectives of the Cold War, which was the revival of European nationalism, has actually come to pass. So do we just get lost in the political chaos? Do we get lost and follow these movements and say, well, I'm going to follow these movements, right? Another thing you always have to keep in mind when it comes to political movements, guys. no popular political movement comes from a vacuum. It doesn't come from a vacuum. If a political movement rises to the top and gains significant positions in power, that movement did not come from a vacuum. Somebody was backing it. Somebody was funding it. Somebody wanted it to happen. Someone in power wanted that movement to rise up. And when people fall for the chaos and they start following these movements and they get recruited very easily and they start goose-stepping and they start becoming yes men, they have been trapped in this cacophony of propaganda. And they become tools. So you have to step back. It's the same thing with this Charlie Kirk thing. We have to step back and say, okay, what happened to Charlie Kirk was evil, but we also have to understand that governments use these sorts of situations to advance agendas. Are we going to become tools? Are we going to become acolytes of this agenda, or are we going to step back and at least recognize that there may be an ulterior motive here? We always have to keep these things in mind. Yeah, there's a refugee crisis. Yes, some refugees have caused problems. But does that mean that I follow a particular party that has a very sinister and insidious agenda? That's the question. That's it. I'm not here to talk about, well, yeah, these refugees are, oh, yes, they're a problem, because that's feeding the beast. I'm not here to do that. That is feeding the beast. Listen, I have spent too many years of my life feeding the beast. I spent years talking about Islam, thinking, oh yeah, I was doing a good cause. And in a way, I was doing a good cause. But at the same time, I realized eventually, wow, I'm feeding the beast here. Because yeah, I'm talking about the Muslim stuff, but all these Nazis are listening to me and they're sucking this stuff up and they're using it as propaganda. And then you realize, wait a second, I'm not talking to a Christian people. I'm not talking to a wholesome people. I'm talking to a lot of people who are just ultra-nationalists. And they want to use the Muslim problem to advance their own ultra-nationalist agenda. And I saw that myself back in 2017 or 16, one of those years, when I started working with a French political movement called Civitas. And I met one of their leaders online, but I met him and spoke with him privately. His name was Xavier Perron, a French nationalist. You can look him up. And I spoke with Xavier Perron, and he was one of the leaders. I'm sure he still is, but he was this leader of this political movement in France called Civitas, and they were going against the Muslim problem in France, and they were going against they were going against Islamism in France and all this stuff. And so I interviewed him, and then I started working a little bit with his movement, started communicating with his movement a little bit, and then we agreed to do a second interview. And then during the second interview, I told him, well, tell me more about your thoughts on this whole situation. And he tells me, well, 30% of France is Muslim. And I had to step back and I said, wait a second, 30% of France is Muslim? He goes, yes, 30% of France is Muslim. So I Googled it and found out that it's nowhere near 30%. So I asked him, I said, what's your source that it's 30%? Never got one. Never got one. And his movement never contacted me again, and they ignored all of my messages. And so I began to dig deeper into this Civitas movement and found out that they're literally a bunch of neo-Nazis. They're neo-Nazis who are using the Muslim thing, the Muslim situation, to advance their own agenda, to get people to worship Adolf Hitler. So when you get involved in political activism, always ask yourself, am I feeding the beast? Am I feeding a beast here? Am I feeding the Nazi beast? Am I feeding the Marxist beast? Am I feeding the Islamist beast? Am I feeding a beast? That's what you have to ask yourself. Because a lot of people get lost in the chaos. And this can be applied, and to be fair, this can be applied to the anti-Israel movement as well. Very much so. A lot of the people who are criticizing Israel are Nazis. 100%. A lot of the people who are criticizing Israel are Islamist. Who want Sharia law. 100%. 100%. So when you are making observations about things, always make your intentions clear. Your intentions should be justice. That's it. The reason why I'm speaking out against Israel is not because I think Adolf Hitler is great. Because I don't. Adolf Hitler wasn't great. Adolf Hitler was Antichrist. The reason why I'm speaking out against Israel is not because I think Hezbollah is great or Hamas is great, because I don't. I'm speaking out against Israel because it's doing injustices. Bottom line. The reason why I was talking a lot about what ISIS was doing years ago is because what ISIS was doing was diabolical. And the reason why I talk about what Turkey has done to the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh is because grave injustices were done to the Armenians in 2020, 2021, 22, 23. It's not because I'm an Armenian nationalist. It's not because Armenian nationalists can be very obnoxious and they can be evil as well. I understand the Armenians did injustices to the Azeris. 100%, just like I understand that Arabs did injustices to Jews in the past. So we have to understand our intentions, and we have to also understand our intentions should be justice. That's it. I don't talk about what Israel's doing because I am like, oh yeah, intifada. Because listen, my father was a part of that movement. Yes, my father was a part of this whole intifadist movement back in the 70s, 80s. And I'll tell you a story about my dad. All right, just to give you an example from the other side. That way we can be as fair as possible here. My father was recruited by a terrorist in jail. So my dad spent time in jail. He was doing demonstrations against Israel, and then eventually my dad got arrested, and the Israelis put my dad in jail, and he spent a number of weeks in an Israeli prison. And while my dad was in prison, or jail, whatever you want to call it, he was recruited by a terrorist who was a professional bomb maker. This guy was really good at making bombs. He was a bomb expert. And he told my dad, he said, would you like to fight for Palestine? And would you like to, really give it to the Zionists? And my dad said, yeah. So before my dad left the jail, before my dad was released from jail, this terrorist leader told my dad, he said, meet me at this place, because this guy knew that he was going to be released. So he said, meet me at this location at this time, blah, blah, blah. I will meet you there. So my dad met this guy, and the recruitment began. And eventually, this guy gave my dad a bomb. I don't remember if he gave my dad when they first met, or if he gave my dad a bomb when they first met, or if he gave my dad a bomb later on. But eventually, he gave my dad a bomb. And the bomb had had explosives, and it was connected to a little timer. And he tells my dad to put the bomb in a bank in Israel. To put the bomb inside of this bank. Now, the purpose of the bomb was to disrupt the peace process, because there was supposed to be a diplomatic meeting. It was around Christmas time. And there was supposed to be a diplomatic meeting between the Israeli government and the Egyptian government in Israel. So something like that. But there was supposed to be a diplomatic meeting between Israel and Egypt. And the Palestinian hardliners, they didn't want this. They didn't want a peace process. So the idea was to put a bomb in a bank, blow it up, to disrupt the peace process. This was the whole idea. So one day, he gives my dad a bomb, and he says, put the bomb in this bank at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., put the bomb in the bank. So my dad approached the bank, went to the bank, and then he was in front of the bank. And the bomb was placed inside of a loaf of bread, I think. And my dad all of a sudden saw a bunch of children. And so my dad thought, wait a second, if I put a bomb and it blows up, people are going to get murdered and I'm going to kill kids and I won't be able to live with myself. So my dad flew into a panic and he threw the bomb. He tossed the bomb so high that it eventually landed on the roof of the bank, and my dad ran. The clock hit 6 p.m. The bomb blew up. So my dad realized later on, nobody died, thank God. But my dad realized later on that the bomb blew up at exactly 6 p.m. The guy told my dad to put the bomb in the bank at 6 p.m. To put the bomb, place the bomb in the bank at 6 p.m. But the bomb blew up at exactly 6 p.m., which meant that this bomb maker wanted my dad to become a suicide bomber. The reason why he wanted my dad to become a suicide bomber is because my dad was an American citizen. My grandmother, my dad's mom, was a U.S. citizen, was an American. So the idea was that an American would blow himself up. And by getting an American to blow himself up, it would get a lot more international media attention. This was the whole intention. This was the goal. So international media attention would be talking about it. And they would say, look, this American guy blew himself up in a bank, blah, 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 an American citizen. And that would get a lot more attention. So the recruitment of my dad, being an American citizen, giving him the bomb, telling him to put the bomb in a bank at a specific time to where my dad would die, and the whole plan's intention was to hinder the peace process and to get international media attention. All of that was thought of. All of that was completely thought out. And it was completely thought out under the facade of fighting the tyranny of Israel. So my dad got lost in the propaganda, in the radicalism. And what I'm trying to tell you guys is, don't get lost in the radicalism. This happens, this other thing happens, this other thing happens. Understand that political opportunists, ideological opportunists, are using any sort of problems, real as they may be, they are using those problems to recruit you. And they have all sorts of ulterior motives. Be it Islamism, be it Nazism, be it some crazy bullshit Zionism, Third Temple shit, whatever. There's all these political movements, all these radicals, recruiters, ideological opportunists, they have their sinister and insidious agendas. And they want to use you to advance those agendas. So keep in mind, there is literally a war over our souls and over our brains. And don't get lost in the chaos, because if we do, we leave ourselves very vulnerable to any sort of recruitment. And then we become acolytes of some kind of sinister agenda. Listen, the Israelis, a lot of them got caught into this whole quagmire. October the 7th happened. Oh, look, women were raped and babies were beheaded and babies were put into ovens and people were burned alive. It was so horrible, so horrible, so horrible. Oh my God, we need to do something, guys. And then guess what? Oh, I'm going to join the IDF. Oh, I'm going to go fight in Gaza. Oh my God. Oh. Then they go to Gaza and then they're a sniper in Gaza. And then the commander says, yeah, shoot that kid. Wait, what? Yeah, shoot that kid. Or else you're gonna be breaking orders. Well, I thought we were here to fight terrorists. Sir, yeah, shoot that kid. Shoot that kid. Well, I thought we were here to fight this sort of evil. Now we're doing the evils that we claim to be fighting against? Now you want me to perpetuate the evils that I joined the military to fight against? So now you're making me into the monster? You see what happens here? Oh, we have to join Adolf Hitler. Why? Because the Bolsheviks are monsters. They're murderers. Yeah, it's true. The Bolsheviks were monsters. They were mass murderers. But then you joined the SS. Now what? Shoot these kids. Burn down this village. Oh, this little village somewhere in Belarus. Oh, yes, there were some partisans that were hiding in the village. They must all be enemies of the German people. Kill everybody in the village. And that's why they were members of the Wehrmacht who got disillusioned. And they said, what the hell did I join the Wehrmacht for? And that's why they are members of the IDF who have become disillusioned, because they got lost in the chaos. They got lost in the propaganda. They fell for it. And that's very easy to do, especially when your emotions get tangled up into the whole situation and you get disillusioned because you realize that you were used as a tool. And that's what I'm here to prevent. I don't want people to go into this. I have fallen for traps like this. I don't want other people to fall in those traps. I'm just saying, use your brains. Everybody was worshiping Elon Musk. I said, guys, Elon Musk is bad. He is bad. He's evil. People loved Peter Thiel. Oh, Peter Thiel, Republican, tech guru, genius. I was saying this back in 2016-17. The guy's a Nazi. He's a tech transhumanist sicko sodomite. Oh, but he's great. He loves Donald Trump. Now everyone is saying that Peter Thiel is evil. I was saying he was evil many, many years ago. 10 years ago, I was saying he was evil. Or almost 10 years ago, I was saying he was evil. So people realize that it's very easy to get caught up into this, and it's very easy to fall for these figureheads. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Boris Johnson, whatever, they're all evil. Every single one of them. Let's see. Gabriel says this is actually a horrible take. What is horrible? What did I say that was a horrible take? And tell me why what I said was a horrible take. Long time no seen. Zdravo, Marko Zaklan. Telling us what? My dad has told this story a gazillion times. Theo, you should go on to other people's shows. Well, if they invite me, I'll come on. One thing that I know about the media business is that you don't really push yourself. That's the worst thing that you can do. You never want to push yourself onto a show. You never want to say, hey, I want to be on your show. Don't do that. You want people inviting you. Because then they'll appreciate you. If you push yourself onto a show and then they say, okay, fine, we'll bring you on, then it feels like an obligation. And those people say, yeah, we have Ted on, he wanted to come on, and well, here he is. You want someone who wants you on their show. That way, when you get on, they're enthusiastic about you coming. You feel great about the fact that people want to hear what you have to say. And then those people who invited you, they have so much enthusiasm and they're so excited that you have agreed to come on to their show that they're going to prepare for the interview so that they can make a good interview. They're going to prepare the questions. They're going to look at your work. They're going to watch your videos. They're going to read your articles. And they're really going to prepare. And that's what you want. You want people to invite you. Joaquin Phoenix doesn't push people to invite him. People invite Joaquin Phoenix. Mel Gibson doesn't ask people to come on their shows. People invite Mel Gibson on. And really, I don't really like interviewing people because, I don't know, it's kind of a chore. But if I could get Mel Gibson on this show, that would be awesome. Man, I doubt he would agree to come on here, but if I could get Mel Gibson on this show, that would be amazing. And Mel Gibson, I would have questions about only two things. Making Braveheart, which is the greatest movie ever, and his whole thing with the Passion of the Christ and all the anger that caused. I would love to talk about him. I would love to talk to him about only those two matters. And, the whole entire time, Mel Gibson would have that cadence. He'd be like, well, he always does this when he talks. Well, there was a lot of anger there, Oh, yeah, we did that scene for the Battle of Stirling Bridge. It was a lot of work, a lot of work. I don't know. Yeah. Masterpiece of a film, that Braveheart movie was. Let's see here. In the kitchen, so the stories are not true. What's this person talking about? So everyone is going to ignore the real Talmud text. Here we go, dude. Let's talk about the Talmud all day. We are basically being possessed by our own possessions. Perhaps we should all chuck all our high-dollar, high-tech Trojan horse devices into the street. I mean, the world would be a better place, in all honesty. Palantir testing AI deaths on Gaza. Yup. And Israel is using robots to slaughter people. 100%. 100%. Israel is using robots now. They're using robots to destroy targets in Gaza City. I never heard of Peter Thiel until half a year ago, but he is very evil, very, very, very evil. Yep. With respect, please stop the stereotypes of the Bolsheviks. Lenin was not a mass murderer. Trotsky was not a mass murderer. They are highly respected and were the leaders of the Russian Revolution. I mean, the Bolsheviks did murder people. That is a fact. They did massacres. They socialized the agricultural system in Russia, and that led to starvation, or they collectivized the farms. And wasn't it Lenin who said that it doesn't matter if they've done crimes or not? What matters is their class, and if they are members of a particular class, then they are automatically worthy of death. So no, I'm not going to sit here and praise the Bolsheviks. Your chat is getting wild. I don't know. We're getting some weirdos here. Let's see. The Roman Empire used Jesus' martyrdom to inspire bloodshed and openly hateful tyranny against relatively innocent indigenous people. Both were whistleblowers warning us not to trust. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I really don't know what you're talking about. TL creeps me out. 100%. He's possessed. Trump is evil. Yep, I agree. This is not lost in the sauce. Yeah, lost in the sauce. Of course, the right were fat and happy, so they emboldened the radical left a few years and imported immigrants to wake the right up. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's read from the Talmud. Absolutely. You have to take a side no matter what. Even if you stay inactive, that's still a side, not because they were evil. Let's see here. Lost in the sauce. Absolutely. Don't get lost in the sauce. That's correct. Let's see. I can't believe this kind of strategy is to liberate Palestine people. It seems like the kind of provocation Zionists would want. Absolutely. 100%. Israel needs more Lebensraum. Well, that's what the Israelis have been saying, that they want more living space. That's bullshit. What's bullshit? I worry about a false flag this weekend before the Monday vote on Palestine statehood. Well, you know, the French are supposed to declare a Palestinian state this month, and now all of a sudden riots have broken out. Is that a coincidence, or is that quite convenient for the Israelis? Who knows? What should we do then? Nothing? I don't know. I mean, this is like what the Israelis ask when they say, well, what should we do? I mean, after October the 7th, I don't know. Don't shoot kids in the head. How about not praising Hitler? How about not getting into some weird ethno-nationalism? How about not getting into some bizarre tribalism? How about not LARPing for Nazis and glorifying past villains and denying the Holocaust? I mean, that's all I see in this sort of movement. So that's the problem that I'm seeing here. Let's see here. Podcasters are probably being used. The cars were burned by... Yeah, well, yes, Israel did destroy the cars. I agree. Of course, the event will only bring about more polarization and violence. Yep. Yep, I wish people understood this, but a lot more people... a lot of people do understand this, to be fair, but a lot more people have not yet understood this for some reason. That terrorist attacks are provocations. The purpose of terrorists... the purpose of terrorism is not to kill. The purpose of terrorism is to provoke and to get a reaction. I get a feeling that the great noticing is somewhat intentional, maybe even encouraged. It might not be for the Americans, but it's definitely working to isolate Israel, blah, blah, blah. It definitely is isolating Israel. And Israel is only going to become more and more violent, and Israel is going to become more and more nationalistic. Let's see here. Yeah. What are the odds that all these red herring details are deliberately designed to make inquiring? I don't know what this Lorenz guy is talking about. I think this, I don't know, he's kind of unhinged in the way he writes. Do you know when your dad is getting back on? I got questions. I'll ask. Master race is absolute toast. Nick Fuentes is a Hitler fanboy. Look at the crime stats in the US. Yep, we all know about the crime stats. Everybody knows about this. If you want Nazis to go away, then remove the causes. That's exactly what I said earlier, that the cause is excessive crime. And we should have a tough on crime policy. That's what I said earlier. Yeah, the whole chat has changed, guys. Last week the chat was pretty good. This week we're getting some interesting, we're getting some special people. We shouldn't have to compete for survival in our country. Immigrants are receiving government help that locals are not getting. What help are they getting that locals are not? Would you say the Nazis were more evil than the communists? What do you think? What's your answer to that? Albert Pike basically said Israel would be destroyed in a third world war. I mean, it's in the Bible, guys. It's in the Bible. Mel Gibson and Christopher Nolan are the only directors who can sell on a movie. Yeah, I don't know about Christopher Nolan. I think he's kind of overrated. I would say that Mel Gibson is the greatest director ever. What are your opinions on much of the European far-right being funded by Russian companies? I think the Russians have an interest in European nationalism because European nationalism is usually Eurosceptical. And so if you can get the Eurosceptics to get in power, then you can break the EU apart. That's the whole point. The Russians want to break the EU to then use the European nationalist governments as partners and alliances against the United States. I think what the Russians really would like is a German-Russian alliance, and that way you would have Germany, Russia, China, possibly Turkey against the United States, and then America would become nothing in the world, because then the Russians would have total access, they would have total unfettered access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. And then America would no longer have that sort of control, so Russia would be the power of the world. This is the whole agenda, in my opinion. Do you say Teta? And I don't know what you're talking about. You wouldn't. Apocalypto? Yeah, we can talk about Apocalypto, but I'm very interested in Braveheart and The Passion of the Christ. You cannot have a stream without a Braveheart plug? Nope. Let's see here. They'll kill us when AI and machines have replaced work. Yeah, that's a good point. When I tried to tell him that them trying to exterminate people was evil, he said that it didn't happen and that the Jews wrote all the history. Yeah. What kind of chickens do you have? I found a silky roaster. They're all over my neighborhood. I have brown leghorns. Theo is a Levantine Roman Arab. That's a good way to put it. I like that one. You were talking to someone who thought that Hitler was a great guy. I mean, there's a lot of those people. A lot of Hitler lovers nowadays. Let me see here. You got a big war going on in the chat, guys. Let's see here. What's your most optimistic fun fact that brings you hope? One thing that gives me hope is the fact that a lot of people are not really falling for the provocation when Charlie Kirk was murdered. People were expecting that everyone was going to start talking about civil war, but instead people are talking about why it was Israel who did it. So they're not falling for the provocation. That's what gives me hope. And the reason why it gives me hope is because if we have another terrorist attack in this country, there's a very good chance that people will say, who did this? What's the point? What's the purpose? They want to provoke us to do something. People have realized that the powers that be have been using us as lab rats. They do terrorist attacks, or they allow terrorist attacks to get a particular reaction. And so people are saying, no, I don't want to react. I don't want to do the reaction that they want us to do. So that gives me hope. Oh, grandma and grandpa, I see. Yeah, I'm been kind of disconnected from that part of my family. Braveheart is kind of not historically correct at all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a masterpiece of a film. The purpose of NATO in Europe is to keep the Germans down. That's correct. That is the reason why they destroyed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That's the reason why they have destroyed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Because they don't want the Germans and the Russians to have any sort of ties. They want the Germans to be reliant on the United States. They want Europe to be reliant on the United States. Because if you look at the foundation of all geopolitics, the foundation of all geopolitics is who can control Europe. That is it. The one who controls Europe controls the world. Bottom line, the one who controls Europe controls the world. And so the Russians, they see the Americans controlling Europe and they say, well, how do we break America's world order in Europe? You back the Eurosceptics with the hope that they will destroy the European Union. If they destroy the European Union, there is no EU. All these countries are going to be separate. They're going to have their own currencies. And we can come along and say, you Eurosceptics, we're friends. Let's work together. And then they can use that against the Americans. And then hopefully Russia would have some kind of influence in Europe and push the Americans out of Europe. And that would really cancel out America's global power. Let's see here. What else do we have here? Will there be an Arab NATO? I have no idea. I see Russia bombed us. Russia bombed some U.S. biolabs. Yeah, I heard about that. Do you think that Israelis behave like Nazis? And how do you see the future of Israel and Gaza, West Bank? Yes, Israel is acting like a Nazi state. Yes, they force people. They create kill zones. Anyone who crosses into the kill zone, they shoot. They create food distribution centers. They tell people to come and eat. When people come, they shoot them. They create invisible lines. Anyone who crosses one of those lines, they shoot them. And what did the Nazis do? They said, come take a shower, and they killed them. So yes, they are acting like Nazis, yes. What's the future? I think that the Gazans are going to be removed. I think the Palestinians are going to be forced out of Gaza. That's my prediction. Perhaps they will push them to Jordan, perhaps to Egypt, perhaps to both, but they want to push the people out. I think there's going to be a total population transfer that's going to occur, and it's going to get backed by the United States. Thanks for being you, homie. Keep it real. I don't know if you drink coffee. I'll send you some free stuff. Okay. I like coffee. Let's see here. I think that the Palestinians of the West Bank will also be eventually pushed out or genocided, or both. And I think the Israelis are just going to take over. Because here's the thing. You have to understand, if you want to understand this whole situation, you have to understand what the Israelis were thinking back in 48. They defeated the Jordanians and the Egyptians in 48. And they took over Gaza and they took over the West Bank. The problem was that Arabs were inhabiting both of these regions. So they said, okay, Arabs are inhabiting both Gaza and the West Bank. But these are now new territories of Israel. But if we include these territories as being officially a part of Israel, then now it won't be a Jewish state. Because these Arabs are going to continue to populate, and then you'll have enough Arabs here, and then it won't be a Jewish state anymore. So then what do? What do you do? So they just occupied them. But for the longest time, the hardliners in Israel have wanted to make those areas Jewish. This is what the Kahanists wanted. This is what Meir Kahana wanted. This is what the Baruch Goldsteins wanted. This is what these maniacs wanted. They wanted to make these areas Jewish and to remove the Arabs. This has been the agenda for decades. So October the 7th happened. Bam. They allowed it to happen. They got their pretext. They got their pretext. You see? So now they want to fulfill what they've wanted to do for decades, which is to make those regions Jewish. They're not going to stop in Gaza. They're going to continue to kill, and they're going to continue to dislocate people, displace people, and eventually they're going to push the survivors out. And we are witnessing a complete population transfer. That's what we're witnessing. You see? This is the background. Yeah, this is the whole background of it. Yeah, but the thing about NATO is that it's part of the American empire. So people say, I'm tired of funding NATO. Well, that's America's empire. To call for the end of NATO is to call for the end of American empire. Russia wants to end NATO. That's one thing we have to keep in mind. Russia wants to end NATO, and that's why Russia backs the anti-NATOist. People say, I'm tired of funding NATO. You see? That's why they do it. So, is America eventually going to give up on its neighborhood, on its empire? It could. I think eventually we're going to reach a point where America is going to have so many problems internally that America is not going to focus so much on the rest of the world as it is on its own problems. And other countries, Germany, Turkey, Israel, are going to say, America is not really doing anything for us. America is not really paying attention to us, so let's do what we want. And the Germans will make themselves more powerful. The Germans will become more nationalistic, and they will really become more blatant in their desire to control Europe, dominate Europe, and effectively create a Fourth Reich. The Turks will intensify their pursuit in establishing their Neo-Ottoman Empire, and the Israelis will become more genocidal. So, yes, I think eventually the American empire is going to decline. It's already declining, but I think it's going to decline to the point where it's just not really going to police the world as much. And then other countries are going to fill in the vacuum. Germany, Turkey, Israel, these countries, Japan, these countries are going to become more blatant in their own aspirations. With Israel, it'll be more about the Greater Israel Project. They will become more genocidal. The Americans won't do a damn thing to stop it, partially because the Americans will say it's not our problem, and then also partially because you'll have too many evangelicals saying that we should not stop it because they're God's people. The Japanese will pursue, they will intensify their pursuit for militarism. The Japanese will continue to go back to the evils of their past. We're talking about Imperial Japan. And tensions between China and Japan will increase to the point where it'll just reach an apex. And you will have a third Sino-Japanese war. And then the Turks will continue to pursue their Neo-Ottoman aspiration. And then eventually they will enter the warpath seriously. Eventually, there's going to be a clash between the Israelis and the Turks. eventually the Israelis will pursue their third temple. And that's going to be a massive, massive spark towards really the destruction of Israel. So I'm evil for wanting to preserve my country, my culture, my people. Why didn't we have these insufficient breeding problems until 1950? So what did I say, Nicola? That's why I don't like talking to these people, because I said something, and then this guy is saying, so he's saying that I have a problem with something. Quote me, and then tell me where I was wrong. Quote me. Tell me where I was wrong. Al-Aqsa Mosque, yep. Okay, we got ourselves another bad faith actor here. But America is not quite holding up the world. It's imposing its will on the world. It is. Yes, that's what it does as an empire. But I think that eventually the American empire will decline to the point where America is going to tell the Germans to take care of Europe. America is going to tell the Japanese to be America's representative against the Chinese. And that's why the Americans are so in favor of Japan spending more on its military. America wants to see a revival in Japanese militarism. My dad saved your life in 2009. I'm happy to hear that. How did my dad save your life? America will be hemispherical superpower, but no longer global. Yeah, I agree. I think America will remain a powerful country, but I think America's global empire, global control will decline to the point where it's going to want its allies to fill in vacuums that it will leave behind. So Germany, you guys take care of Europe. Japan, you guys take care of Northeast Asia, East Asia. Turkey, you guys take care of the Middle East, the Mediterranean, that sort of thing. Then try to help them, James. Why do you just blah, blah, blah? I mean, James needs to relax a little bit here. We understand. You have problems. You're tired. We get it. All right. Were the drones in Poland a false flag? I just don't believe any of these stories. I'll be honest with you guys. I just don't believe that there was a Russian drone that entered Polish airspace. I think the Poles did it, or the Americans, or someone over there in NATO did it. But I don't think the Poles flew a drone, or I don't think the Russians flew a drone into Poland's airspace. I just don't. I think it's all just a way to get the Europeans all riled up. Get your military spending going, guys. We have to prepare for Russia. Start spending money, buy more American weapons, make more guns, make more weapons, increase your military industrial complexes. That's what they want. You see, that's what these people want to do. Remember that story about a missile that hit Poland? Remember that a number of years ago? And they said it was Russia, and Ukraine said, Russia, they just launched a missile. And then there was that crackhead, what's his name? Zelensky, saying, Russia launched a missile. I got a sore throat. But they were blaming the Russians, and then it turned out that actually, no, it was the Ukrainian missile the whole time. Remember that bullshit? Remember that? That's what I'm saying. I don't believe these stories. The Poles want nothing more than to get all of the Europeans on the war path to join it against the Russians so they can take a chunk of Western Ukraine. That's what this is. There is, oh my gosh, guys. The Europeans are preparing for a war with Russia. The Germans are on the verge of completing a railway system that would connect Germany with European countries that border with Russia. European countries like the Baltic states. So that if there is a war between the Germans and the Russians and other Europeans would be involved against the Russians, the Germans can then have the railway system to send munitions and supplies and manpower into the battlefield. The Germans are literally preparing for Operation Barbarossa Part 2. That's what they're preparing for. Why do you think the Germans have sent soldiers into Lithuania? Why? Why do you think they've sent soldiers into Lithuania? Why do you think they plan to send 5,000 soldiers into Lithuania? Because if you look at a map, let's look at a map real quick, guys. Let's look at a map of Europe. I know that Google Images sucks nowadays because they can never just give me a nice, concise, clear map. Lithuania, you see these bastards. You look at a map of Europe. Kaliningrad. All right. Here we go. Let's look at a map real quick. Let's look at a map, guys. Real quick. All right. Here's a map of Europe, as you all know. So you have Russia here, as everyone knows. Belarus, Ukraine. What borders with Belarus, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia? Lithuania and Latvia are Baltic states. Poland is a massive NATO member. Germany has stationed troops in Lithuania. And if you look at a map, the map doesn't make this so pronounced, probably because some NATOist made this map. But you see this little region right here above Poland? All right, this may look like it's Poland, but it's not. This is something called Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is Russia. So you have Russia here, Belarus, Lithuania. Here's Kaliningrad. This is Russia. In fact, in parentheses, the map says this is Russia. All right. This is part of the Russian Federation. So it does not have a contiguous border with Russia, but it is Russia, just like Alaska is America, but it doesn't share a contiguous border with America. Right here is a little border between Lithuania and Poland. So the borderline that connects Belarus with Kaliningrad, which is Russia, is a little borderline that's called the Suwalki Gap. Suwalki Gap. The Suwalki Gap is always at the center of geopoliticists who talk about a future conflict in Europe between the Europeans, or the European Union Europeans, and the Russians. The reason for this is because the Suwalki Gap is a passageway from Belarus into Lithuania, into Kaliningrad, which is a part of Russia. The Russians would like to have direct access into Kaliningrad, so it has Belarus. Belarus, if you think about it, and if you actually look into it, is really a continuation of Russia. Belarus and Russia both have free travel, and they have free trade. A Russian can travel to Belarus without any sort of papers. It's really an extension of Russia. So if a war breaks out, Russia is going to need Belarus as a pathway or as a springboard by which to go to Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad, being a part of Russia, is going to be a target of the enemies of Russia. So let's say there is a massive war. Lithuania is right here. Lithuania is very anti-Russia. The Lithuanians really went against the Soviets in World War II. The Lithuanians sided with the Nazis. A lot of Lithuanian nationalists actually sided with the Nazis during World War II. So Lithuania has a very dark history when it comes to Russia. And also it has a dark history when it comes to Poland, because in World War II, the Lithuanians were butchering the ethnic Poles. They killed thousands of ethnic Poles who were living in Vilnius, the Vilnius region in Lithuania, and the ethnic Poles are still living in Lithuania today, and from what I understand, they face discrimination. There is also an ethnic Russian minority that lives in Lithuania today, and they also face discrimination from what I understand. So the Lithuanians are here. The Lithuanians don't like Kaliningrad because it's an extension of Russia. So if there is a war, Kaliningrad is going to be a target of those who are enemies of Russia. It's going to be a target of Lithuania. Russia is going to need direct access into Kaliningrad. So it's going to need this little Suwalki gap as a pathway by which to go from Belarus into its territory of Kaliningrad. So they say that Suwalki, or the Suwalki Gap, is going to be a major place of concentration for fighting when a war breaks out between the NATOists and the Russians, or between the Europeans and the Russians. So that Suwalki Gap is something to really pay attention to. Also keep in mind, why do you think the Germans have sent troops into Lithuania? Why? Because the Germans know that Kaliningrad is right there. The Germans know that if they go to war against the Russians, they're going to be fighting in Kaliningrad. And that little Suwalki Gap is going to be very important for the Russians to logistically send munitions and manpower into Kaliningrad, which means it's going to be a major hotspot for war. That's why the Germans put soldiers in Lithuania. What's right next to Lithuania? Belarus. What's right next to Lithuania? The Suwalki Gap. What's right next to Lithuania? Russia. Kaliningrad. That's why they sent troops into Lithuania. So what we are seeing right now is the preparation for a massive European war. That's what we're seeing. And Russia, if you really think about it, Russia is truly a surrounded country. It is surrounded by its enemies. In the south, you have Turkey. Turkey is historically an enemy of Russia. So in the south, you have Turkey. And then you go up north, there's Ukraine. You go next to Turkey, you have Azerbaijan and Georgia, both enemies of Russia. So you got Turkey in the south, Azerbaijan and Georgia also in the South Caucasus. You go up a little bit more north across the Black Sea, Ukraine, enemy of Russia. The Baltic states, enemy of Russia. Finland, Scandinavia, enemies of Russia. Central Asia, NATO wants to use Central Asia against the Russians. You go to the easternmost part of Russia, there's Japan. You go also up to the east, there is Alaska, there is America. So Russia is surrounded. It's surrounded. And if Russia is going to maintain itself as a Eurasian power, or if it's going to become a Eurasian power, it's going to have to control Eastern Europe. What is Eastern Europe? Well, since Poland gets ass mad every time you say it's a part of Eastern Europe, and they always say, we're Central Europe, we're not Eastern Europe, so we're going to scratch out Poland. What is Eastern Europe? It's Belarus and Ukraine. Don't call a Lithuanian or an Estonian or a Latvian an Eastern European because we're Northern Europeans. They want to be Scandinavian. Okay, got it. So what does that leave us to as far as Eastern Europe goes? Really, Ukraine and Belarus. You could say Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria as well. But the two biggest ones are Belarus and Ukraine. Well, Russia already has Belarus. It doesn't have to worry about Belarus. Ukraine. That's where it's at. And if you think about it, what is the center of Europe? Oh, the center of Europe, that's Germany, that's Poland. Sure, yes, but not in the Russian perspective. In the Russian perspective, the center of Europe is Ukraine and Belarus. Because Russia sees itself as part of Europe. Now, I understand that the eastern part of Russia is part of Asia, the western part is part of Europe, but still, we can say, even if we say the western chunk of Russia is part of Europe, that means in the Russian perspective, the center of Europe is Ukraine and Belarus. And what did Zbigniew-Brzezinski say? Referencing the Mackinder concept of geopolitics, that whoever holds the center of Europe controls the world. So you control Ukraine, you control Belarus, guess what? You control Europe. You control the center of Western civilization. You control the center of the Western world. Ukraine is a massive beacon of agriculture. It's a massive beacon for natural resources, oil, natural gas, all that stuff. From Ukraine, you have the Black Sea. From Ukraine, you go into the Balkans. From Ukraine and Belarus, you enter Central Europe, Poland, Czech Republic, Germany, Austria. It's at the center. So if Russia can control Belarus and Ukraine, it becomes the central power of Europe. And America would no longer be the major power over Europe. So Ukraine is really the point of contention in this whole European quagmire. Who can take the heartland? Who can take the center? And get all those resources and get all that agriculture, all that wheat, all that stuff. Back in World War I, what was Germany's focus? Ukraine. Back in World War II, what did Germany focus on? Ukraine. What's Germany focusing on right now? Ukraine. That's why they put their soldiers in Lithuania, so they can deal with the Russians in Belarus, deal with the Russians in Kaliningrad. They want to cut the Russians off from providing manpower and reinforcements to Kaliningrad so they can take Kaliningrad. Cut Russia off from its own territory. Take over that Suwalki Gap. And then from there, they can keep advancing. They can go into Belarus, just as they did during Operation Barbarossa. So we're really seeing almost a repeat of World War II. Almost, right? Not exactly, but it's sort of rhyming with World War II. And that's it. It really is that simple. You control Turkey, you control access from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. That's why the Russians, they want to make an alliance with Turkey. They want to pull Turkey away from the United States. That's why the United States cannot lose Turkey as an ally. Because if it does, Turkey would go onto the side of the Russians. Then Russia would have unfettered access into the Mediterranean Sea. That's why when there is a clash between Turkey and Israel, America will not be able to stop the Turks from destroying Israel. Because America doesn't want to lose Turkey. End of story. All right. Let's see here. What's so weird? I was a baby when the Soviet Union was around. Okay, I don't know who said anything about being weird. Let's see here. I remember there was a lot of talk on the Polish side that they and a branch of Eastern NATO want to get Eastern Ukraine. The Poles want to take Western Ukraine. They used to control Western Ukraine. They used to control Lviv. They used to control East Galicia. They used to control Volyn. So this whole thing about, a drone was found in Poland, I just don't believe it. I just don't. They want to pull the Russians into a war. That's what this is. And the Poles and the Brits and the Germans and the French, they want to pull the Russians into a war. So they want to provoke. Poland says, a Russian drone came. Oh my God. And what are the Germans now saying? The Germans are saying, we have to build strong drones. We have to better our drone facilities. We have to better our drone production because we have to be ready for Russian drones. So the Germans are now going to accelerate their production of drones. Let's see here. I think U.S. also tied to the Georgia invasion. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Okay, Nathan, go away. So many weirdos. Remember what I told you guys? I said, if this channel ever gets a lot more followers, we're going to get a lot more weirdos. Isn't that what I said? I remember before the channel blew up, the chat was, I'll be honest with you guys, the chat was a lot more sane. Now, last week, we had a lot of normal people. Almost everybody was very normal. This week, we're getting, I don't know, we're kind of getting a little bit of an influx here of the crazy people. And that's not good. You see, there's pros and cons to being a nobody. Believe me when I say this, if this channel lost a lot of the audience that it has gained since last week, I wouldn't be too mad about it. Because, like I said, there's pros and cons to being a nobody. If you're a nobody, that means you don't really have as many enemies looking at you. And if you're a nobody, you don't have all these weirdos coming onto your chat. If you get a bigger audience, it's great, but there's a con. The con is a lot of loony bins are going to come on, and they want all the attention. They love your attention. They want attention. So you got to get rid of those people. Yep. The crazy houses, they really need to stop. They really need to stop allowing internet services to be allowed in their facilities. Are you building a sycophantic cult since you have to cult people? All right, we have another person making accusations. Here we go. All right. How much would Russia take of Ukraine after they win? Listen, here is the dilemma. Here is the dilemma that the world is in, or that Europe is in, really. And that is that, okay, Russia is saying, we can make a deal. We took a bunch of territory in Ukraine. We took eastern Ukraine for the most part, Luhansk, Donetsk. We have Zaporizhia. We have Kherson. How about we make a trade? We're going to take eastern Ukraine. We're going to take Donetsk. Maybe Ukraine gets Kherson and Zaporizhia back. But we want the territories that we have taken over. Trump says, hey, Ukraine, you're going to have to concede power, right? You're concede territory. You're going to have to give up territory. The Europeans come out and say, oh no, we have to create a ceasefire agreement, and we want European soldiers in Western Ukraine. And the Russians have said, you put one European soldier in Western Ukraine, it's a declaration of war. Because the whole point of us invading Ukraine was to keep you bastards out. The whole point of Russia invading Ukraine was to create a buffer zone between the Russians and the Europeans. And now you Europeans want to put your troops next to our troops in Ukraine, and we're not going to allow that. So if they could just say, okay, Russia, you take what you have taken. The rest of Ukraine belongs to Kiev. And that's it. Maybe we could get a deal. Right? Maybe we can get a deal. But the Europeans are saying, nope, we don't want any deal as long as Europeans are not allowed to have troops in Ukraine. Well, then the Russians are never going to agree. And the war is going to continue on. So the war is just going to go on and on. Maybe the Russians will eventually agree to a ceasefire. I hope so. Who knows? But the Russians are just going to continue on for the most part. Because they don't see any point of stopping. Because if they stop, then, well, the Europeans are going to put their troops in Ukraine. That's going to be completely counterproductive to the whole purpose of starting the war in the first place. The whole purpose of the war was to create a buffer zone between the Europeans and the Russians. So then how do you make a peace deal? In order to make a true peace deal, you're going to have to tell the Russians, okay, Russia, you can take the territory you've taken, leave the rest of Ukraine alone. That's that. No European troops are going to be in Ukraine. But if you try to pursue that, the Europeans will object and say, no, we got to have the troops in Ukraine. The Americans also want troops in Ukraine. They want European troops in Ukraine because the Americans want to make sure that their proxies are going to be right next to the Russians because the Americans want to surround and isolate the Russians. So the Americans also want to put European soldiers. Remember, Trump said he wanted European troops to be in Ukraine next to the Russians. You see? So eventually something's going to have to give. Eventually this whole thing's going to implode. And the Germans will enter a conflict. And other Europeans will enter a conflict against the Russians. And it's going to be over Ukraine. It's going to be over Ukraine. Joanna, what's Joanna's problem? Will the Russians repopulate the area? Yep, they would. Poland and Finland are ramping up their militaries? Absolutely, yep. They are. I'm Dutch. Okay, cool. The USA wants complete control. Yeah, it does. They want regime change in Turkey. Yes, they do. They want to replace it with the Kemalists. The thing is that even if they replace it with the Kemalists are still going to go against Israel because the majority of Turks are against Israel. So politicians are not just going to change policy when the population overwhelmingly disagrees with being on the side of Israel. People, the majority of Turks see Israel as the biggest enemy. The Poles wanted, yes, the Poles were anti-Russian before World War II. That is correct. They invaded Russia at one point in time. Poland does not want war with Russia or Western Ukraine. That's Russian propaganda. In fact, Putin offered to divide UA to Tusk. Yeah, I think Putin said just give Western Ukraine to Poland, and Putin said that historically parts of Ukraine have belonged to Poland. So we don't want Western Ukraine. Well, I mean, if you... Maybe you, Joanna, don't want Western Ukraine, okay? But if you have a Western Ukraine right next to Poland, I mean, Western Ukraine is where all the Banderites live, right? That's where all the Banderites live. And if Russia is controlling most of Eastern Ukraine, and then you have Western Ukraine right next to Poland, Poland is going to be talking about a rising Russia. They're going to be talking about Russia controlling Eastern Ukraine. They're going to be talking about how they need to be ready for a Russian incursion into Poland. And I believe Poland would put troops in Western Ukraine. Why isn't Ukraine the powerhouse of Europe if it has all these resources? Because it's poor. I mean, Africa has got a ton of resources. Central Asia has a ton of resources, and they're poor. Germany doesn't have anywhere near the resources that Central Asia or Ukraine has, and Germany is richer. Why isn't Ukraine the powerhouse? Okay, I already read that. The West never bombed Donbass. Well, didn't Ukraine bomb Donbass for years? Caesar, because of corruption and many corporations fighting for control, blah, blah, blah. Sounds very American. Your religion is your own business. My interest is in my people, and apparently I'm supposed to outcompete on baby making when my father did not have to do so. Okay, so zippity doo dah. What would you like to happen? Tell me. This guy is very adamant about being here. For some reason, he wants my attention. We have grown men on a Friday night wanting the attention of some random guy on a Friday live stream, and he just keeps coming on. So I'm gonna ask him, zippity doo dah, what do you want to happen? Tell me, what's your dream? Tell me your utopia. Tell me what you envision. Donbass is part of Ukraine. Yes, it was, but those people who lived there didn't want to be a part of Kiev because they saw the Euromaidan and they saw how an elected government was overthrown by a NATO-backed coup. Keep belittling your challengers. I've asked you a question, Zippity. What would you like to see happen? A debate with you and Nick Fuentes would be gold. Gabriel, how about you and I have a debate? Right now. How about you and I have a debate right now? Let's have a conversation right now. Re-immigration is going to happen. Europe is not America. Okay. So what would you like to happen? Tell me. You just said re-immigration. What would you like to happen? Don't manipulate the facts. I'm not manipulating the facts. That's what happened. Those people in Donbass did not want to be under Kiev in 2014. There was a NATO-backed coup. The people there didn't want to be under that government. And that's it. I've asked Gabriel to have a debate. He's... Okay. I said re-immigration, not... Remigration, not re-immigration. Okay, so what would you like to happen? Tell me. You said remigration is going to happen. Okay, what would you like to happen? Ukraine is a cesspool made by USA trafficking. Yeah, it's a very poor country. If the Germans were to ally with the Russians, how would that change the course of events as predicted by yourself and many other experts? Because then the Russians and the Germans would be allies, and then you would have the most powerful country in Europe being allies with one of the most powerful countries in the world. And so you would have China, the second biggest economy on Earth, with Germany, the third or fourth biggest economy in the world, with Russia, the nuclear, one of the second largest or the biggest nuclear armed country in the world, or the most nuclear armed country in the world. And you have a very, very powerful alliance. Okay, so you want so you want to mass deport everyone. Who do you want to deport? Tell me. Europe will never be a balanced place. Europe will either fall to Nazism, Sharia law, socialism, socialist communist, or Russia somehow, blah, blah, blah. Yep. I think it's going to fall to ultra-nationalism. Donbass is pro-Russia. That's the issue at the first place. Alton can't allow that. Yep. And it will be no forced re-immigration ever. Let's see here. Yes, NATO, USA, the EU overthrow the government, and now we have this problem. Good evening. Good evening, Frank Maggiera. I asked Gabriel for a debate. He says, why don't you debate Nick Fuentes? Okay, how about you and I debate, Gabriel? Guys, if you say, Ted, why don't you debate this person? I'm going to ask you to debate me. That's what I'm going to do. So Gabriel has said, Theodore should debate Fuentes. He has said this twice. I have said, Gabriel, how about you debate me? Don't try to make a show. So who do you want to deport, Zippity? Who should be deported? I really sympathize with German Nazi sympathizers beaten and cucked for a century, flooded with Turks and others, and now NATO is asking young white German boys to die in Ukraine. Well, guess what? If the Nazis take over Germany again, you're going to have young German white boys fighting in Ukraine anyway. Catalonia and Spain wants also outside Spain, but it's not going to happen. It could happen. You could have a civil war in Spain. I'm not Nick Fuentes. Okay. All right. See you later. Somebody wants to start a debate. They want to pick fights between people so they can make a show. That's what people want to do. When someone says you should debate this person, that's the equivalent of a girl in high school going to a guy and saying, you know, Billy's talking shit about you, and get Billy and Tommy to beat the shit out of each other. And I've actually seen this before. It's the equivalent to that. It's the equivalent to that. When someone says, you should debate this person, what that person is saying is, I want you to be a prop for my entertainment. I want you to be a human zoo for me. Here, fight somebody. Here, fight this person. That's like going to someone and saying, this guy's talking shit about you, and this other guy's talking shit about you, and you guys fight and argue, and let me just watch you as entertainment. No, you want to start a debate? I'll debate you. That's my policy, and I've done it before. I had someone tell me years ago, why don't you go on the Jay Dyer show? I said, how about you come on? I've done this before. It's just annoying dealing with these people anyway. Thanks, shit disturbers. Yep. Catalonia. Yeah, Catalonia did an election in 2017. They want to break away from Spain. But the thing is that here's the difference, my guy. Here's the difference. There wasn't a coup in Spain. There wasn't a NATO-backed coup that overthrew the government in Spain. There was a coup backed by an outside power in Ukraine that overthrew the government. And so, okay, you're in the Netherlands, right? Okay, I'm in the United States. If an external power, let's say Russia, backed a revolution in the United States, and the government was overthrown in the United States, and the Russians put in their guy to rule over me, and Texas said, fuck this, I'm not being under this Russian-backed government that's been forced on us. Would you blame the Texans? I want a yes or no answer from the Dutchman. I would like an answer to that. I would like an answer to that question. If there was an external power that backed a coup in the if Russia backed a coup in the United States and the government was overthrown and Texas said, we're not going to accept to be under this government, I would like to know, would you support the Texans or would you say, no, Texas, I want you to comply? Answer the question, yes or no. Yes or no. I'm waiting for an answer. We're all waiting for an answer. I want an answer from the Dutchman. We're all waiting for an answer. This person... Okay, whatever. Texas is not... Okay, you're not answering the question, my dude. If there was a coup in the United States and the coup was backed by Russia and we had a new government that was backed by Russia and Texas said, we refuse to be under this new government, would you support the Texans or would you not? Yes or no? I just want a yes or no answer. I want a yes or no answer. Typical Dutch. Typical Dutch. So evasive. I've had my experiences with these Northern Europeans. You can't get them. You have a better chance of getting a camel to go through the eye of a needle than to get a Northern European to answer a straight question. Really. I would like to know, would you support the Texans or would you not support the Texans? Yes or no? I just want to know, would you support the Texans? All right, goodbye. This guy doesn't want to answer a simple question. He's full of shit. He's a scoundrel. Goodbye. And Mr. Scooby-Doo, the guy who desperately wants to talk to me, he has not answered my question. Who would you deport? I'm waiting. You desperately want to be on here. Who would you support? The whole chat has gone insane. It really has. And to make it worse, I have a sore throat and I have to deal with this bullshit. Do you think the globalist agenda in Europe will ever end? Probably, yeah. I think nationalism is going to come back. I would support the process of helping the Texans. I mean, he can't answer he can't answer the question. He can, but he just refuses to answer the question because he knows that it'll just Oh, the Dutch guy is back. The Dutch guy is back, I think. How do you look better with age? I have no idea. As a Texan myself, I prefer Russia to Washington. Yeah. Dude, man, see, there's the core audience, and then there's newcomers, and most of the newcomers are cool, but some of the newcomers, man, some weirdos. He wasn't giving any answers, just circular and vague responses. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nothing really interesting. Nothing really interesting at all. Anyone who refuses to answer a simple question is a troll. Yep, I was away. Are the crazies in chat during the colors? Yep. 100%. Texas has its own power grid and oil production. It could be independent if it wanted to. It could be. Some of the newcomers are getting my Irish up. That's when you get your butt. I mean, really. Someone fired shots at an ABC news building in Sacramento, and now there's a bomb threat. Damn. Thoughts on the flotilla? I don't know. Nothing will happen. Every time I hear about a flotilla, nothing really happens. It doesn't do anything against Israel. Texas is unfortunately being flooded by libs. Yep. Yep, all the weirdos are coming here, just like this chat. USA would never let Texas free. It would be, no, there wouldn't be. You know, if Texas tried to secede, Texas would get blitzkrieged, 100%. There was an article that I wanted to read to you guys. This is a super disturbing article. And I didn't read the whole thing, but I read most of it. And I'm going to read to you some excerpts from the article because this is so disturbing, guys. So disturbing. Texas would be like a little Germany. That's what it would be like. All right. I'm going to read to you guys this article. This is a super depressing article, but it actually comes from the Netherlands. So it's about Israeli war crimes and what Israeli snipers and other soldiers have been doing in Gaza. And as you can see here in front of the article, it's a picture of an X-ray. This is an X-ray of a child's head. And as you can clearly see, there is a bullet lodged in this child's skull. This is the skull of a little girl named Myra, and she was 4 years old. And a bullet was lodged into her skull by an Israeli soldier. And so I'm going to read to you guys some excerpts here. So it talks about this doctor named Feroz Sidwa. And it says here, I'll make sure you guys can see this. Let me make this a little bit larger. There we go. So it says here, it is March 2024, and this is his first day. A Palestinian nurse is guiding this Sidwa guy. A Palestinian nurse is guiding him through the hospital. Then suddenly his gaze lands on two young boys lying utterly still in their beds. They look no older than 8 or 10, he estimates. Their heads are swathed in bandages. They are on ventilators. The rest of their bodies are intact. What happened, he asks. The nurse barely speaks English, but she points to their heads. Shot, she says. At first, Sidwa assumes she's mistaken. Are they shooting at children? Minutes later, looking at the scans, he sees she was right. At first, Sidwa assumes she's mistaken. Are they shooting at children? Minutes later, looking at the scans, he sees she was right. I already read that. When they step into a second room, they find 2 more boys in the same condition. I thought, what the hell? He says over the phone to De Volksstrom. De Volksstrom is a Dutch newspaper. His deep voice steady. How is it possible that in this small hospital, 4 children are lying here with gunshot wounds to the head, all admitted within the past 48 hours? In the 13 days that follow, he sees 9 more children with single gunshot wounds to the head or chest, children who were likely shot deliberately. I started to wonder if my hospital was near some crazy sniper, Sidwa says, or a drone team killing children just for fun. Back home at a medical conference, Sidwa meets an American colleague who had worked in another hospital in Gaza just before him. When Sidwa brings up the children, the man nods. To my surprise, he said, yeah, I saw that too, almost every day. The doctor in question, Thaer Ahmed, confirmed this account to De Volksstrom. So he goes to this hospital in Gaza. He sees 4 children, all with bullets in their heads. Then he goes back to the United States. He goes to a medical conference, and he meets this other American doctor named Thaer Ahmed. And this doctor says, yeah, I saw the same thing when I was over there. I saw kids with bullets lodged in their skulls. So there's a pattern here. There is a pattern here. Then it says nearly all of them want to return to Gaza. All these doctors want to return to Gaza to do medical attention, to give medical attention to these people. But going public with what they have seen increases the risk that Israel will deny them re-entry. So they're worried that Israel is going to block them. According to the United Nations, more than 100 foreign medical workers have been turned away since March of 2025. Often without any official explanation. So Israel has been blocking certain doctors from entering because they don't want them to talk about what they see in Gaza. Over the past few months, De Volkskrant spoke with 17 doctors and 1 nurse from the United Nations, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and the Netherlands. Since October of 2023, they have worked in 6 hospitals and 4 clinics across Gaza, often returning once or even twice. Most of them have extensive experience working in crisis zones such as Sudan, Afghanistan, Syria, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, Rwanda, and Ukraine. So these are some of the doctors. At the paper's request, they handed over hundreds of photos and videos of patients, x-rays, medical notes, and diary entries. They talked for hours. They laid bare what they saw in their operating rooms, and they all faced the same question. What are the wounds telling us about the war? So they keep seeing these kids with bullets in their heads. They keep seeing these kids with bullets in their necks. They keep seeing kids with bullets in their chests or in their testicles. And they're asking, what does this tell us about Israel's policy? So it says here, it was not until he was riding through Gaza, so this is talking about Dr. Sidwa, it was not until he was riding through Gaza in armored vehicles with more than 30 others from the UN convoy that reality kicked in. The doors were locked, he says. We were instructed, when you get off, do not unlock the doors. If the Israeli army shoots at you and orders you out, do not get out of the vehicle. Try not to get killed. So there's already a risk of being killed if you're a doctor in Gaza. 2 weeks later, the same vehicles were fired upon by Israel, says Memod. Just before that, at a checkpoint, their luggage was searched by men in black uniforms. In Gaza, there is a shortage of nearly all medical supplies. That's why doctors bring basic items with them. But often, everything is taken away, even baby formula. It has happened on multiple missions, the doctors told De Volkskrant. I don't understand why baby food is confiscated from doctors crossing the border, says British plastic surgeon Victoria Rose. So Victoria Rose tried to get baby formula into Gaza, and the baby formula was not allowed. The Israelis don't allow these doctors to bring baby formula into Gaza. I don't understand why doctors' medicines are taken away. I do not understand why half of the doctors are denied entry. There are so many things I don't understand. And it says here, here's a quote from Dr. Jack Latour, and it says, I've seen numerous children with brain matter hanging out, says MSF nurse Jack Latour. I'm sorry, I know no one wants to hear that, but that is what's happening here. The first time surgeon Goher Rahbur found himself in a mass casualty event, he saw a 5-year-old girl without a foot. It was on the floor. The child next to her was also just a kid. Her leg was gone from the knee. Then came another. I froze. I thought, this is absolute hell. And it is. You see some 5-year-old kid without a foot. You see some kid without a leg. A kid with a bullet in his head. Of all the patients, there is one group that shocks doctors the most. Children with gunshot wounds to the head or chest. And bodies otherwise untouched. A single bullet to these areas is a strong indication that the child was deliberately targeted. That constitutes a war crime. In other conflict zones, the doctors rarely encountered such cases. So these doctors are saying, we rarely have encountered such cases in other war zones. But in Gaza, we're seeing this very commonly. On August 14th, 2024, Dr. Mimi Sayed writes in her journal, the sentences are short, staccato. This is what she wrote in her journal. On August 14th, 2024, girl, 7 years old, gunshot wound to the chest, dead on arrival. Tried to save her, part of a larger casualty incident. On the floor, no cuts, no cots. Nearly slipped in blood. Can't eat for 2 days. Can't swallow anything. Will I be normal again? I mean, it's just horror. They're documenting horror. And amazingly, the hospitalists will always say, oh, where's the evidence? Where's the documents? Where's the... Okay, here's the evidence. X-rays. Oh, I don't believe it. Oh, okay, so if we had X-rays of little Jewish kids with bullets in their bodies, and we said, look, Hamas killed these kids, would you say you don't believe it? Of course you would believe it. The reason why they don't believe these X-rays is because they don't want to believe it, bottom line. She describes Myra, a 4-year-old girl she saw at Nasser Hospital. Her parents bring her in. They said she's been shot by a quadcopter armed drone while walking around in the humanitarian zone. So they have drones that fire bullets. It's not just snipers. They have drones that fire bullets. And this kid was walking around in a humanitarian zone, and the bullet gets fired and it lodges right into her skull. 4-year-old. Is the 4-year-old Hamas? Is the 4-year-old Hamas? No, obviously not. Walking around in a humanitarian zone designated by Israel. So Israel said, oh, we have humanitarian zones. Look how humanitarian we are. Little girl gets shot in the head by a drone. And do you know who's making this sort of technology? Palantir. Palantir makes this sort of technology. Peter Thiel, those people, they're making this sort of technology to use drones to kill people. Why is the Western world allowing this to happen? Why is England, America, France allowing this to happen? My theory is this is an experiment. My theory is Gaza is a testing ground to see this technology being used to kill people. That's what I think. And they're watching. How do we do a genocide in the modern world? How do we use first world technology? We're not talking about machetes here. How do we use first world technology to do a genocide? Let's see it in real time. That's my theory. The sad self-destruction of Israel over Gaza and the insane Greater Israel plan. Yep, only insane people would deliberately go after children. Absolutely. Well, evil and demonic people. And if you are a Christian evangelical and you're pro-life, I'm pro-life, and you're pro-Israel, and after seeing this, you're still pro-Israel, you have no right to call yourself pro-life because you're not pro-life. You're pro-death. So, it says here, I was told to just let her die by my colleague. So the colleague said, listen, there's nothing we can do. She's just going to die. And this person said no. This doctor, female doctor, said no. She said, the assessment was, unfortunately, that there wasn't much we could do. But she was still moving a little bit. She was very young. A little girl. I couldn't just look away. There was something in her face that struck me, so I took a chance. Syed intubates the girl using the laryngoscope she had smuggled in herself because Israel doesn't allow the laryngoscopes. Moments later, she stared in disbelief at the scan of Myra's head. There's a bullet lodged inside. There's the bullet. But Myra is not the only child with a bullet in the head that Syed encounters. She decides to take pictures of them. I thought, I have to document this. I realized these are war crimes. Under extremely stressful conditions, she photographs 18 children who had been shot in the head or chest. All of them were single shots, she says. CBN Christian Broadcasting News covers fully for Israel genocide sickening. Yes, they do, and they are not pro-life. CBN is not pro-life. CBN is a demonic broadcasting network. Unfortunately, there's a lot of pro-lifers with this attitude. Yeah, they're just pro-life for the unborn, but they're not pro-life for little kids in Gaza. No, to hell with those kids. 15 out of 17 doctors said they had encountered children age 15 or younger with such gunshot wounds. Look at this. 15 of 17 doctors said they had encountered children age 15 or younger with such gunshot wounds. Are all these doctors liars? Are all these doctors Hamas? Taken together, they reported 114 kids, many of whom did not survive. Some doctors took photos or made notes. Others relied on memory. The doctors suspect that the total number of children shot in the head or chest is many times higher than the number they personally witnessed. Children who died instantly, they say, often never made it to their departments. Yes, so these are just the children that lived long enough to get into a hospital. We have all the kids who never made it to the hospital because they were killed instantly by the bullets. So the number is a lot more. A lot more. Children who died instantly, they say, often never made it to their departments. Moreover, the doctors were not working in all of Gaza's hospitals, and only for a limited period of time. At the newspaper's request, doctors provided self-taken photos and videos as evidence. In total, De Volkskrant reviewed images of dozens of children with gunshot wounds to the head or chest. The majority of these images will not be published as they are too graphic. De Volkskrant presented dozens of images of children with gunshot wounds and various x-rays to two forensic pathologists. So De Volkskrant got the photos of the x-rays and of the children, and they said, okay, we're going to give it to two forensic pathologists. They confirmed that the injuries were caused by bullets, not by flying shrapnel. So two forensic pathologists in the Netherlands said these kids were shot by bullets. Are these Dutch pathologists, forensic pathologists, are they also Hamas? I guess we're all Hamas now. It is highly likely that these are long-distance shots aimed at the head and or neck using military-grade ammunition, says forensic pathologist Wim van de Voorde, emeritus professor at the University of Leuven. According to Van de Voorde, the photos are not of sufficient quality to draw legal conclusions, which is understandable given the extremely difficult local circumstances. Forensic pathologist Frank van de Guut says, on the X-ray images, I see children's heads with bullets lodged inside. The bullets must have lost a lot of energy along the way because children have thinner skulls than adults. Otherwise, the bullets would have gone straight through. So these children were shot from a considerable distance. So they are sniping kids. And you have these Hosberists who come here and they say, where's the exit wound? If the bullet loses enough energy, there is no exit wound, which means these are long distance shots. That's what that means. That finding is consistent with eyewitness accounts in which civilians told doctors that the bullets were usually fired by armed drones or snipers of the Israeli military. Snipers are capable of targeting specific individuals from long distances, sometimes over 1,000 meters away. According to former commander of the Dutch army, Mart de Kruif, the likelihood that these are accidental hits is virtually zero. There is zero chance that these are accidental shots, given that the doctors describe more than 100 cases. Just think about how small the head is compared to the rest of the body. If you see a high number of gunshot wounds to the chest area and the head, that's not collateral damage. That's deliberate targeting. That's what these people are doing. It's deliberate targeting. Because there's a pattern, and this has happened too many times to ignore, and it's very specific to the head, to the testicles, to the chest, to the neck. Breaking the silence, an Israeli organization of military veterans also revealed, based on hundreds of interviews with soldiers, that they were ordered to shoot anyone entering a certain area. Adult, male, kill, says a captain in the investigative report. And remember Danny the sniper, who spoke to Haaretz recently. He said, I was told to shoot children. Not in a battle zone, mind you. In the middle of an aid distribution zone. He was ordered to shoot children. The BBC published the findings of an investigation into more than 160 children who were shot in Gaza. In 95 of those cases, the bullet struck the head or chest. So the BBC looked at 160 cases of children who were shot in Gaza. In 95 of those cases, the bullet struck the head or the chest. That's a pattern. The BBC spoke with eyewitnesses in 59 instances. In 57 of those instances, so out of the 59 eyewitnesses that BBC interviewed, out of the 59 witnesses that BBC spoke to, 57 of them said that the shots came from the Israeli military, and the other two said that the bullet was said to have come from the Palestinians, or Hamas, or Palestinian Jihad. In other words, it's Israel who's doing most of the shooting at children. Can we get a like, Theo? A like from who? For who? Or I don't think I can like comments on the chat. During a mass casualty incident, I was walking through the emergency department. So this is from Mark Perlmutter, who is a Jewish American doctor, and he has been to Gaza several times, and he has recounted the horrors that he witnessed over there. And he says here, during a mass casualty incident, I was walking through the emergency department, Perlmutter recalls. Children were everywhere. I was turning them over, trying to see who I could still help. And then I saw those two little boys. They were dead. They had both been shot through the chest and the head, 6 or 7 years old. I examined them. I asked the medical assistants to take photos. The photos are in possession of this newspaper. So Mark Perlmutter said he kept seeing kids with bullets in them. Perlmutter remembers hearing the man who brought in one of his boys screaming. He couldn't understand why a shooter had hit this child and not him, the adult. Moments later, he sees the man, probably the father of the child, sobbing. The man sits in shock on the floor while the child is taken to the morgue. Perlmutter takes out his iPhone and snaps a photo. Anesthesiologist and intensivist Aliyah Katan tells the story of a small girl brought in by her mother. She was not even 2 years old, she says. She was very pale and she looked perfect, so I assumed she had internal bleeding. She was dead, but her mother was screaming heartbreaking cries. She had spent years and years trying to have a child, so we started CPR and I intubated her, and I wanted to show the mother that I had done everything I could. We often do that with very young children. While I was working on her, someone handed me the scan, and then I saw it, a bullet in her head. I saw the blood, a perfect shot to the temple. Yeah. Are all these doctors Hamas? All these doctors are liars? Mark Perlmutter is a liar? Mr. Sidwa is a liar? All these doctors are all liars? The reporters are liars? Everyone's a liar except for Israel. Everyone's telling the truth except for Israel and its acolytes. I took a photo from the foot of the bed, Katan says. It's one of the very few photos I took in Gaza. But I was so surprised. I thought, no one is going to believe me otherwise. And there's the photo of the dead child. In the article titled 65 Doctors, Nurses, and Paramedics, What We Saw in Gaza. And this was an article, I remember reading this when it came out. I mean, it pissed the Israelis the hell off. 44 respondents reported having seen multiple children aged 12 or younger who had been shot in the head or chest. 25 said they had seen healthy newborns return to the hospital only to die from dehydration, starvation, or infection. 52 reported seeing young children who were suicidal or who said they wished they had died. 44 respondents reported having seen multiple children aged 12 or younger with bullets in their head or in their chest. 44 out of the 65 doctors. Are all these liars? All liars? Really? And here is a record. You can see the record here. Exploding injury. FD, skull. Let me try to read this here. Bronchial something. Explosive injury. Explosive injury. Gunshot in the head. And it's just so sad. So sad, guys. Among the many people with mutilations and burns, doctors noticed patients arriving with small wounds who are nevertheless in very poor condition. It turns out they've been struck by tiny fragments of metal shaped like cubes or cylinders. These pieces are so small that they're just a few millimeters, that doctors sometimes can't even find an entry or an exit wound. But inside the body, they cause what doctors describe as horrific damage. Organs are pierced, nerves and blood vessels are hit. As a result, patients suffer lethal, fatal internal bleeding or are forced to undergo major amputations. And so these children come in, they have these little holes on their bodies, and that's a sign that they've been hit by these little fragments, only a few millimeters long. And these fragments are intentional, by the way. This is not just collateral damage here. Earlier, weapons experts cited in the British newspaper The Guardian stated that the injuries are consistent with Israeli-made fragmentation weapons. Explosives packed with large quantities of small, cube-like metal particles. So they make bombs that have these little fragments in them. And the point of these fragments is to spread, boom, is to spread and cut people up and make people die from internal bleeding. This is not collateral damage. This is intentional. This is not, oh, well, we try our best to avoid civilian deaths. Yeah, we really do try to do precision shots. So much so that we use bombs that are designed to literally spread little sharp fragments to kill people. Yeah. Mark Perlmutter, vice president of the International College of Surgeons, says he regularly found these fragments. I operated on at least 10 people who had them. He states that he smuggled 2 metal fragments out of Gaza on his luggage. I handed them over to the International Criminal Court. There's one of the fragments there. That's what enters you and eventually kills you. And it just, it goes on and on and on. And it just, it never ends. The horrors never end. And this thing's just going to go on because America wants to allow it to happen. and America wants it to go on like this. Yeah, they purposely target children. Yep, absolutely. And women, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely evil. Absolutely evil. And the Israelis will defend it, and their evangelical sycophants will continue to defend it as well. And America wants it to happen. They want these people to be transferred. We're going to see a total population transfer. That is my belief. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I think what we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing that. And they might move everyone into Jordan and or Egypt. But I think that's what we're going to be witnessing is the genocide and the mass displacement of an entire population of people. And the Americans will say, well, we have to allow it because we need to get rid of anyone who may be pro-Iran, because people who are pro-Iran cannot be tolerated. So that's what they want. I think that's what their goal is. Plus, there is a lot of investment. I know that natural gas was recently discovered off the coast of Gaza. I know that people in the tech world, people in the transhumanist tech Nazi world, people in Silicon Valley, they want to use Gaza as a giant testing ground. So there's this very eugenist interest in all of this. And also keep in mind, they want to build smart cities in Gaza. Why do they want to build smart cities? They want to test the smart city. They want to see how it goes. Because there are no smart cities right now, but they've been talking about smart cities, and they're talking about building smart cities in Gaza. So if Gaza becomes the first place where smart cities are built, rest assured that this whole slaughterhouse was allowed to happen so that these technocratic Nazis could have their testing ground to build the first smart cities. Spot on, Theodore. Appreciate that, Truth. Truth free. Sophia Martinez says, world's most moral army. Absolutely. Very moral. My Muslim friends have been correct all these times about Gaza. They have. Yep. They have. America is the main perpetrator. America is the head of the snake. That answers my question. There you go. It's a testing ground for all of Palantir's technology. It's a testing ground for AI technology. And if they remove all the Palestinians and they start building smart cities, then you will know that this slaughterhouse was done to clear the ground for smart cities, to see how a smart city would look like, to see how it'll function, how it'll operate. We can use Gaza as a testing ground. What did Bezalel Smotrich say recently? He said, we're going to build over Gaza, and right now we're going through the demolition phase. This is what he said. This whole slaughter of Gaza is the demolition phase, according to Smotrich. Okay. That's what we're witnessing here. We're witnessing the demolition phase, everyone. I'd like to read it. I'll give you the article. Hold on. Here is the link to the article. Whatever our government does to other people, they'll do to us eventually. Well, America is a trend setter. That's what people need to understand. So you set a trend, right? Gaza sets a precedent for the first world. Oh, look, a first world country did this. Why can't we? Germany wants to get rid of all the migrants, wants to get rid of all these foreigners and Syrians and all that. Well, I mean, Israel did it to the Gazans. Why can't we get rid of these people? If these people are a trouble for us, if they are a nuisance to us, then why can't we get rid of them just as the Israelis got rid of the Gazans? Let's use our own AI technology. Let's use Palantir's technology. Let's use this up-to-date killing technology to do our own little purge of a population. Setting a very dangerous precedent. I side-eye a Christian in support of is fake. Jews hate Christians. Their own book says, yep, I know. Their own book says it. That's true. The people cheering it on will be the next testing ground. Yeah, and no one's gonna feel sorry for them. And looks like they're about to get screwed over by their right-wing leaders, because the right wing wants to start controlling speech in the name of fighting the left. And if they get their way, they're going to start punishing people just for criticizing Israel, because those people will be deemed as Hamas. And then all these evangelicucks are going to say, I've always supported Israel. Too bad. Who cares? Maybe a redundant question, but why is America going all in on Israel? Oh, I already answered that question, yeah. Let's see here. The sad self-destruction of Israel over Gaza, yep. Let's see, what else do we have? Did you see Trump increase H-1B app fee from $1,000 to $100,000 and minimum wage from $60,000 to $150,000? What role does India have to? I have no idea, dude. Increase H-1B app fee from $1,000 to $100,000. Looks like he wants to make it more difficult for Indian tech gurus to come here. We have Theo, and also on occasion his dad, and hopefully Theo's channel won't be taken down. Hopefully, yeah. And there was something else that I wanted to show you guys here. Yeah, I thought this was interesting. I thought this was very interesting, guys. Check this out. The Trump administration's chilling effort to punish free speech. Mr. Trump's aides are drafting an executive order that could come as soon as this week, the Times reported, and it will most likely target left-leaning organizations. On Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance mentioned both the Ford Foundation and George Soros' Open Society Foundations, saying that they benefited from generous tax treatment, the same tax treatment that benefits nonprofit organizations like religious charities and the National Rifle Association Foundation. So they're going after the nonprofit organizations like Soros's Open Society Foundation, the Ford Foundation, because they're saying, well, these are pushing for left-wing extremism. Okay, and they're right. But I don't like George Soros. I'm not a fan. But what precedent does this bring? What precedent does this start? What precedent does this establish? What if they want to start going after organizations that are critical of Israel? What if they want to start going after organizations that are critical of Sodom? What if they want to go after organizations that are critical of America's foreign policy? What then? Do you see the type of dangerous standard this does, that this establishes? It's very dangerous what's happening. I do not like what I'm seeing at all. I do not like. I think you can mourn what Kirk. I think you can mourn what happened to Kirk. I think you can definitely condemn what happened to Kirk and not support the government starting to go after certain speech. And by certain speech, I'm not talking about incitement. Incitement should not be tolerated. I'm talking about speech that is not incitement, but that could be deemed as left-wing extremism, or speech that is not incitement and that is deemed as left-wing extremism. Because then that could escalate to something else. It could escalate to, well, this guy said something about Israel, and Israel is our greatest ally. We can't have this in America. This is Hamas. And as I said earlier, for these people, everyone who doesn't agree with Israel is Hamas. Federal officials have urged companies to fire workers who have criticized Mr. Kirk, and some have done so in a direct exercise of government influence. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, threatened Disney for remarks that Jimmy Kimmel made on his late-night ABC show. We can do this. Now, this is what this Brendan Carr guy said. He said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, Mr. Carr said. He also urged television stations to stop broadcasting the show. The two major station owners quickly did so, and ABC has suspended the show indefinitely. Now, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel, but he said that MAGA killed Kirk. And Trump wants to stifle this guy's speech. You know that this sort of thing can be imposed on the conservatives too, right? You could have, let's say, a situation where a mass shooting happens, a bunch of conservatives get killed, and then what? If a conservative says, I think some liberal did this. Or I think, If a liberal says, I think some conservative did this to get the conservatives mad at the liberals, is that going to be seen as worthy of censorship? Or if somebody gets assassinated and someone says, I think Israel did this, is that going to be seen as worthy of censorship? That's what I'm worried about. That's what worries me. You see what I'm saying? That's what worries me about this whole thing. And so it says here, if anything, many elected Democrats and prominent progressives have clearly and consistently condemned Mr. Kirk's killing in ways that prominent Republicans failed to do after attacks on Democrats. After the attacks on Mrs. Pelosi's home, which included a brutal assault of her husband, Paul, Mr. Trump himself and other prominent Republicans mocked the victim and spread absurd conspiracies that the episode was staged. So there's a double standard here. Conservatives can make conspiracy theories when Democrats are attacked, but if a liberal does it when a Republican is killed, then that person is now worthy of censorship? Really? And so if someone is assassinated or if someone is murdered and someone says, hey, I think the Mossad did this, is that going to be forbidden speech? I think the CIA did this. Is that going to be forbidden speech? So it says here, after the shooting of 2 Democratic legislators and their spouses in Minnesota, Senator Mike Lee, a Utah Republican, bizarrely blamed Marxist, while Laura Loomer, an influential Trump confidant, falsely blamed goons working for Governor Tim Walz, the Minnesota Democrat. So we have a parallel situation here. 2 Democrat legislators were shot in Minnesota. Their spouses were shot. And then some senator says, oh, I think Marxists did this. Laura Loomer says, oh, I think some people working for the Democrat governor, Tim Walz, did this. Well, how is this different from Mr. Kimball saying, well, I think MAGA killed Kirk? You see what we're just getting into very dangerous territory. Mr. Vance's specific and tenuous claim about the Ford Foundation and the Open Society Foundation was that they helped to fund The Nation, which published an article lambasting Mr. Kirk after his death. If that article, whatever you think of it, is grounds for government punishment, the First Amendment has no meaning. Yep, absolutely. Even though Kirk was murdered, and I think it was terrible what happened to him, I think you have a right to still criticize him if you want to criticize him. If you want to blast a magazine for that, or if you want to stop speech, or if you want to punish foundations for funding a magazine because it criticized Charlie Kirk, you're entering very dangerous territory. And the same thing can be done to conservative nonprofits. The same thing can be done to Christian nonprofits. And remember, Vance was bashing the German government earlier this year. He went to the Munich Security Conference, and he was bashing the German government for refusing to work with the AfD. He was bashing the German political parties for refusing to work with the AfD. But now they're talking about stifling certain organizations, stifling certain speech. And look at what Mr. Steve Miller said, a top White House aide. He's a fanatical Zionist. He said, it says here that Steve Miller has claimed the existence of a vast domestic terror movement on the left and denigrated the Democratic Party as a domestic extremist organization. So now it's not just left-wing extremist. Now the Democratic Party is a domestic extremist organization. So anyone who's a Democrat is now what? Are we going to do the Israeli method of saying anyone who's not with us is Hamas? Oh, they're extremists. Democrat extremists. So what if you're a member of the Democrat Party? You're an extremist too. And you should be seen as dangerous to the country. You see how dangerous this is? Well, the Democrats are the biggest critics of Israel. So are we now going to make criticism of Israel synonymous with being a Democrat, and now it's going to be synonymous with being a Hamas? Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana called for permanent social media bans on every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Mr. Higgins, it is worth noting, is one of the congressmen who previously criticized social media companies for suppressing conservative speech, and who belittled the attack on Mr. Pelosi. So Higgins belittled the attack on Pelosi, and he criticized social media companies for suppressing conservative speech, but now he wants to suppress people for belittling the death of Kirk. Well, isn't that what he did to Mr. Pelosi? There seems to be a double standard. I don't agree with belittling people's deaths. And I think that if you belittle someone's murder, I think you should be removed from social media. Absolutely. I completely agree with this. But what I don't like is the double standard. We'll do it to you, but you can't, but we don't want it to do, but we can do it to you, but we don't want you to do it to us. You see? And look at what was said by these people. Look at their statements. The Democrats are extremists and blah, blah, blah. And look at what right-wingers have been saying. They're saying, well, of course, liberal speech led to the murder of Kirk because they were calling Kirk a Nazi. So if calling somebody a Nazi equals incitement, then calling someone a communist also equals incitement. And so all the times when conservatives were calling Obama a communist, well, that was also incitement. So we should also ban calling people communists. You see this? Yeah. So then we have this thing called the Canary Mission. And the Canary Mission is a secretive organization of a bunch of Zionists who dox people. They put people on a list, people who they don't like on a list. People who criticize Israel, they put their names on this list. And then they give this list to the federal government. So the federal government can find people who are not citizens for deportation. So the Canary Mission says, well, there's this Middle Eastern guy living in America, and he's critical of Israel. He's not a citizen, so here, we put him on this list. Go deport him. And they don't have just non-citizens on this list. They have citizens on this list. So if they start stifling certain speech, are they going to start stifling criticism of Israel? Look at what it says here. On March 24th, a shadowy group that calls itself Canary Mission posted a new feature on its website, uncovering foreign nationals in response to President Trump's recent executive order on combating anti-Semitism. The group, which says its mission is to single out those who promote hatred of the USA, Israel, and the Jews. Oh, hold on a second. Hatred of the USA, Israel, and the Jews. Yeah, scratch that USA part. It's really people who hate Israel. That's what they're going against. People who criticize Israel, that's who they're going against. Listed the names of 7 students and academics, including 3 current and former professors at Columbia University. The 7 people whom Canary Mission flagged, all of whom the group says could be deported because they are not U.S. citizens, are among thousands of people whose pictures, along with details of their alleged anti-Semitic activities, have been posted on Canary's website since the creation a decade ago, all accused of anti-Israel activism. So they notice, hey, you're against Israel, you're criticizing Israel, they put your name on a list, and then the government wants to deport certain non-citizens, well, here's a bunch of people who are critical of Israel. Get rid of these people. Since the Trump administration began targeting students in a sweeping immigration crackdown last month, nine students and professors, several of whom had engaged in protest or other activism over Israel's war in Gaza, have been either threatened with deportation or detained. 3 of them had appeared on the Canary Mission website. The Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency has said that it does not rely on lists from Canary Mission. This is a lie. Look at what it says here. Canary Mission, asked if it had shared information on potential deportation targets with federal authorities, said that it had not. This is a lie. Because look at what it says here. Al Jazeera. The United States government has acknowledged its use of Canary Mission. So initially the U.S. government said, we're not using the Canary Mission's list to find people for deportation. No, we're not doing that. Then the Canary Mission said, no, we're not giving our list to the government to have certain people deported. No, not at all. We're not doxing people for the purpose of having the government deport them. No, not at all. And then look what it says here. The United States government has acknowledged its use of Canary Mission, a shadowy pro-Israel website to identify pro-Palestine students for deportation, sparking anger and concerns by rights advocates. Activists have long suspected that the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump is gathering information from the Canary Mission website to target students and professors. But on Wednesday, that suspicion was confirmed when a Department of Homeland Security official testified in a court case challenging Trump's efforts to deport pro-Palestinian student protesters. Peter Hatch, an agent with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, said the department had assembled a specialized group dubbed a Tiger Team to work on removing pro-Palestine college students from the country. He indicated to the court that some tips about students were communicated verbally before explaining that the team had also combed through the nearly 5,000 profiles Canary Mission had compiled of Israel's critics. So, Canary Mission makes the list, and the U.S. deports. You mean someone said, here's a list that the Canary Mission has put together? Judge William Young asked Hatch, according to court transcripts. The official answered with a simple yes. Heba Gawayed, a sociology professor at the City University of New York, said the government reliance on an online blacklist that posts personal information to harm and intimidate activists is absurd and fascist. Canary Mission is a doxing website that specifically targets people for language that they deem to be pro-Palestinian and therefore they've decided is anti-Semitic. So you're anti-Semitic. You criticize Israel, they're going after you. They're going to say you're anti-Semitic. And that's it. They're going to go after you. And their followers, their Hasbara army is going to harass you. They're going to intimidate you. And look at what it says. Look at what happened to poor Professor Andrew Ross, who's a Jewish guy, by the way. And they're harassing him. Andrew Ross, a New York University professor of social and cultural analysis, said the U.S. administration's use of Canary Mission's data shows that the government's push is sloppy and biased. He added that while Canary Mission appears well-funded, its content is curated to paint its targets in a certain light. They're looking for material and content that they can manipulate and spin and present as if the person being profiled is anti-Semitic, basically. And look at what it says here. Let me find it here. Hold on. For his part, Ross said he has received hate mail because of Canary Mission. He worries the website can be especially harmful for marginalized groups. Those, as we are seeing, who don't have full citizenship status are particularly vulnerable at this point in time, but it could be anyone. Look what it says here. In 2018, Haaretz reported that Israeli authorities have relied on the website to detain people and bar them from entering the country. So this is an Israeli weapon. And the U.S. government is using an Israeli-backed doxing website, which is very mysterious, to find people for deportation. Hello, Earth to all of you free speech righties, all the liberals who say, all these assholes like Konstantin Kessin and all the rest of them. Well, the death of the left. I have left the left because I'm so angry at the left going against free speech. What have I said for years about the people who talk the loudest about free speech? They're not for free speech. They're not. The people who talk the loudest about free speech are the ones who will end your free speech. It's like the people who talk about freedom all the time. Freedom, 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 freedom. You give those people power, they'll take away your freedom. Was it not the French revolutionaries who spoke of liberté, and égalité, and equalité? And when they took power, there was no liberté. There was no equalité. There was no égalité. There was nothing but guillotines, decapitated heads, pools of blood. These people don't believe free speech. They don't believe in free speech. They take power, guess what? Your name's on a list that's being used by the Israeli government. And that list is being used to target people for deportation. What makes us think that they're going to just stop at non-citizens? And I'm telling you, if this Zionist government keeps this up, and they really go after citizens, I'm telling you, people are going to get so sick of it, they're going to say, you know what, we're all Hamas. Fuck you. You know, they're really going to say, F you. That's it. Charlie Kirk would not want this. No, he wouldn't. But they, you know what? Charlie Kirk was killed. And now they're using Charlie Kirk to go against the very thing that Charlie Kirk was in favor of. Charlie Kirk was all about freedom of speech. He was all about dialogue. They're going to use Charlie Kirk to go against the very thing that Charlie Kirk was fighting for. Let's use Charlie Kirk was all about free speech. Let's use Charlie Kirk's murder to go against free speech. What party do you think is the least evil? They're all evil. Because the Democrats would also go against your free speech. Make no mistake about it. I'm just saying, all these conservatives who talk about free speech all the time, well, look at what's happening here. We should be outraged by this. Well, Jimmy Kimmel said this and said that, so they should get rid of him. And the government is saying, get rid of him. The government is saying, get rid of him. Is this really a good idea? I don't think it is. I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I've never liked him. And I used to watch The Man Show, believe it or not, when I was growing up. I remember Jimmy Kimmel. But I think that we're setting a dangerous precedent. That's what I think. And remember, it can go the other way around. That's the problem. Seven AFD politicians died. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, in a very short amount of time. In like 2 weeks, yeah. Someone's killing them. Middle Eastern mafia? No, I doubt it. It's either their own people or it's their enemies, their political enemies. BB called attacks on Israel, FIRCK murder, as... I don't know what that means. I don't understand you, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is setting a dangerous precedent. The government pushing for the removal of a TV host because he said something. I mean, really? I just... Now, listen. If he said, I'm really happy that they killed this guy, yeah, put him in jail. But that's not what he said. That's not what Jimmy Kimmel said. And this is the problem. Now, another thing also that I will keep in mind is that people like Jimmy Kimmel were becoming unpopular anyway, and shows like that are dying out anyway. So probably the TV stations are saying, we're losing money from them. We're not really making a whole lot of money, so who cares? But still, it is just it's just weird that we see the government pushing for this sort of thing. What exactly did he say? I've read some things that he said, but I would like to get the full statement. So it says here that Kimmel, who was among the top chat show personalities in the U.S., has fronted his show Jimmy Kimmel Live since 2003, blah, 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 blah. During Monday's night show, he spoke about flags being flown at half-mast in honor of Kirk and mocked U.S. President Donald Trump's reaction to the shooting. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he calls a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. Again, this is not worthy of censorship. We can do this. I mean, listen, Michael Savage said, I remember listening to Michael Savage not too long after the murder happened, and Michael Savage said, what the hell is Donald Trump doing in a Yankees game after his friend gets murdered? What's going on? That was Michael Savage's way of saying this is no way to grieve. I don't see this as a reason for censorship. Now you can say, well, it's not really censorship. They're just sort of, it's not explicit censorship. It's not positive censorship. But it's the government telling a broadcasting network to get rid of someone because of something that person said. Again, someone could say, you know what? I think Trump's full of shit. That's what Kimmel is saying, by the way. What if someone else just said, I think this guy's full of shit? I don't think he cares about Kirk. In fact, there was an insider who told Max Blumenthal that Donald Trump screamed at Kirk because Kirk told Trump, he pled with Trump not to bomb Iran. I mean, were they really friends? So I could say, I think Trump's full of shit. Does that mean I should be censored? Does that mean that my YouTube channel should be canceled? Does that mean that the president of the United States should go to YouTube and say, get rid of this guy's channel? That would be freaking bad. That would be government encroachment. Ben Shapiro talking with Mark Levine about such before. Yeah, exactly. And there's Shapiro and Mark Levine saying, "Oh my God, all these sycophants for Mark Levine saying, oh Mark, I loved your speech that you did for Charlie Kirk. I loved your speech." And look at what Levine said 4 days before the guy was murdered. Look at what Levine said before Kirk was murdered, just 4 days. Oh, we have these people who are inviting Tucker Carlson to these conservative events for the youth. Who organizes conservative events for the youth? Who does that? And who brought Tucker Carlson to one of these events? Charlie Kirk. So Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine were talking shit about Charlie Kirk. And so what if I said, you know what, Mr. Levine? I think you're full of shit. You talked all this shit about Kirk 4 days before his murder. I think Ben Shapiro's full of shit. Does that mean I should be censored? It's just weird. It's just very weird what's happening here. It's really a Zionist right-wing encroachment on speech. That's what it is. And they're using this guy's murder, and this is what governments do all the time. They do it with terrorism. You got a terrorist attack, and if someone says, you know, I think this terrorist attack is sort of a Gladio operation. Oh, how dare you belittle what has happened? These poor people have been murdered by evil Muslims, and you want to blame our government. How dare you? People do this all the time with terrorism. Now they want to do this with Charlie Kirk. Ben Shapiro talked. Yep, I saw that. I see that theology lecture in full glory. Excited Theo and his followers are in great shape as usual. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. I swear I subbed to your channel last week or something, and just now I see it wasn't sub. That's weird. The AI Palantir pre-crime, yeah. And remember, I mean, for how many years have we been told by conservatives they're going to use these terrorist attacks to take away our speech? They're going to use these terrorist attacks to take away our speech. They're going to use these terrorist attacks to take away our speech. Hate crime. They're using this whole hate crime thing to take away our free speech. Well, guess what the conservatives want to do with Kirk's murder? They want to take away our speech. That's what they want to do. But they want to they're using this whole hate crime law thing to restrict our speech. They're using this terrorist attack. They're using this mass shooting to take away our speech. And look at what Pam Bondi said recently. She said, we can never tolerate hate speech. Pam Bondi, a Republican, said that. And by the way, this is the same woman who said, "Oh, I have the Epstein files, and I have them on my desk." Actually, no, sorry, you can't see them. This whole thing's a sham, guys. This whole thing's bullshit. And remember what Jesus said. They will take you to the synagogues. That's what Jesus said. They will take you to the synagogue, and they will persecute you. And what is the U.S. government using as a source to find people for deportation? The Canary Mission, which is a Zionist Israeli tool. Anyone who criticizes Israel and they know about this person, they put them on the Canary list. They dox them. And the Israelis use this list to find people to ban from Israel. And the Americans are using this list to find non-citizens for deportation. Now we can sit here and not care because, we're not non-citizens, right? We're citizens of this country. But remember, citizens are also on the Canary Mission. And if they say, so Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel, this person's critical of Israel, and this person, oh my God, this person blamed Israel. This person blamed Israel for Charlie Kirk's death. You are going against the nation that Charlie Kirk loved so dearly and so deeply. How dare you tarnish Charlie Kirk's name like this and go against America's greatest ally into the synagogue with you for re-education? Take him to the synagogue for re-education. I'm telling you, that's what they want to do. I know how conservatives see it. I'm just saying that this could escalate to something more dangerous. Anyway, guys, sore throat does not want to go away. I got this sore throat. I did a very intense exercise workout yesterday. I think that kind of brought my immune system down, and yeah, I got this sore throat coming in, and it makes it difficult to talk, really. Is it sad that this is my favorite time of the week? No, not at all. We all appreciate you being here. Thank goodness you have chill music in the background of this stressful info. Yeah, the music is here to set a good mood. It's for the vibes. When you do streaming, vibe is very important. Vibe is super important. And doing videos is not just about information. It's 50% information, 50% vibe. That's my formula for videos. 50% information, 50% vibe. Information is probably more important than vibes, but vibe is the icing on the cake. And the vibe is going to get people to keep coming back. If they like what you have to say and they like your vibe, that's double the power. That's double the attraction of a channel. So that's the whole thing about YouTubing. Information and vibes. What do you think about Erica, Kirk? I don't know. I have nothing really to say about her other than I feel bad for her. Any general comment about the JQ? Well, Mr. TJ Watkins, I highly encourage you to start a YouTube channel and to do videos on the JQ. And then you can tell everyone about your thoughts on the JQ. You need some vitamin D? Probably, yeah. Honey? Yeah, honey's very helpful. God bless everyone here. Appreciate that. Truth Freeze. Erica is a... Who's Erica? She's a free... Well, dude, fair answer. Erica, dude, how do you... Truth, could you please provide evidence of what you're saying? The genocide in Gaza is opening more Americans' eyes about Israel. Yes, it is. Her ring is Freemasonic. Let's check that out. Hold up. Erica Kirk ring. It says a G on it. Interesting. I don't know. Speculating this is a Freemasonic symbol. Why is there a Mason G on her ring? Let me see here. Freemasonry, for context, is one of the world's oldest fraternal organizations. According to Illinois Freemasonry, it derives from the Hebrew letter Gimel and can represent geometry, God, or the great architect. Despite the chatter, there is no verified link between Erica Kirk and Freemasonry. Jewelry experts and platforms like Grok AI noted that rings with G markings are common and can range from high-end custom designs to more accessible pieces sold on sites like Etsy. In Erica's case, speculation includes Gigi, the couple's daughter, God, personal style. Who knows? This is not really evidence. This is not evidence. For a few minutes listening to the music in the background, I thought it was a song by Angelo Badalamenti from Twin Peaks. It's actually from the Elden Ring soundtrack. TJ spitting bars. Happy birthday, Theo. Appreciate that, Alexis Corral. Let's see here. I don't know. I saw the video of Erica next to the open coffin, the open casket, and she's touching the corpse. But why film it? You know what I mean? Like, why do you have to film it? That should be very private. At least that's what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking that should be a very private event. Why film that? It just seems out of place for me. And she's crying and she's touching his hand and kissing him, and that should be private. That shouldn't be filmed. I found it bizarre. Now, what she did, I didn't find bizarre. But filming it, I find to be bizarre. Why film it? Are you an Orthodox Christian? I think I lean more towards Orthodoxy. There is a Masonic temple in Marysville, California, and the area and lake surrounding the temple is full of evil. I lived there for a month and went crazy and immediately turned back to the Lord. Oh, damn. Well, Masonry is very evil. My great-grandfather was a Freemason. He was American Scottish, and he was a Mason for many years, and he got pretty high up there in the ranks. And he loved the lodge. He was very faithful to the lodge, very, very devoted to the lodge. So it's a very evil organization. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just the filming of it. Why film it? Why make a show out of it? It just didn't sit right with. It just did not sit right with me. The whole thing didn't sit right with me. Zinc, yeah, zinc's super important. I didn't live in the temple, just the city of Marysville, and still felt the evil emanating from it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I went down to what's the name of that city in Texas where all the soldiers live? Killeen. I went to Killeen. That's the biggest military city in the country. Arguably the biggest military city in the world. And that place is nothing but evil. I felt nothing but evil in that city. That is the most evilest city I've ever been to. It was so dirty. It was so smoggy. Everyone there is military. Tens of thousands of soldiers living there. All with their families. So much murder, so much infidelity, so much misery and suicide and mental illness and depression. I have never been to a darker city than Killeen, Texas. I've been to Guadalajara, Mexico. I stayed in Guadalajara, Mexico for a while. Guadalajara is a creepy place, but nothing like Killeen. Nothing like Killeen, Texas. Killeen, Texas is just the worst city I've ever been to. So it was such a evil place. And the reason why it's so evil is because it's full of military. And people join the military because they want to legally kill people. They want to get training because they're in a gang and they want to make their gang stronger. People are in the military for all sorts of weird reasons. And the military attracts a lot of weirdos. It does. I don't care what anyone tells me. That is the damn truth. It attracts a lot of weirdos and a lot of sick people. And so I remember going to Killeen, staying in Killeen for a little bit because we were doing this big event over there. And I remember thinking, man, this place is so diabolical. Guadalajara feels like a haunted house. Yeah, it does. Yes. Guadalajara is like one of the, I would say the worst cities. Killeen is number one. Guadalajara is number two. It's just, maybe San Francisco is number two. But Guadalajara definitely is just a creepy city. It's full of crime, a lot of cartel people, a lot of Satanism, a lot of weird occult stuff, cross-dressers. You want to know a weird, creepy story? I remember I went to this small town in Mexico. It was called Puerto Vallarta. Very popular tourism town. A lot of tourists like to go there. A lot of they have resorts and they have a lot of nightclubs. It's a party town. A lot of parties. And I remember walking through this town. And I remember there were Vallarta is, you could break Vallarta down into roughly, I want to say roughly three areas. You have what they call La Marina, which is where all of the expats live. So Americans, Canadians, and various other Western peoples will live in La Marina, right? It just means the marine, right? The marina. And there's a lot of boats there, and there's a lot of restaurants there, beachside restaurants, and it's not too bad. You'll find pizzeria. You'll find some pizza places there. And the thing about the marina is that when you go there, I used to go there. I used to walk around there all the time. And I remember I remember I would walk around there at night sometimes in the marina, and I would just walk to like random places. And sometimes I would think, let's try this restaurant out or something. And I remember I was walking with there were these two students that I was hanging out with, and we were supposed to go home. We were all supposed to walk to each other's houses, our own respective houses, but then we just decided just to keep walking, and we just kept going and going and going and going. And eventually we went to the marina area, and we were walking around this restaurant area, and we got some pizza. We just stayed out till like 9 something at night. My parents didn't know where the fuck I was. And I remember having to call my parents up and saying, yeah, I'm fine, don't worry, blah, blah, blah. But the thing about the marina is that at night, it was just look so lonely. Like it's empty. You got some pizza place that's dead, and it's still open, and it's night, and it's just, there's no one around. It was just so weird. Something about it was haunting. So there's La Marina. Then you have, actually, you could break Vallarta down to 4 areas. So you have the marina. That's where the Americans and other expats live. And then you have the downtown zone. The downtown zone is around an area called the Malecón. The Malecón is just the boardwalk that's right by the beach. The Malecón is where people hang out. Malecón was always full of energy. It's always full of energy. You go there. Restaurants are open until late in the night. They're open at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. It's party time, lots of partying. People like to, you'll find some potheads here and there. A lot of people selling street food. You can walk around at 1 a.m., 2 in the morning. Always stuff open. Always people walking around. Just a wild place. A lot of nightclubs. A lot of dancing. Just a lot going on. And people live there. There's a lot of housing. There was a lot of housing around the Malecón area, I remember. And then when you go up north from the Malecón, so let's say you're on the boardwalk, right? You walk the boardwalk, you keep going. You just keep going, keep going. The boardwalk is very long. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Eventually you hit this road. Yeah. You hit this road. And this road, if you keep going up this road, eventually the road slopes up. And the road becomes a hill. And it's kind of a workout to walk up this hill because it's kind of steep. But it's a road nonetheless, and you can walk it. So you walk up this road. Eventually, you hit this area called Viejo Vallarta. Viejo Vallarta is Spanish. It means Old Vallarta. This is the original Vallarta. So this is the Vallarta that's been there for a long time. And they still have the old Spanish cobblestones. You will still see a lot of the old Spanish architecture. Viejo Vallarta is where all of the weirdos live. A lot of weirdos like to live there. A lot of people who are escaping whatever troubles they have caused when they come to Vallarta, they will live in Viejo Vallarta a lot of the times. They have, it's very artsy, so you'll find like weird art stores there that nobody ever goes to. I don't know how the hell they make a living. I mean, I used to see these art stores there, and I always used to ask myself, how are these stores still in business? They must be cover-ups for something, because they were always dead, and who the fuck is going to buy some old-ass painting or some fairly new painting in Mexico? It just didn't make any sense to me. So, but, a lot of gay people live there, like a lot of gay restaurants were there. It was just a very weird place. Viejo Vallarta was a very weird place. And it was a creepy place. They had a beach there, and the beach of Viejo Vallarta was, it was okay. But there were, a lot of, the thing about Viejo Vallarta is that it was also a place where a lot of local people lived. So you got these weird Americans living there, but then you had a lot of native people there, a lot of real Mexican people living there. So you'd see all these Mexicans everywhere walking. Real Mexicans. And then you would see these weird Americans walking around. And I remember one time, I was walking up I was walking in the Malecón at night. And I just kept going. Kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going. And I remember I kept going up this road, and I saw a cross-dresser. I was walking up that steep part of the road when you start getting into that Viejo Vallarta kind of area, and there was a cross-dresser on the road. And I was like, ugh, creepy. And this creep, just kept walking, and he walked past me and didn't say anything to me. He just kept going, walking by himself up this road at night. And it was just whatever. It was creepy. But nothing happened. So then some months later, I took a trip to Guadalajara, which is one of the biggest cities in the world. And I remember going to the downtown area of Guadalajara. Now, Guadalajara, like I said, one of the biggest cities on earth. It's a massive city. Lots of people live there. You got a lot of crime. But you also have a lot of weirdos. And the food in Guadalajara is disgusting. It's some of the worst food I've ever eaten. It's just a disgusting place. I don't like Guadalajara. So I remember walking through downtown Guadalajara. People were everywhere. Crowds of people everywhere. It was hard to find. It was hard to find areas that had space without all these people. So you just walking and walking and walking and walking. And I was with my cousin at the time. My cousin was with, one of my cousins was with me. And we were walking and walking and walking and walking. And I kid you not, the same cross-dresser that I saw walking up that road, I saw him in the middle of downtown Guadalajara, and he walked right past us. Maybe it wasn't the same person, but it looked exactly like the person. And I was so shocked. I looked at my cousin and I said, I literally saw this person walking up the road in Viejo Vallarta. And she looked at me and she said, no way. I said, 100%, I saw it. She was like, are you serious? I said, I'm dead serious. The same person. I saw him, not her. I saw him walking up the same road in Viejo Vallarta that night. She couldn't believe me. It was just so creepy. It's just a very creepy thing. It's just so creepy. But it's just it was a weird story. Stuff like that. Yeah, but Guadalajara is just a weird place. It's just, and I remember walking, I saw Long Legs. Yes, a great movie. Great movie. So, yeah, it's just a weird place. And I remember walking through downtown Guadalajara one time, and I saw this nightclub. And I remember walking past the door of the nightclub, and the door was open. The door wasn't super wide. It wasn't a super big door. The door was open, and you could hear the loud banging music from a distance, and you knew there was some crazy shit going on in there. I'm like, this whole city is just weird. A lot of anarchists, a lot of Satanists. It's just a bizarre city. Very bizarre. But Killeen was worse. I think Killeen was worse. Killeen was such a weird-ass city. Everywhere you go in Killeen, you feel nothing but evil. Nothing but evil in that city. I'm curious to know, what Christian denomination do you belong to? I'm in limbo. I don't even go to church. Artsy guys, creepy. Yep. Can't be more wicked than Marysville, California, aka Incest Land. Can I hook you up with a buddy who has a podcast? What's the podcast? Just found your channel. Do you believe Christians are the chosen people? What does that even mean? Don't join religion, read the Bible. How do you feel about the channel blowing up? I mean, it's great and everything, but like I said, there's pros and cons being a nobody, and there's pros and cons being known or somewhat known. The thing is that the pro to being a nobody is that you have more of a, I don't know, you have less weirdos. And I'm not saying you're a weirdo. I'm just saying you have less weirdos. And when your channel starts getting thousands of views on average per video, and your stream gets thousands of views, you just get more weirdos. That's the downside. What else do we have here? I have to say, my siblings from Marysville, and now I know I'm not being paranoid. In New York is a Lilydale area for seers and horoscopes. Yeah, it's just weird. What else do we got? Texas is the most evil and demonic state by far. Why do you say that? What do you think of the Gnostic Jesus? I think it's fake. Many people believe the Jews today are the chosen people of God, but other believe it's Christians. If you're not... I mean, I don't agree that the Jews are the chosen people. I don't think Christians are the... Like, what does it mean to be chosen? I don't know. Do you remember debating about the Pope? What do you think of Catholic doctrine on no salvation outside the church? I don't really follow the Roman Catholic Church anymore. I think the Roman Catholic Church is evil, and it's I think it's a den of sexual predators. I wonder if Theo ever made cider. No, I've just made different herbal beers and rice wine. When did you stop being a Catholic? When I realized that it's a den of predators. Whore of Babylon, yep. I think Jerusalem is the whore of Babylon. But I think the RCC is one of the whores of Babylon. Nobu, aren't you supposed to go to bed, buddy? It's 4 a.m. over there in Nigeria. And my mouse died. Got to replug my mouse. I believe Christians are the chosen people of God. The Talmud is a wicked book. Yeah, I think that Israel... So if by chosen people you mean Israel, I think the church is Israel. Yes. And I think the Talmud is a wicked book, yes. And I do think that Jews need their Messiah, Jesus, yes. I agree with you, Dehaz. I stand down. My apologies. I follow Alexander Dugin. I like our orthodoxy, but can't leave the Latin right. I don't believe in national churches, and the RCC has been through worse. Eclatant, are you French by any chance? You may have missed the news, but recently in a hearing they showed an UAP just shrugged off a Hellfire missile shot at it. They showed a UAP just shrugged off a Hellfire missile shot at it. I don't know what we were talking about. Well, I mean, you should go to sleep, right? I'm just saying. So you left Peter for because of Judas. So you left Peter because of Judas. Oh God. I don't know. How many? Okay, how many predators do there need to be in the church before you say, you know what, enough is enough? I sold the word on a shampoo bottle. Oh, okay, there you go. I couldn't find Peter. I never left Peter because I couldn't find him. No tobacco. I have a sore throat, dude. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to scratch it. Plus, I can't. I'm trying to find my pipe. I misplaced it somewhere. If you meet 5 sexual predators who are priests, wouldn't you say enough is enough? And I work at a Catholic school. I mean, enough is enough, right? I think the thing with Catholicism is a Stockholm syndrome. I'd like to be Orthodox, but can't. Harlot daughter's religion is not what Jesus came for. So if every single priest is a predator, okay. So they say that 30% of priests are homosexual. Isn't that too much? Isn't that too much? And sure, not every single priest is a homosexual, and not every single priest is a predator. But why aren't the priests who aren't predators doing something about it? Why aren't the priests who aren't predators working with law enforcement to get rid of these people? That's the question. Have you seen the movie Football Factory? No. Never heard of it. 1% is too much. Yeah, 1% is too much. 30%. It has been estimated that 30% of priests are homosexual. A child is more likely to get abused around people it spends most time with. That's not the point. They don't do anything. I remember talking to priests about what I was seeing. Do you know what they did about it? Fuck all. Nothing. They did nothing about it. So they're part of the problem. Even the ones who aren't predators are part of the problem. But I'm supposed to stay there and tolerate some guy trying to prey on me. That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense. Naval recording from a drone that monitored a UFO that simply deflects a Hellfire missile. Probably Israeli. Who knows? Your birthday is the saint day for the Russian Saint Theodore. Really? Oh, damn. That's amazing. Really? September 18th? I did not know that. Theo, have you seen the new Conjuring horror movie? No, I haven't. I've seen Conjuring 1, and I saw Conjuring 2, and then I saw a little... I heard about The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, and I watched the first 20 minutes of it, and I turned it off because it was just so terribly directed. Thank you for sharing, Theo, especially on your birthday. Truly a blessing to be able to hear you speak to us. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Yesterday was my birthday, just letting you guys know. Pipeline East Coast Velvet Glove for any abuse by bishops and priests. I guess it was a good thing I was raised Baptist. I don't know. I think we're all on our own path here. We're all the main characters of our own movie. And we just have to make the film worth watching. I share my birthday with Angelina Jolie. That's great. Happy birthday. Appreciate it. Theodore, if you were German and had a choice, would you rather have an alliance with NATO or with Russia? With Russia, of course. Some movies can possess you. No, I don't think so. The only way you can't be possessed is if you interact with demonic forces. That's it. That's the only way you can be possessed. You have to interact with some type of a diabolical system. How old are you? I'm 35. I was about to say 34, but no, I'm 35. Happy birthday. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Theo is our best stranger friend. Appreciate that. He was September 19th. Close enough. Yeah, I'm September 18th. So yeah, close enough. Close enough. What else do we got? I'm still waiting for our friend, Mr. Ward, to respond to what I said, but he's not responding because he just... Whatever, Mr. Peter. I left Peter. I couldn't find him. I went there to find Peter. I thought Peter was there. I was mistaken. I couldn't find Peter anywhere. I didn't find Paul. I didn't find Peter. At the end of the day, after all is said and done, this life is simply just a test. Yep. What do you want for Christmas? I don't know. Maybe a good rainy day would be nice. Your recent video, Charlie was terrified of the Jews. I said Israel, by the way. I never said the Jews. Led me to your channel. Thanks for speaking on the topic. I find it interesting. He was killed days after speaking out and questioning them. I pray the Lord will one day let me see you and your dad face to face. Well, you can always enjoy the videos. I'm not really certain if I'll ever meet you, but the videos will always be here, God willing. What else do we have? Do you think Christians should organize outside the churches to reform the culture? Well, definitely. I mean, I think Christians should outpopulate everybody. I think that's what should happen, but you know, it's easier said than done to be fair, because it's not easy to find it's not easy finding a good woman, I'll be honest with you. Jacob Glowsticks, blah blah blah. I saw a report you did, lengthy. Yep. Yeah, I've written a lot of long articles. A lot of long articles. Many are dispy. What's dispy? Nice trim. Appreciate it. Armenian women are beautiful. Yeah, they are. So are you a Donatist? In order for the priest to have valid sacraments, they must be sinless? That's not what I said. It's not what I said. I never said they have to be sinless. I'm saying that the problem is you have the Catholic Church being riddled with sexual predators, and the churches really, or the Vatican or the Rome, doesn't really do enough to get rid of them. That's the problem. And for decades, the Catholic Church was covering up for this sort of thing. And literally thousands upon thousands of children were scarred by the church. And so that evil was never really dealt with. And the fact is that they're still allowing homosexuals to enter the priesthood. And these homosexuals are, or these citizens of Sodom are percolating their agenda. They're advancing their agenda. Now, do you think that... Here's a question I have for you, Mr. Ward. Here's a question I have for you. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Vatican. I'm going to show you something real quick. Is my internet acting up? What's going on? Internet's acting weird. So here is what happened last week. Can you guys see me? Are we good? All right. So here's something that happened last week in the Vatican. Turn off the music. Now look at this. Just to show you how bad it is. All right. Let me make the screen smaller here. There we go. All right, just to show you how bad things are, let me show you this video, okay?
So I'm here as the LGBTQ pilgrimage in Rome processes up to St. Peter's Basilica behind me and through the Holy Door. There's a long line of people who have gathered for this historic event. You can hear them singing, they're processing, and there's a joyful atmosphere.
This is the first officially recognised LGBTQ pilgrimage to Rome.
It really is unbelievable.
LGBT pilgrimage to Rome. This is allowed by the Vatican. Executive Director, New Ways Ministry. So this was organized.
33
And look, the pride flag on this guy's shirt right here.
years ago when I started working on this issue, I would have never imagined that I would be here today.
And it wouldn't have happened without Pope Francis, who took bold steps to welcome gay people. Leo XIV looks set to continue that legacy.
Leo XIV is continuing the same legacy as Pope Francis.
Meeting a leading advocate for
LGBTQ Catholics. You hear that one?
Catholics a few days before the pilgrimage.
Oh, look. There's this guy, Mr. Father Martin whatever, who is a Sodom activist.
The message I got from Pope Leo is that he will continue Pope Francis's outreach and his approach of openness and listening.
There you go. Sodom, right in the Vatican. Right in the Vatican. And supposedly this is... Peter is here? Is this Peter? This guy's Peter? Really?
I think that's loud and clear from Pope Leo.
The pilgrimage itself is a sign Leo is building on Francis's reforms, and those processing into St.
This is in the Vatican, by the way. See the colors?
Peter's felt the historic message of welcome as they walked through the basilica's holy door, a symbol of reconciliation.
It feels like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but I feel strongly about making
sure
that it isn't a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
It's inspiring for me personally, and I hope it's inspiring for a younger generation who, like many gays, feel that the church doesn't speak to them, and I hope they can see that that's not true.
After decades of...
Oh, wow, this is in the Vatican. This guy holding this cross.
LGBTQ Catholics feeling the doors of the church...
Is Peter here? Is this where Peter is? Is Peter here? Peter is here? He's here? He's in this church?
Church was shut on them. This pilgrimage to the home of the popes sent a message that now they were opening.
So, open Sodom procession in the middle of the Vatican. With the Pope's approval, by the way. And so Peter is here. Pilgrim to Sodom by a bunch of sodomites. Yep. Theodore, a statue at St. Peter's shows Jesuits stepping on a neck of Luther. Okay. Pedantic? Yeah. Sophist? Absolutely. Where's the repentance? How come we are all told to repent, but somehow sodomites get a pass? Well, according to the Pope, you're actually worse. According to the Pope, if you say that the Pope is not legitimate, that is actually worse than covering up for sexual predator priests. But where's Mr. Ward? He's gone. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk because he doesn't want to answer to this reality. We're all tired of this shit. I was tired of this shit years ago. That's why I stopped going. What do you think about AI? Are you pessimistic or optimistic? I mean, AI, I don't know. I think it's going to be used to kill people. You can help by trying to turn as many souls to Jesus as a star, etc. Although sodomists were accepted by the Pope, yep. Would revoking the tax-exempt status of the church force them to drain the swamp? I mean, it would just put a lot of people a lot of churches out of business, I'll be honest with you. I have found my new fellowship in here. Looks like the gates of hell. Yep. Anyway, guys, I think I've talked long enough. I've been here for 5 hours, so I think this live stream has gone long enough, but it has been a lot of fun, regardless of all the weirdos who came here, but it has been a lot of fun. I appreciate this very much, and I'll be seeing you guys soon with another video. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. So I'll say goodbye to everybody. Goodbye, Goose Hunter, Kenor Rancho. Good to have you on. Bianca Petrokova. Good to have you on. Where are you from, by the way? You have a kind of a Russian or Ukrainian sounding last name. Sweet Body Fit, Eclatant, Celorm Lumor, V, Nick Talks, Master Driver. When do you usually go live? I go live every Friday, usually at around 4:15 Central Time. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. I might not do it. I'm not sure. This guy, his account got suspended, so I'm not sure. I think we should wait until his account gets back up. So I'm not sure if I'll be here at 6. I'll let you guys know. Slovakia, but I'm a half Hungarian. Okay, cool. But I live in the US. Cool. Matthew 11. Oh, we're going into the keys. So this is the keys argument. The Son of God goes around eating and drinking, and you say that man eats and drinks too much. He's even a friend of tax collectors and sinners. So only in the Catholic world would this verse. I was mistaken. I thought he was going to pull out the keys argument. I've never seen this one. This is a new one for me. So Jesus was hanging out with regular sinners, and he was hanging out with tax collectors. Have you read Genesis 19? You know what, Daniel? How about we do a debate? How about you call in right now? How about you call in right now? We can talk for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. I've never seen. This is a new one for me. This is a new one. Later, Ted and everyone, have a good, blessed week. God willing, we'll see each other next Friday. God willing, thank you. Thank you, Master Driver. God bless. Palestine. What about Palestine? Enigmaya, thank you for all you do, Ted. I just found your channel, and I'm learning so much. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. This is a new one for me. Seriously. I mean, like, do you want to come on here and talk to me about this? Really? This is a new one for me. It's like, oh, well, he was hanging out with sinners, so that's like, yeah, that's a gay procession in the Vatican. Really? That's the same thing? You actually want to use this? This is a new one for me. Good night. Good night, Minos. More like a pilgrim to Sodom. Yep, pilgrimage to Sodom. It's an old trick, Ted. It's just, I mean, seriously, it's insanity. Why aren't more Americans going to the streets in support of Palestine and protest? It's because like half the country supports Israel, or maybe a little bit less than half now, which is still substantial. He rained fire on them. Genesis 19. Jesus literally destroys Sodom and Gomorrah. He literally destroys it. Are the majority of Americans this brainwashed about Israel? That used to be the case, but now it's less than a majority. But it's still substantial. We are improving gradually. We are waking up to this nonsense, thankfully. Ray Comfort, my school teacher from Christian school, showed us him. Thank you so much. Good night. See you guys later. All right, this guy's a no-show, so I'm just gonna get out of here. I'll see you guys later. Be well, guys. God bless you guys. We're all tired of this shit. Yep, me too. Absolutely. You want me to call you? Here. Here is... isn't there like an app that I can... I have Zoom. I think I have Zoom. StreamYard? I don't have StreamYard. But I would like to see your face, though. Are you going to show your face, or are you just going to do voice? Let's see here. I know there's a way we can do free... I have Zoom here. I think I have Zoom. Here, just write me on... I think I can make calls here. Do you have Instagram? Do you have Instagram? Is this a call-in show? No, I'm just making an exception. Use Discord. Oh, that's right. I have Discord. Here, what's your Discord? What's your Discord? Don't got one? Okay. I don't have Zoom anymore, so Sodom and Gomorrah was about... What's your Discord? You don't have Discord? You don't have Instagram? Yesterday was my birthday. It's not a... yeah, I have a Discord, but it's not like one of those forums. He has Instagram. What's your Instagram? Write me on Instagram. Theodore Schubach. I'm on Instagram. Just write me on there. You want to write me on Instagram or no? Happy birthday. Appreciate that. Thank you. He has to clock out. How long is that going to take? Because I don't want to wait too long. All right, here he is. All right, I'm going to call this guy up. Let me get my my little thing here. Hold on. How do I... Can I call people on this thing? I think I have to... do I have to follow him, or what do I do? Oh, I can only do audio things. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can call you on my phone. I don't think I can make video calls on a computer on Instagram. So I'm going to try to call you. I'm going to try to call you and let me know if people can hear you. Okay, I can call here. Hold on, Kitty. All right, I'm calling him. I don't know if he's picking up, though. It's calling you, but I don't know if it's ringing. I'm calling you. He's not picking up. I'm calling by phone. You're not picking up. It's calling you. You know what? You're not picking up. Yeah, you're not answering. I have Messenger. Yeah. What's your send me your Messenger thing on Instagram. What's your... Maybe I can find you on Messenger. Hold on. Yep, I found you. All right, I just added you. I'm going to try to call you. I just sent you a request. I have a Discord that I have for this purpose, but he doesn't have Discord. I just added you. Can you see me? I added you, sir. Can you see me? I can't call you unless you accept me. I'm not seeing you. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Still not getting accepted by you. All right, I'm accepted. All right, okay, so let me see if I can call you up here. Why can't I call you on here? I don't get it. This is so weird. It doesn't, I try to open you on Messenger, and you haven't allowed me to enter your Messenger. Let me see if I can do it here. Can you call me on this thing? It probably won't work. All right, I'm going to try to call you on speaker. Can you allow me to be on Messenger on the computer? Because I would prefer that I can hear your audio on the screen. It'll be much clearer. Hold on a second. All right, I'm just gonna call you on the phone. And hopefully you'll be loud enough for the mic. All right. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you say something?
Yeah, so, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Guys, is he loud enough for you? Is he loud enough? I think, I mean, your system is, your voice is getting picked up, but you should be loud enough, I think. I'm gonna raise everything here. How to call the are you, okay. Guys, is he loud enough?
Oh, I can't hear the video anymore at all, so.
Okay, you are loud enough. All right, so go ahead and tell me what your disagreement is. I think we already know, but.
Do you believe in the real presence of Jesus in the Eucharist? It's either yes or no.
Do I believe in the real presence?
Yes.
You mean like, do I believe that the Eucharist becomes the literal body and blood of Jesus?
Yes.
Yes, I do believe in the Eucharist. My issue is not with the Eucharist. I'm not a Protestant. My issue is with the tolerance for Sodom in the Vatican and the tolerance for the sexual predator priest by the Vatican, which I have seen with my own eyes and which I have read about. That's the issue. When you see the statistics, and when you see that at least 30% of the priesthood is homosexual, that the Vatican openly accepts gay priests, that Pope Francis, before he died, said that we need to have gay civil unions, when Pope Francis called cross-dressers hijas, daughters of Dios, hijas de Dios, which means daughter of God, when they're not women.
He also said that there's too much faggotry in the
But you're ignoring what I'm saying. For one thing, he said that in private, and someone else leaked it out somehow. So he didn't come out and say, "Oh yes, I am here to confront Sodom in the church." He openly embraced same-sex civil unions. He openly embraced Sodom. He talked about accepting gay priests. The church has talked about, and let's not forget also the Vatican saying that you can give a blessing to gay unions or to quote unquote gay couples, same-sex couples. And then you have this gay procession in the Vatican. What's that about? Under Pope Leo, this new pope.
Do you want me to explain what it's about, or
I'm just
on a rant?
Walk and rant, dude. You're the one who came on my chat. You're the one who came here.
I'm defending the church,
and I responded to you. Now you want to say I'm ranting? I'm giving you actual problems in the Roman Catholic world, problems that the lie. I just gave them to you. Do you want me to give you more?
There are problems. I didn't say that there's not problems.
Okay.
I simply was stating there's not a reason to leave the church.
So let me ask you a question. Do you have children?
Yes.
Let's say I don't know what genders they are. I'm just going to say, okay, let's say you have a son. If your son was preyed upon by 6 or 7 different priests from various churches, and you went to whatever diocese that you're in, and they did absolutely nothing, wouldn't you say there's something deeply wrong with this institution?
Fortunately, my bishop is very conservative, so I wouldn't even know what the experience for that. So.
Okay, but you're not answering the question. Wouldn't you say there's something wrong with this institution? I'm giving you a hypothetical. I'm not saying that this is actually happening to you. Wouldn't you say there's something wrong?
With the institution, or
yes,
with the people that so you're saying hypothetically, if my son is being molested by
I didn't say molested. I said sexually preyed upon by various priests. 6 or 7 different priests are flirting with him. Maybe they're trying to groom him. Maybe they're preying on him in some way.
Well, I would probably talk to the bishop.
Okay, and you talk to the bishop and he does nothing. Then what?
Then I go to another diocese.
And you see the same stuff there. Then what?
Usually you don't see it in places. Usually they move for a while they're moving all the bad priests to one area.
I saw it in 2 different dioceses. I saw it in the Diocese of San Antonio, and I saw the same thing right next door in Austin, which is right next door. 2 different dioceses. And I mentioned it to several priests, and I mentioned it to the diocesan leader, and I mentioned it to a priest in San Antonio, and they did absolutely nothing about it. And then I began to research all this stuff, and I found out that this has actually happened to literally tens of thousands of youths. Then you find out that you have priests who have literally molested deaf children. There was a case here in the U.S. Many years ago where you had a priest in, I think it was in the state of Iowa or Ohio, one of those, but he molested hundreds of deaf kids, and the Vatican knew about it, and Benedict knew about it when he was Mr. Ratzinger, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. And then you'll say, well, it's all just isolated incidences. But then you see Pope Francis himself saying, oh, we need gay civil unions. And why aren't they getting rid of all the gay priests? They have a whole infestation of gay priests. Why aren't they getting rid of them?
Because at the moment, there is a priest shortage.
So there's a priest, yeah.
There is a priest shortage at the moment.
So there's a priest shortage, so you bring in the gays?
I don't know. What they've been doing is bringing in foreigners, mostly.
Well, I'm not talking about foreigners. I'm talking about gay predators. And here's the thing is, you want to bring up the Bible. You brought up this verse. You said, oh, well, Jesus was hanging out with sinners. Well, we're not talking about regular sinners. We're not talking about tax collectors. We're talking about a gay procession in the Vatican where they hold up a cross with the gay colors on the cross. And Pope Leo doesn't condemn it, just like Pope Francis called a bunch of cross-dressers hijas de Dios, daughters of God. And just as Pope Francis said, we need gay civil unions. So what you're saying is, I'm supposed to just stay in this institution that is embracing Sodom.
Do you know that the rainbow flag wasn't theirs originally? You know, it was Christian.
But that's not what they're doing.
It represents every race on every people's different races.
That's not what they're doing, though. That's not what they're doing.
That's what it's been for a lot longer than the whole gay agenda thing has happened.
But you and I both know that's not what they're doing. And you brought up the Bible. You brought up Matthew. Okay, read Genesis chapter 19. If you want to talk about Jesus and the Sodom agenda, let's go to the actual story of Sodom. Genesis chapter 19.
Okay, why do we have to go to the Old
Well, because you brought up Jesus. So we're going to bring up Jesus and Sodom, the direct connection. What does it say in Genesis chapter? Let me get the specific verse in the book of Genesis. Look at what it says here. When Jesus destroys Sodom, then the Lord, look what it says in verse 24, Genesis chapter 19, verse 24. Do you have the Bible in front of you?
No.
Okay, I'm going to read it. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. How does the Lord rain down fire from the Lord?
It's Jesus doing it.
Exactly. And Justine Martyr, when he was arguing with Trypho, who was a prestigious Jewish scholar at his time, used this verse to show that God is actually more than one person, just as we believe in the theology of the Holy Trinity. So Christ rains down fire. And remember, Abraham meets with three men. He bows down to one of them and refers to him as God.
Yes.
And this man says, I'm going to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And the Lord rains down fire from the Lord. Christ destroys Sodom and Gomorrah.
Now, what is sodomy? Is it just the gay thing, or is it more than that?
Well, what does the Bible say? The Bible says that they wanted to rape men, so apparently they were homosexual. Secondly, if you go to Jude's epistle, it says that God destroys Sodom and Gomorrah because they went after strange flesh. What is strange flesh?
I will look at Aquinas.com. So remember, Catholic, not Protestant here.
Well, he says they went after strange flesh, and Jude also says that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah as an example for us. That's an example. In other words, this leads to destruction. And what does St. Paul say in Romans chapter 1?
Romans chapter 1?
Yeah.
that they went after they rejected the truth and fell into sodomy.
Exactly. So in Romans, so Paul's letter to the Romans is a letter to the Roman church.
Yeah.
And what does he say to the Roman church? He says, do not be arrogant, because just as God cut off the original branches, speaking of the Jews, or really the temple, just as God cut off the original branches, God will also cut you off. And he was referring to the Roman church. So the Roman, and then later on, he brings up the evils of Sodom. Men lusted after men, women lusted after women. And he says that this is going to be destroyed. This is worthy of God's destruction. This is worthy of destruction, he says. So God destroys Sodom and Gomorrah. Christ destroys Sodom and Gomorrah. And Paul, before warning about the evils of Sodom, he tells the Roman church, God can cut you off. And what do we see the Roman church doing today? Embracing Sodom.
In all forms.
Embracing home. Are you? Come on, dude.
What? Oh, Sodom is using condoms. Sodom is any form of unnatural sex. Every single straight person.
This is just sophistry at this point.
No.
This is sophistry at this point. Yes, because you and I both know what I'm referring to. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. So you don't have to bring up these other definitions. This is what sophists love to do. They bring up other definitions to try to bring about and sow confusion.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm simply saying that sodomy is a lot broader than just.
Would you say homosexuality was in Sodom and Gomorrah when it said that all of the men of the city came to rape 2 men?
Yes, that is a one of the forms of.
Would you say that that is why God? Would you say that that is homosexuality?
What?
Would you say that?
No.
Would you say Sodom and Gomorrah was riddled with homosexuality?
Yes.
Okay, and God destroyed it. And God destroyed it. And
yes.
Paul brought up homosexuality, men lusting after other men, women lusting after other women. It's very explicit. He says he says it will be dealt with by God's wrath in the end. And he says, Rome, don't be arrogant because God can cut you off. Do not be arrogant. And the Catholics today are very arrogant because they think it doesn't matter what the Pope says. The Pope could literally sacrifice a baby before an altar of Babhomet. He's still the Pope. God will never cut us off. But Paul literally says, do not be arrogant. The Roman Church is doing the exact opposite of what God and what Paul warns about.
I can't give you a yes or no on that. I can just simply tell you. I can simply tell you what you need to do. You need to go back to church and
I need to go back to the Sodom embracing church.
No, you need to go to a good church with a good pastor.
I spent 6 years looking for one. I found nothing but a bunch of either sodomites or Sodom enablers. I don't even trust what you're telling me because I've heard people say that it's not in my church, and then you find out that it is in the church. They're just not opening their eyes. Anyway, it's getting late. I don't want to. I've given you my position.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I'll pray for you. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. See you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Yitzhak Goldberg wants to talk to me. What do you want to talk about, Yitzhak? Israel? What do you want to talk about? I don't even know what you want to talk about. Oh, he wants to talk about Israel. Okay. Well, do you have Discord? I don't support what? Israel? Do you have Discord? Because I don't know if I want to do the whole Facebook thing again. Okay, what's your Discord, Yitzhak? Okay, what's your Discord? I have. What's your Discord? I'm asking for the Discord. Oh man. What's your channel for Discord? Hold up. What's yours? I'll add you. Or let me see. I haven't used Discord in a while. I think it's T Shubot is my. Hold on a second, kitty. I think T Shubot is my Discord. Discord is kind of weird, the way it does its thing. Yitzhak 44. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me get you on screen here. I'm not finding you for some reason. Find or start a conversation. I think I have to do at. No? It's weird how this thing works. Here, I'm going to type in my Discord and you try to add me, okay? That's my Discord. You try to add me because for some reason it's just not finding you. My voice channel? My voice channel? For some reason, I'm just not finding you. Let me see here. Hold on. I think I have to... You're not finding me? I'm not finding you anywhere. I don't know. It's so hard to find people on this thing. Hold on. Create channel, server settings, invite people. Okay, hold on. I think, no, I still can't find you. Okay, I'm going to give you, hold on. Here, that's my Discord link. Click on that. Go ahead, click on that. This link is for Yitzhak. All right, I'm gonna talk to this Yitzhak guy and then call it a night. Click on that link. I just gave it to you. Waiting. All right, Yitzhak is here. Let me see if hello? Hello, hello? Hello? I can't hear you. You're kind of breaking up.
You don't support Israel, is that correct?
Hold on a second here. Can you say something again? I want to see if my audience can understand you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but for some reason, yes, I can hear you, but for some reason, let me just my screen, my audio. Hold on one second. My audio pickup is not picking up your voice. Could you speak again? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, we got some bad connection. Are you in Israel? Hello? Hold on. Yes. Guys, could you hear him? I just want to make sure everyone can hear you. Because I want them to hear you as well. Let me just try to fix the screen. For some reason, the screen capture has decided to stop working. It's very strange. Let me just add a new screen capture to my OBS.
You hear me?
I can hear you. You're kind of a little bit. Oh, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now they can hear you. Your voice is being guy. Okay, they can hear you now. They can hear you. Okay, so go ahead and tell me your position,
good.
Mr. Mr. I forgot your last name, Goldstein or Goldberg. Okay. Are you calling us from Israel, by the way?
Say again?
Are you calling us from Israel?
No, from America. America.
The States. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I just was looking for live shows, and I saw your show, and I checked it out real quickly, and it seemed that you don't support Israel, but yet you seem to be a Christian. I hope you understand that it says in our Tanakh in the Bible that those who bless Israel are blessed, whereas those who curse are cursed. So many Christians seem to take that message to heart. Mike Huckabee, for example, the ambassador to Israel, a serious evangelical, and he has been blessed throughout his life. It's right there in the Bible. Hashem, he gives us all a warning. And I'm sorry that you have not taken that seriously. It is
Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, so
I'm Jewish. I'm Reformed, to be exact.
Okay, but in the Christian religion, it doesn't believe that. That's not what it says in the Christian religion. We reject this idea because in the Christian religion, St. Paul says that the seed of Abraham is Christ. And so if you believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, then you must, if you're Jewish, you must believe in him, or else, well, you've rejected Judaism.
So basically, this is what's called replacement theology.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about, where the Christian church has replaced Israel. I am not a Christian, but from what I understand, Paul actually says that. Didn't he say something like, I am a Jew to Jews and Gentile to Gentiles?
Yes,
so he still was proud of his heritage.
Yes, but Paul also said that not everyone who is a genetic son of Abraham is actually a son of Abraham, because being a son of Abraham is by spirit. And also when you go into the book of Malachi, it says that the Gentiles all over the world burn incense for the God of Israel. Well, the only people who could burn incense for the God of Israel were the Levites. So he's not referring to Levites, he's referring to a future covenant.
And this is in Paul? Oh, yes.
This is in Malachi. No, this is in Malachi.
Okay, yeah.
So it talks about,
the future covenant, the future covenant that it says in Jeremiah that was to be reestablished is going to be the same Torah that we have today. It's just going to be written within our hearts instead, and we will be a perfect people following Hashem's laws. The commandment, the mitzvot was always meant to be eternal. It uses the Hebrew term olam, eternity. The text is very clear, especially in Deuteronomy chapter 30. Chapter 30, that's 30. That the law of the mitzvot would not be too hard to keep. In fact, it says we can do it successfully. So for us Jews, we see that the mitzvot are binding forever. They are not impossible to keep. And in fact, in the days of the story of Jonah, In fact, the people are saved without, the city was saved without any blood offering whatsoever. So I don't subscribe to the theory that one needs a human sacrifice to be saved. Hashem is merciful. God is blessed. He is merciful, and He will forgive us for any kind of sins. We don't need a blood offering of any kind. And the commandments are perfectly able to be kept, and we can keep them. It says right. It says says in Jeremiah and another place.
But you also do need. But you need blood.
It says that God would never choose another nation. No.
Yes, you do. Absolutely. When Noah came out of the when Noah came out of the ark, he did a blood sacrifice, and it was pleasing to God. And then also when you had Cain versus Abel, whose sacrifice did God reject?
Well, he rejected Cain's sacrifice,
and it wasn't a blood sacrifice.
Hold
on, but it wasn't a blood sacrifice. And it says right there in Isaiah, speaking of the suffering Messiah, he was bruised for our sins. He was bruised. He was beaten, whipped.
Well, that text is actually talking about the nation of Israel. If you just look at the preceding chapter and the chapter
Israel was whipped for its own transgressions?
Google, please, Isaiah chapter 44. It says very clearly that the servant is Israel. But in any case, with all due respect, I did not join this show to discuss
okay, I understand.
Theology.
That's fine. No, that's fine. But go ahead. Give me your position, whatever you want to say.
Oh, well, I mean, I was just taken aback that such a knowledgeable Christian as yourself could not support the modern state of Israel.
So going back to what, just real quick before I address what you just said, Rashi says that the suffering servant in Isaiah is speaking about the Messiah. It's speaking about the Messiah. So a nation, you have to. But if you go to the Orthodox Bible commentary, this is what it says. And also remember that it says that he was bruised for our transgressions. So you're saying, oh well, we were whipped and we were beaten for our transgressions? That's not how it works. Funny. That's not how it works, by the way.
Isn't it hilarious how Christians will pick out comments apparently made by our rabbinic sages, men who did not believe in Jesus, and yet use it to buttress their claims?
I am saying that because you just said it's referring to Israel. I'm saying even Rashi, who's one of your guys, says no, it's talking about the Messiah. So the Messiah is going to suffer.
I'll explain.
The Messiah is the Messiah is going to suffer for our sins.
Here's what our rabbis have, our great rabbanim have. Here's what they meant by that.
I just gave you Rashi, who's one of your main patriarchs, and you reject them.
I'm going to explain how the rabbis have interpreted. Sometimes they will say Messiah ben David, Messiah, son of David, and he would be included within the remnant, the Jewish people, Israel. So he's not specifically saying that it is about the Messiah, but that the Messiah is included is, of course, also part of the servant, since he is part of the nation of Israel. But that will be our understanding of it, our reading of it. I can ask you questions and respond.
Hold on. And if you go to Isaiah 49, in which the suffering servant is speaking, it says, "Listen to me, you islands. Hear this, you distant nations. Before I was born, the Lord called me. From my mother's womb, he has spoken my name. He made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of his hand, he hid me. He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver. He said to me, 'You are my servant.'" So this is God speaking to this servant. "You are my servant, in whom I will display my splendor. But I said, I have labored in vain." So this servant is saying, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing at all. Yet what is due me is in the Lord's hand, and my reward is with my God. And now the Lord says, "He who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him," to bring Jacob, Israel, back to God. So the servant is saying, I was appointed to bring Israel back to you, God, and gather Israel to himself, for I am honored in the eyes of the Lord, and my God has been my strength. And God tells the servant, it is too small a thing for you to restore the tribes of Jacob and bring back those of Israel I have kept. I will also make you a light for the Gentiles, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. So this servant who you're saying, this suffering servant who you're saying is referring to Israel. Hold on, please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Okay. Please, this servant who you're saying is Israel is telling God, I have failed you, God, to bring Israel back to you. So Israel failed to bring Israel back to God? This servant is speaking as an individual. And God says to the servant, it is a small thing to unite Israel to me, for I send you to the ends of the earth so that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. I don't see Reformed Judaism bringing the salvation of God to the ends of the earth. In fact, Jews today are very anti-proselytization. So this is not talking about Israel.
You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up. But this is not talking about Israel. This is referring to a singular individual who is referred to as the servant of God.
Well, we Jews were scattered throughout the world. We actually were. That is correct. And Israel, even modern Israel, has brought all kinds of blessings to the world. I would just add a quick question for you. Was Jesus? Just real quick. Was Jesus oppressed by Assyria? Because that's what it says of the servant, that he was oppressed by the kingdom of Assyria. Was Jesus ever oppressed by Assyria?
So now you're switching it. Before it's talking about Israel. But this is clearly speaking about an individual. Please let me finish. You are not acknowledging that it's referring to an individual. Now you want to go switch to a different argument about Assyria and all this stuff. But we first must agree, at least this is speaking of an individual. Even Rashi, who's one of your guys, says this is speaking of the Messiah. And then later on in Isaiah 53, it says that this suffering servant was whipped. And let's read that also. He was whipped for the transgressions of human beings. And it says that we considered this man wicked. We thought it was a great thing to kill this man. Israel is saying, and we thought it would be a great thing to punish this man. But we were wrong.
Well, we read it as the Gentile kings punishing the Jewish people. How come the church mistranslated?
By the way, your initial argument saying that, this is actually talking about the Jews who are scattered to the ends of the earth. This servant tells God, I have failed to bring your people back to you. Well, your people, according to you, would also refer to the Jews who are scattered to the ends of the earth. But then God tells the servant, it is a light thing to bring the children of Israel back to me, for I will send you as myself. I will send you to the ends of the world. So it's not talking about the Jews in this verse, in that particular verse.
Well, I'll prove it to you. There was a verse in Zechariah, I don't recall exactly which chapter, but it says that at the end of days, in Olam Haba, 10 non-Jews will walk up to a Jewish person, me perhaps, and say, please take us with you, for we have been lied to, and you know the truth. So, how would you explain that, for example?
It also...
How is it? That's what it says.
It also says okay, go ahead.
And I just want to add, our prophecies have come true. It's been over 2,000 years. Jesus has not returned, yet we have a state today, a modern state. We can defend ourselves. We have been gathered from around the world. We have been brought back exactly as Hashem has promised, even if we didn't deserve it. It says clearly that Hashem would bring us back, even if we didn't deserve it. And the Dead Sea, indeed, the Dead Sea itself is becoming fresh, and the land has begun to bloom. Exactly when the new Yisuf was established, the new Jewish communities. Prior to that, the Arabs had neglected the land. They deforested 75% of the trees in Israel, which is a terrible sin. But how come the land has only begun to bloom again once we have returned?
For one thing, that's a bunch of nonsense. My dad lived in Israel. His family lived not in Israel, but lived in what was known as British Palestine. They had olive groves. I'm not really sure about this blooming thing, but what I do know is that Israel is one of the gayest countries in the world, so I can't say that this country is of God, because God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So you want to sit there and say, well, actually, no, it's one of the gayest countries in the world. It has one of the highest rates of bisexuality in the world.
There was a person I know who's traveled the world, and she says that Berlin is the gay capital of the world.
I'm not talking about. No one's saying that Berlin is this chosen city of God. That's the difference.
Well, homosexuality technically isn't a sin. It isn't a sin.
Oh my God, dude. You're such a fraud, dude. You are such a... It's not a sin, but it literally says it in the Old Testament. I'm not even a Reformed Jew or whatever you are. I'm telling you, in your own Torah, it says it's worthy of death.
But there was no concept of marriage. Also, I would add that the mitzvot, they were applied differently down the generations. So perhaps the law said this at one point.
Homosexuality is not a sin, but it says that if any man lieth with a man as if it was womankind, he should be put to death. It says there in the book of Leviticus.
And it probably never even happened. It also says that a child is to be stoned to death.
Hold on. That's bullshit. I have to stop you there. That's bullshit, because you had righteous kings in the Old Testament, and it says in the Old Testament, in the book of Kings, it says that there were sodomites in the land of Israel. And also the Benjamites wanted to have sex with a man in the book of Judges chapter 19, and God had the Benjamites almost destroyed. So that is bullshit.
All right, so we can move from the conversation. I want to say that there are plenty of heterosexual couples who don't have kids. Are they wicked and evil?
That is a complete act of sophistry. That is a complete act of sophistry on your part. You know exactly what I am talking about. You are bringing up some sort of a defect in the natural order. I am speaking of something that is at war with the natural order. God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for this reason. You keep interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Isaiah 48.
Is found in the animal kingdom.
Isaiah 40. Really, the animal kingdom. Do you know what else is found in the animal kingdom? Cannibalism. So should we accept cannibalism?
Well, you're comparing
yes or no? Yes or no? Should we accept animal kingdom? It's in the animal kingdom. Monkeys, chimpanzees have been seen.
You're comparing apples and oranges.
Stop it! You just brought up the animals as a reference for morality, Mr. Hosberist. I can show you a video of chimpanzees tearing each other apart and eating each other. Should I say that cannibalism is wrong, or should I say?
Well, we humans do tend to be brutal with each other.
So cannibalism is okay. It's found in the animal kingdom. Are you this much of a moron? I thought Ashkenazi Jews supposed to have high IQ. You are failing your people in this.
That's not what I said.
You're failing the
stereotype.
I did not say
cannibalism.
You just brought up the animal kingdom.
No, I brought up in the specific context of homosexuality. You just brought up the animal kingdom. I'm saying, okay, animal kingdom, cannibalism. Animals also kill each other. Lions, you'll have a young lion kill an older. Please stop interrupting me. You have a younger lion that will slaughter an older lion and take the female. Is that also good? It's in the animal kingdom. Well, why would he make some humans who are naturally homosexual and punish them?
He never made them naturally homosexual. They go against the natural order.
Okay, have it your way.
Don't skip the subject. Don't skip the subject. You just brought up something. Isaiah chapter 48. Hear this, O house of Jacob, who are named Israel. This is talking about your people. And who came from the waters of Judah, who swear by the name of the Lord. You guys swear by the name of the Lord. And invoke the God of Israel. You guys invoke the God of Israel. But not in truth nor in righteousness. And then you go to Isaiah 48, verse 8. Please stop interrupting. Even from long ago, your ear has not been open, because I knew that you would deal very treacherously, and you have been called a rebel from birth. So even Isaiah the prophet is saying you guys have been wicked and you guys were evil from birth. So why should I trust the pro-Israel position when Isaiah himself says, no, you guys are wicked?
In Bad Midbar, the Numbers, book of Numbers, when we were in the desert, wandering for 40 years, apparently, there was a lot of false statements about the Jews that is mentioned in that book. But actually, if you go through the entire Exodus story, there was more positive In the end, there was much more positive to be said for us than negative.
Do you know that God?
It's like the news.
Okay, go ahead.
Everyone likes to focus on the negative. Everyone likes to focus on negative traits and whatnot. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Once again, I would refer to you, if we were so wicked, how come we were brought back into our ancestral homeland?
Do you know that it says that God will take you from one oven and put you in another one? Though you were in one oven, you will be brought to another oven. And do you know that? And do you know that it says that Israel will be destroyed, but only the survivors will have their names in the book of life? I believe it's in Daniel.
Well, I doubt Israel, nation state.
Do you know that
there's a new technology that was just unleashed a few days ago? You might have heard of it. It's called the Iron Beam. Within 5 or 10 years, it will be able to take out ballistic missiles. Israel will virtually be untouchable
yeah, that's
by
what you guys
hypersonic.
think. And then yeah, and it also says in the book of Numbers that Eber will be destroyed. Aren't the Jews the descendants of Eber?
Look.
No, it says in the book of Numbers.
Things out of
the
context.
prophet. No, I'm not. The prophet Balaam says that Eber will be destroyed. Aren't you guys the descendants of Eber?
He was a false. And you take his prophecy seriously? That false.
He refused to curse Israel. He refused to curse Israel, and he made that prophecy. He said,
exactly.
Well, he also said, hold on. He also said Israel will prevail. Are you going to reject that?
Not that part of it.
Oh, not that part of it. So that part's okay. All right. All right. So you just contradicted yourself right there.
Because not every negative prophecy in Tanakh has to come true, but the positive ones
not everything has to come true. Just what I want to come true, right? So it says right there in the book of Numbers, Eber will be destroyed. It says Eber will be destroyed. Well, Isaiah says you're wicked.
If we are righteous, and there's plenty, listen, there are all kinds of other prophets, Naviim, who said the opposite, who said we were a righteous nation. We are a kingdom of Kohanim, for example. You mentioned light to the nations, or Lagoyim. These are
that's
our
to the suffering.
missions.
That's to the suffering Messiah.
We remain Am Segula, his treasured nation. We remain the apple of God's eye. It says in Jeremiah that he will never abandon us for another nation, except if the laws of physics change. And laws of physics, to my reckoning, hasn't changed yet.
Okay.
So Hashem has not abandoned us.
Okay. So you go to the book of 2 Samuel, and Absalom has done a revolution against his father David. And it says in the book of 2 Samuel that all of Israel followed Absalom and not David, and that the only people who followed David was a small number of Levites and a bunch of Philistines, who were not Jews, by the way. And then there was a war between David's Philistine army and Absalom's Jewish army. And it says that all of the fighting men of Israel were in Absalom's army, and they were all vanquished in the battle against David's Gentile army. Which one did God stand with?
So what are you trying to say? You're trying to say
I'm asking you a question. Which one did God stand with? Which one did God stand with?
That was one battle.
Which one did God stand with?
Look, so with all due respect, the nation of Israel has survived.
Which one has God? Which one did? I don't care about Mark Twain. I don't care. Which one did God stand with? Tell me.
Look, that was one battle.
Which one did God stand with?
You can't take all of history.
Which one did God stand with? Which one did God stand with?
What nation did he stand with during the 12-day war?
You're not. Well, I saw Iran bombed your cities, by the way. You couldn't even stop all the ballistic missiles. Going back to, the hypersonic missiles of Iran.
They destroyed
your Iron Dome.
They destroyed Bat Yam.
Your Iron Dome.
They destroyed the cancer research labs of the Weizmann Institute.
It doesn't matter. Your Iron Dome is bullshit. You guys need America. You guys need America to stay safe. Go back to please answer my question. Which one did God stand with? Absalom's all-Jewish army or David's Gentile army of Philistines?
Well, it was obviously David, but it wasn't entirely made up of Philistines.
So God stood with people who were not Jews. He gave the victory over the Jews. And do you know what the Bible says in the book of 2 Samuel? Do you know what it says?
He gave the victory to the Babylonians. He gave the victory to the Romans.
Do you know what it says in the book of Samuel about that battle? It says, and they fought Israel. It doesn't say, I can read you the verse. I can read you the verse.
Viewers, this is about one battle.
I don't care. This is how the Bible works, by the way. You find one verse, you see it in light of other verses, you see...
No. You can't take one pasuk, one verse.
So God doesn't care about race. He stood with the Philistines over all the Jews.
Listen. What is your name again, sir?
Theodore. My last name is Shoebat. I'm a true Semite. I'm not from Poland.
Okay, so Theodore, let me explain that it says, as you know, in Amos 9, I believe 9:2, that Hashem loves Ethiopians, Beta Israelim. He mentions the Philistines. Judaism never, we are not a racist religion, God forbid, or anything like that. In fact, Judaism is much more universal than Christianity. In Christianity, only those who believe in Jesus are saved. But in Judaism, we say that anyone who is a righteous individual, they can get right with Hashem and be saved. They don't have to join our nation, our tribe, per se. So actually, as it turns out, Judaism is more universal than Christianity.
So it says in the second book of, well, for one thing, we follow the Catholic Church. The word Catholic literally means universal. And then also when you go to, I want to say in the prophet Jeremiah, I could be wrong, but it says in the Old Testament, it says that Israel was actually exploiting the foreigner. And then when you fast forward into New Testament times, Jesus goes into the temple. He sees Jews exploiting foreigners by selling merchandise in the court of the Gentiles, which is where the Gentiles were allowed to pray. And then Christ chased the merchandisers out and said that my Father's house was built as a house of prayer for all men. And he was actually referring to a line in the Old Testament that says that you guys exploited the foreigners, and that was in ancient Israel. So this is just me looking at the New Testament in light of the Old. Now, going back to what I was saying in 2 Samuel chapter 18, verse 6, David's army marched out in the city to fight Israel. It does not say, this is my whole point, it does not say to fight the enemies of Israel. It doesn't say, to fight someone who was a usurper in the kingdom of Israel. No, it says David fought Israel, and God did not stand with Israel. He stood with a Gentile army. And if you look at the Christian church,
and who was the leader? An Israelite king.
And who's Jesus? Was Jesus not an Israelite?
Well, I believe he was. Yes.
He was an Israelite. So we follow a Jewish Messiah, and Jesus says all nations of the, and what does it say? What does God say to Abraham? All nations of the earth will be blessed through your seed, Abraham. And what does it say also what does it say also in Isaiah? I read the chapter to you earlier. God says it is a little thing to unite the children of Israel it is a small thing. It is insignificant, in other words, to bring the children of Israel back to me. For I am here for the whole earth, not just for one race. And then you go into 2 Samuel, and God does not side with a ethnic Jewish army. He doesn't side with Israel. He sides with a group of Gentiles who were more righteous than all the people in Jerusalem, than all the people in Israel.
So Theodore, let me just quickly outline some blessings.
On genetics. You want to focus on genetics, people. And I want to focus on the universality of God.
Wow, so much for universality. When Hernan Cortez entered Mexico, he butchered every last man, woman,
No, he didn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. You don't know anything about the history of the invasion of
the native Mexicans.
I used to live in Mexico. My mother is from Mexico. Do you know that when Cortez entered the city of Tenochtitlan, do you know how big of an army he had?
The majority of his army was made up by allies who opposed.
He had an army of I want to say 900,000 men, if I remember correctly, all of whom were
Tlaxcala. Yes, Tlaxcala.
That's correct. But they were other tribes as well who joined it because the Aztecs were so evil. So as far as I'm concerned, Cortez was a liberator of a people who were being oppressed and tormented by an Aztec despot who were sacrificing, what was it, like 25,000 people a year or something like that. So the Aztec Empire needed to be destroyed, but I'm not here to debate the Aztec Empire with you. I'm just saying you're wrong about Cortez.
Fine. Theodore, I want to briefly outline some blessings that we, the Jewish people, have given to the world. Obviously, we wrote the Hebrew Bible, the ethical monotheism.
You didn't write the Bible.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Those were individuals, Isaiah being one of them, who said that you guys are wicked. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying, Siegfried Marcus, he invented the first automobile. Fritz Haber, he literally found a way to save half of humanity, who wouldn't exist today without his discovery. You have Einstein with E equals mc squared. You have Israeli scientists that have recently unlocked the keys to nerve regeneration. Imagine such a potential technology to help those who are paralyzed for the entire world. We have Israeli scientists now who have been able to extract cells from someone who is paralyzed, their spine, and to grow a new spine for transplants. Such amazing technologies. Israelis have done more than simply invent the cherry tomatoes, and Israel will continue to bless the world. You could Google fire dome. It suits a eco-friendly fire retardant capsule. It would make a perimeter around where a wildfire would be taking place, or a wildfire, and it would prevent it from spreading. Imagine if California had such wonderful technology about a year ago, that perhaps many homes would have been saved. So Israel does bless the world in many ways. I believe you're not giving us the credit that we all do.
Okay, you're not Einstein, and you're not whoever else you mentioned there. I can also give you a bunch of Jews who helped ruin the world. I can give you. Do you know who Alfred Rosenberg was?
Mm-hmm.
He was a Jewish guy who was the main ideologue for the Nazi Party. Oh, and by the way, because of Jesus Christ, now you have more Gentiles reading the Torah. No rabbi has ever done that in history, but you never mentioned Jesus.
Well, you can make the same argument about Muhammad. You could say
no.
a billion Muslims who read the Quran.
The Muslims aren't reading the Quran. They're not reading the Torah.
Okay, but it's plagiarized. It is somewhat similar in certain the narrative tales are somewhat similar. One can make that argument, and you know what? Let me put it like this to you.
It's no different than the Book of Mormon, my friend.
Well, you can quote that as well. Listen, Theodore. I have nothing against evangelicals or Catholic Christians. Especially the evangelical community. 70 million of that community, they could make the biggest voting bloc in this country if they all would vote in mass. They all support Israel. They're all great, wonderful people. We love them. I have no problem with modern day Christians whatsoever. And I have no problem giving credit to Jesus, or, there was the relationship of the past was pretty unfortunate. You had the Inquisition, all kinds of forced conversions, the fact that Jews couldn't walk outside the ghettos was seized on. But today's Christians, it's very different.
Do you know that Jews have massacred Christians as well? Have you ever heard of the Christian kingdom of South Arabia? It was the Have you ever heard?
Are you there?
What's that?
I thought you broke up for a second. No, I have not heard of that kingdom.
It was the kingdom of Himyar. The Himyaritic kingdom was a Christian civilization in southern Arabia. Do you know who destroyed it?
You're going to say Jews, right?
The Jews slaughtered around 20,000 of its inhabitants and told everyone to convert to. Do you know why? Because they told everyone to convert to
Wikipedia?
Yes, actually.
Okay, I'm going to look that up tonight.
Yep, sure. Go look up the kingdom of Himyar and what the Arab Jews did to that kingdom. They destroyed it, and they said everyone must convert to Judaism or die. And they slaughtered 20,000 of the inhabitants, including the queen and her 2 daughters. And the Ethiopians and the Byzantines allied together to crush them.
Well, then you could also blame the Ethiopians or whatnot, Byzantines as well. It's very interesting because
you're literally deflecting. You brought up the Inquisition.
We have never sought.
You brought up the Inquisition. You brought up the Inquisition, and I'm telling you. I am telling you to at least acknowledge that Jews did far worse than the Inquisition, because the Inquisition never killed.
You say far worse. No.
The Inquisition never killed 20,000 people.
It killed all kinds. There's more to it than just the Inquisition. You have the writings of Martin Luther that inspired the Nazis for Husserl, the Holocaust, for example.
I agree. I'm not a fan of Luther.
Well, there you go. So
I'm not a fan of Luther.
My point, with all due respect, even if we take what you're saying about South Arabia to be true, assuming it's true, I will double check. I have literally never heard of it, but assuming that it's true, and assuming it was massive, assuming it was 20,000, as you say, it's been totally lopsided. There was a mountain of dead Jews compared to a molehill of dead Christians, if we're going to make a comparison. Not to say that, we have the moral high ground or anything of that nature, but you can literally not compare the depth, the scale of the destruction that we have faced for 1900 years of exile. Humiliating debates, forced expulsions, kidnappings, blood libels. It is incomparable to what. And there have been entire books written by Christians. Dr. Michael Brown is a Christian.
I debated him in 2016
about Christian persecution. You debated him?
Yeah, in 2016. You can see it. It's still on YouTube.
Oh, well, what was the debate about?
We talked about the Inquisition and some of our disagreements on some verses, but it's an hour-long debate. You can see it on.
Okay. Yeah, so I will look into it. Okay. Thank you for that. I will look into it.
By the way, the Jewish leader who killed the Christians, his name is Du Nawas. You can look up his name. Du Nawas.
No, you know what? Okay. I have heard of him, and as I recollect, he was. I think he was either Yemeni or Ethiopian.
Yeah,
I don't think he was ethnically Jewish. I think he. So you see, he was a convert.
Yes, he was a convert. He was an Arab Jew.
So this is very interesting, as we know, because apparently he also forced some of the local Yemeni population to convert as well. I have heard of that tale. So it's good that you mentioned his name. So here's the thing about that. As Jews, we are what you would call an ethno-religion. As I said earlier, we accept converts. We don't have a problem with that. But it is mainly an ethnic religion. It's only 15 million Jews.
Real Judaism isn't, but go ahead.
Well, I would like to discuss that later on then. So there's 15 million Jews, approximately about. And we are a tribe, we are a nation, first and foremost, before we are a religion. So I suppose you could count him as a legitimate kosher Jew. But thankfully, he was not one of our ethnicity. So I could look at it that way and say, well, he kind of wasn't one of us.
Jews are a very mixed population, you know that, and I'm not saying, and I'm not bringing up the Khazarian view that you guys aren't.
That's a mess.
I'm not talking about that. But Jews have
but you do agree that that's nonsense. You agree that that's nonsense.
Well, I think that the Jews are a mixed people. If you just look at the genetic studies that have been done on Jewish people, from what I understand, Ashkenazi Jews are like 50% Levantine or some kind of Semitic, and 50%.
Oh no, it's more.
Okay, but there's also a lot of European blood in there from intermarriage and proselytization as well. And you also have the fact that even in the Bible, it says that the Jews were living in Persia or living in the Persian Empire, and I think they lived in the Persian Empire for centuries, and then also the fact that they were in Russia for centuries, they were in Europe for centuries, so there was a lot of intermixture going on there, and also
explain it.
One thing also, if you read the book of Esther, it says that they were many converts, many people converted to the religion of Israel. So there was a tremendous amount of conversion in Jewish history, and you can see that in the book of Esther. Clearly in the book of Esther.
Way in the past. In the 3rd century CE, the rabbis had a debate. Should we go after converts? And they decided to not do so. So here's some interesting facts about genetics. The Y chromosome of Ashkenazim, I am Ashkenazi, it is mostly Levantine, full of Levantine haplogroups, including J and E1b. Those R1a sublineages that we do have is ancient. Pre-exile. And in fact, if you do the math, the non-Jewish genetic contribution to Ashkenazi population centers was less than 1% for some 80 generations. Yes, we were exiled to Russia, we were exiled to Persia, but it doesn't mean that we intermarried as much. You know, the Muslims and Christians famously placed bans against Jews marrying Christians and Muslims for that very purpose.
Okay. So,
the mitochondrial DNA, the MT from the mother's side DNA, that is about 40% Italian, but it is regarding the Ashkenazi founder event centuries ago. It doesn't mean that we are 40% Italian in straightforward sense of the term. No. You know.
Well, I've heard that there's about 50% European blood, but I have to we can look at the studies on that. But beyond
ancient.
that,
it's long ago.
But going beyond that, I mean, when you go to Israel, there is a large Arab Jewish
Mizrahi.
population, Mizrahi.
They are not Arab Jews. They are not Arab Jews. This is a mistake. It's actually an insult and offensive terminology. The Mizrahi Jews many of them would take a personal offense at being called an Arab Jew. They are not Arab Jews. Who these people are is this real quick. So they were Jews after the Roman expulsion. They happened to stick around in North Africa in the Arab world and Persia, that whole area. They were not expelled to Europe. They did not have a founder event like the Ashkenazim did with the Italians centuries ago. So they remained at the 2nd century Tana, or there was a famous 2nd century rabbi, it was Rabbi Yismael, as he says, we were once the color of boxwood, like a light shade brown, and that indeed is the complexion of the
you guys are very obsessed with skin color, I know, but my whole point is that in Israel, I mean, I had friends. I know you guys are obsessed with skin color, but my whole point, very much so. You're very sensitive about me bringing up Arab Jews and the term Arab Jews. I used to hang out with Israelis all the time. My father was a Zionist. My father was a big figurehead in the Zionist movement. His name was Walid Shoebat. He was a Palestinian who became a Zionist. Maybe you've heard of him, I don't know, but he used to be very famous in the pro-Israel circles in the United States. And I had a lot of friends who were Israelis. I used to hang out with Israelis all the time, literally on a weekly basis. I was hanging out with Israelis, and I hung out with Yemeni Israelis, and they all said, "Yeah, we're Arab Jews." And also, if you look at the history of the Arab Jews, Josephus documents Josephus documents how these Arab Jews came to be. It's because you had it's because.
I can't because it's on Discord. I can't.
Oh, he's talking to somebody else. But Josephus actually tells us that there were a whole bunch of that you had these Israelite kings. One of them was Alexander. They were from the Hasmonean kingdom. They actually invaded Gaza. They invaded other parts. They went into what is now Jordan, and they actually got a lot of people to convert to Judaism. And then when you read about the war between the Romans and the Jews during the war over Jerusalem and Judea and all that, when the Judeans were in the midst of a civil war, they were fighting over.
Theodore, I have to break you off real quick. I have to. One moment, I'm going to mute the conversation. I will mute. I have to have a private issue real quick, and I'll get back to you in 1 second. I apologize. I will be back in 1 moment. I have to have a private conversation real quick.
Okay, please make it quick. So I can't. It's getting late over here.
Yes, of course.
At least he's respectful. Oh my God. I'm going to sleep so well tonight. Mossad, man. Mossad intensifies, I tell you. Oh my God. Private issue. He's talking to his handlers right now. Oh my God, I'm going to sleep so well tonight. I have to deal with it. Yeah. Oh, that was quick. Okay. So going back to what I was
saying about Josephus.
Yeah, so Josephus Josephus tells us that during the Roman Judean War I'm hearing noise in the background. Are you there? Hello? He had to go talk to his handler. Consultation with the Mossad. Oh my God!
No, guys. It's not Mossad.
It's not Mossad. Okay. It sounds like some mob boss is talking to you. I hear that East Coast dialect.
It's not Mossad. You were saying about Josephus?
So Josephus tells us about the Roman-Judean War, and he says that in the midst of the war between the Romans and the Jews, the Judeans, there was a civil war that broke out between the Judeans. And the civil war was mainly over who was going to control Jerusalem, who was going to control the temple. And it tells us that that there was a faction called the Zealots. They really wanted to control the temple, but from what I understand, but hold on, please let me finish. So, in regards to that, there was the Sadducees who were controlling the temple. They were the Sadducees who were controlling the temple, and then there was a guy by the name of Hanan ben Hanan, or Hananus ben Hananus, however you want to call him. And he was controlling the temple, him and his people. And so what happened was the Zealots sent a letter over to what is today known as Jordan. And he wrote a letter to the Arab Jews. And the Josephus refers to them as, if I'm not mistaken, the Jews of Ammon, the Ammonite Jews. And so they were the Arab Jews. These were the descendants of the converts in
because
Jordan.
They were forced to be converts. There was the Hasmonean king, and he forced them to convert.
That's correct. That's correct. So they were forced. So they're Arab Jews.
But to make the claim that modern day Mizrahim, who make up 45% of Israelis today, to make the claim that these are all their descendants, wouldn't that be stretching it a bit?
No, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I brought up Dun Nawas, who slaughtered 20,000 or so Christians after they refused to convert to Judaism. And you're saying, so there's two things that you said that I want to really point out here. Initially, you said Dun Nawas is not one of ours because he's an Arab who converted. But here you're telling me that the Arabs did convert by force, but their descendants were pretty zealous for the temple. I don't think you would say these people weren't Jews just because they were Arabs. And then following that, you said they were forced. Yes, that's exactly. Yes, they were forced. Jews forced people to convert. That was the point of you. The whole point of you bringing up the Inquisition was to talk about Christians forcing Jews to convert to Christianity. My point to you is, yeah, that sort of thing did happen. It happened in France. It happened in various parts of Europe. I agree. I'm not going to deny that history. But I would like for you to at least acknowledge that the Jews did the same thing to Christians at a much wider scale, or at least on a significant scale.
No, not significant and not vital. We cannot, as I mentioned to you earlier, we cannot compare the histories and the suffering of the communities. It is too vast to compare.
Okay,
the Christians never lost. The Christians never lost 1/3 of their population. They never lost 1.5 million children.
You're talking about the Holocaust?
Yes.
Okay, the Holocaust is a different thing. It had nothing to do with Christianity or anything like that. The Nazis were into some weird pagan.
There were many Nazi Catholics. There were plenty of Catholics.
No, that's true. I'm not going to deny that they were, but they had a very twisted view of Christianity. They were obsessed with race. That was the problem with them. So, for example, if you look at the Croatian Nazis or the Ukrainian Nazis, the Croatian Ustasha or the Croatian Ustasha, the Ukrainian OUN or the UPA, those guys, some of them espoused Christianity, but they were very racialist, which goes completely contrary to the Catholic spirit of universality. Which is why, by the way, Pope Pius XII rescued hundreds of thousands of Jews.
Yes, but there were also times when he was silent. He didn't allow.
There's a reason for that,
Jews to survive.
But there's a reason.
He didn't allow them to survive in the Vatican.
Right, but there's a reason.
Well,
for
there's
that.
always excuses. There's always excuses.
It's not an excuse because when Pope Pius XII did speak out, the Nazis did a massacre of the Jews. In one incident, Pope Pius XII did say something in public, and to punish him, the Nazis did a massacre. So Pope Pius XII realized it was better to remain silent and actually do action than to speak and provoke more murder.
Well, history would judge him on that.
Well, if you could read the history, it's there.
You've heard about Rabbi Shmuley Bateok is going to debate Michael Knowles on the topic. Hopefully that will
you can look at what Pinchas Lapid wrote. He's an Israeli diplomat who wrote a very large volume on Pope Pius XII. And he's Jewish. He's not even Christian. And also, by the way, there was a rabbi, Rabbi Zoli, who converted to Catholicism because of what Pope Pius XII did.
So what made you convert to Catholicism?
Church history. Reading the church history. Oh, just looking at what happened after the disciples and all that stuff, and looking at that history and realizing, wow, the Catholic Church is pretty ancient.
Church fathers were very anti-Semitic.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, anti-Semitic, for you guys, an anti-Semite could be anything. And for you guys, everyone is Hamas if we disagree with Israel on anything. So I just don't really take that accusation with much gravity.
No, that's not the case. That's not the case. I apologize. I have to mute the conversation real quick. I'll be back in one moment.
He's got to go back to his handlers. Oh my god. My cat is starving. She's so pissed at me right now. He has to talk to the Mossad handlers. Hold on.
No, I apologize for that. I'm back.
It's getting really late, but I just want to say, if you go to Daniel chapter 12, it says now it talks about the end times, and it says now at that time Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, speaking of Michael the archangel, will arise, and there will be a time of distress such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, Israel, your people, Mr. Goldberg, everyone who is found written in the book will be rescued. So everyone who's
we're going through that. We're going through that today.
So
look at all the governments that have turned against Israel. Look at Iran, for example.
Okay.
The Houthis to start the missile into Eilat.
Okay. So I agree that there's going to be a massive war between Israel and
I think
Iran.
we're living through it now.
Well, but it's coming in intervals. I'm talking about a real massive, prolonged conventional war. I think that
I think the text is being a little more ambiguous. For example, it says that all the nations will come against Israel. Well, all the nations, they are doing so. Britain, Germany, Spain, they're about to recognize a Palestinian state.
So, but my whole point...
I think it's happening.
My whole point is, you said, well, God is with us. But it says here that the survivors will be those whose name will be written in the book of life. Only the survivors will have their names in the book of life. What happens to the people who don't survive?
You mean those? Well,
what's going to happen?
God forbid any young person serving in the IDF is damned to Gehenna or anything like that.
But this is what it says in the prophet Daniel. He says that only those whose names are in the book of life will survive this great second Holocaust, if you speak. So that means that the majority of Israel, the ones who are going to be killed, they're not with God. Or they're not going to be with God.
Now, if we are living through such times now, it seems that Israel is pretty safe.
But we're not living in the times. But we're not living in the times that Daniel is referring to, because it says, "And many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake." It's talking about the resurrection of the dead. These to everlasting life. We haven't seen. We haven't seen the resurrection of the dead.
You yourself said it's going in intervals.
Yeah, it was last year. There was an exchange. This year we had a 12-day exchange. I'm talking about the end times. I'm talking about the apex. And it says in many.
So perhaps this is the final battle, and then later on we might see something. And it might not exactly be so supernatural as it sounds. It might, for example, be the cure to cancer. We don't know exactly, you know, as you would know about the Rambam, Maimonides. He interpreted many of these verses to be metaphorical.
It says, "Many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground, meaning the dead, will awake. These to everlasting life." Everlasting life, that's supernatural. But others to disgrace and everlasting contempt. Those are the ones whose names will not be in the book of life. So there's going to be this great war.
God forbid, why would the majority of Jews, why do you think they would, a lot of them are such great, as you yourself had mentioned, great, kind people. Would Hashem abandon them?
Well, apparently Israel is not really as righteous as you think, because those who are going to be killed, their names are not going to be in the book of life. There's going to be a remnant that will be saved.
Look how victorious. Everyone always says that Israel is being defeated, it's going to fall. Look how victorious we have been. Sinwar is gone. Nasrallah is gone. You had the Pagel attack.
And soon Israel will be gone. And soon Israel And soon Israel will be gone and will pay for its crimes because Israel is doing horrendous crimes to the Gazan people right now. I know you probably
Absolutely
disagree.
not.
Really?
No,
There's
absolutely
there's
not.
no crimes?
And in fact, if you spoke with your Mizrahi friends, they probably would agree with me.
They would.
There are no crimes going on in Gaza except for what Hamas is doing. I would ask you to make a quick thought experiment, if you will. Imagine that you are Sinwar, that you're Hamas, God forbid. You don't have a legion of fighter jets. You don't have armored divisions. You don't have a nuclear arsenal. How would you fight Israel if you were Hamas?
I wouldn't.
Okay, but they chose to. So I'll explain rhetorically how they chose to do so. What they do have is two things that Israel lacks. They have about 2 million civilians in the world's second oldest pathological hatred, that being anti-Semitism. So what they have decided to do is just get as many civilians dead as possible. For instance, Hamas has been gifted billions over about the span of 2 decades through the EU, Qatar, and Iran, yet they haven't built a single bomb shelter for their people. Isn't that interesting? Because they cared so much for their civilians. Why isn't there a bomb shelter in Gaza? You'd expect at least one. Some other tactics they use, they've built their terror tunnels, much larger than the New York City metro. They've rigged the place with booby traps. About 40% of their rockets, they don't really shoot much anymore now, but when they did, about 40% of them would misfire back into Gaza. And so the strategy is that you whack up as many civilians as possible. Don't distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. Get as many civilian deaths as possible. Harm Israel's international image. Get international pressure to turn against Israel and get them to surrender. Thus, Hamas's survival. That is their plan. That is their strategy. They've been very successful. I mean, they outnumber us by a factor of 30 to 1, Arabs, so, they're going to be much better at the PR conflict than we are. It's working, and it's asymmetrical warfare. Hamas, they're smarter than you think, and unfortunately, you are falling for it. Now, the question is why?
Well, here's my question to you. The Israelis, soldiers who have spoken to various media outlets about the war crimes they were ordered to do. For example, Haaretz recently did an article called The Killing Fields, or It's a Killing Field, in which they interviewed...
I don't trust Haaretz.
Of course you don't, because they go against your narrative. So that's very convenient for you. But Haaretz interviewed...
I don't trust Breaking the Silence either. Breaking the Silence is funded by anti-Semitic...
Of course.
They're funded by
anti-Semitic
European NGOs.
I know. Everyone's anti-Semitic. I know. Everyone you don't like is anti-Semitic. That's why we can't trust your perspective on some things, because anytime someone disagrees with you or exposes anything about Israel, it's anti-Semitism, it's blood libel.
No, that's not true.
It's very true. Oh, no, it's very true. Stop with this. Everyone's Hamas. Everyone. In fact, Yuval Vicht, Yotan Vilk is an IDF tank platoon commander who wrote an article for the New York Times recently, a number of days ago, in which he said that he fought Hamas. He said that he went into Gaza with the IDF to fight Hamas after October the 7th because he wanted to fight for his country after the atrocities Hamas committed in the kibbutzim. And he himself has said that Israel is going way too far, that Israel has slaughtered way too many civilians. And do you know what Israelis have said about Yotam Vilk? They call him they say that he is doing the bidding of Hamas. And also
he's a capo.
Do you know Megan? Exactly, you're proving my point. You're proving my point. Megan Kelly was recently talking. Megan Kelly's an anti-Semite. Megan Kelly was speaking with Charlie Kirk, and she said that that more than likely Jeffrey Epstein was an asset for the Mossad, and they were saying that she was doing the bidding of Hamas. So everyone is doing the bidding of Hamas. Everyone's anti-Semitic. Everyone hates Jews. Everyone is lying except for you, Mr. Goldberg, Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben Gvir, and the rest of the Hasbarist. That's your position.
Here's the thing about Epstein.
That's your position. But that's not my point. That's not my point.
When Epstein visited Israel, he hardly knew any Israelis.
Yeah, that's not my point. That's not my point. My point is anyone...
And also, Theodore, just real quick, Theodore, just 1 second. I would also add, do you think the Mossad would really intervene in American affairs after the Pollard affair? You think they would do that again? I don't think so.
My whole point is that if anyone brings up Mossad connections to anything, they are automatically accused of doing the bidding of Hamas. That is my whole point. I'm not here to debate Epstein.
I'll tell you why it's
Let's go
anti-Semitic. I'll
back.
tell you why.
It's not anti.
No.
Oh my
This is
God,
very
dude.
important. See, although this is very important for your viewers, I have to make this point real quickly, then you can talk. If Epstein was Greek, for example, this is why it's anti-Semitic. If Epstein was Greek, no one would ever connect the dots and say, oh, since he was Greek, therefore he worked with the special, FBI version of the Greeks. No one would ever make the connection. But since he was Jewish, boom, wiped him aside.
Such bullshit.
It's not.
I remember decades ago when Saudi Arabia or some Saudi billionaire whose name I don't remember, he bought some shares for Fox News and everybody was saying, look, the Arabs are controlling Fox News. Is that anti-Semitism against Arabs now? Please. Now let's go back to what you were saying about Israel's crimes. I know it's very convenient for you to deny or to say that Haaretz are a bunch of liars, but you had numerous soldiers speak to Haaretz in which they said, we were literally given orders to shoot at hungry Palestinians who were trying to queue for food. And the Palestinians, of course, they're going to deny it. If I spoke to members of the Wehrmacht, hey, are you guys committing war crimes? No, but I would trust a small group. Excuse me, I'm talking. Excuse me, I'm talking. Excuse me,
the price of a Hellfire missile?
Nope. Excuse me, I'm talking here. We're talking about Israel's crimes. If I spoke to the majority of the Wehrmacht, do you think they would say, yeah, we're doing crimes? Do you think they would say that? No. Do you think they would say that? Do you think the majority? Do you think the majority of Wehrmacht soldiers during World War II would say, "Yeah, we're doing crimes"?
I don't know. I will not speak on your behalf.
You're a liar. You're dishonest. Stop. Let me finish. No. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Do you think the IDF would waste?
Okay, I gotta mute this dude. I'm muting you. I'm muting you because you're being very annoying right now and obnoxious.
I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The majority of Wehrmacht soldiers wouldn't say, yeah, we're committing crimes. They would say, we're fighting for Mother, Father, Deutschland. But there was a small group of Wehrmacht soldiers. If you ever saw the film The Pianist with Adrian Brody, it actually depicts a true story of a real Wehrmacht soldier who actually saved Jews and Polish people because he became disillusioned. So I would trust the small group of Wehrmacht soldiers who said, fuck, we're doing wrong here, then the majority of Wehrmacht who were like, yeah, we are doing the work for the fatherland. So that means nothing. Going back to the Haaretz article, soldiers are saying we are literally ordered to shoot at Palestinians as they're running away. We are literally ordered to shoot Palestinians as they're hiding behind mountains of dirt. And then there was a sniper by the name of Benny who recently told Haaretz that he was ordered by his commanders to shoot at people as they were walking to the food distribution zone. And he said that the commanding officers would tell him to shoot at children. And he said that he would fire 50 to 60 rounds every single day. That's 50 to 60 people being killed potentially. And he said, I shot so many people, I can't tell you how many people I've killed, even children. And he said that he is losing his mind, he is pissing in the bed, and he wants to get the fuck out of Israel. So even Benny wants to get out of Israel because he's so terrified by this.
There was the one man, what was his name? Tony Angelo or something like that. He worked with GHF for a time. You know who I'm talking about?
Tony Aguilar.
Made the rounds with Tucker. Yes, Angelo. So he claimed that there was a little innocent boy, Gazan child, that he greatly befriended. And he claimed that the boy was killed. Well, it turns out that they recently found the boy. They found him. He's alive and doing quite well, actually. I just wanted to go back with logic for a moment. Well, you can check it out.
No, I've actually seen that the mother actually spoke to Aguilar. You can see the video conversation between Tony Aguilar. Sorry, you can actually see the conversation between Tony Aguilar and the mother of that child, and she says, I can't even find this boy. He's missing. He's been missing for months, weeks, I think.
Maybe he was missing, but apparently
they found him. And the body is gone. In fact, there was a member of the GHF who refused to give his name because he was afraid of the repercussions, but he did an interview with the mainstream media. I think it was with 60 Minutes or so, and he said that he was ordered by the GHF mercenaries to take the bodies of those who were killed by the IDF and put their bodies in pickup trucks to get rid of them because the smell of rotting flesh was so bad. Is that guy also a liar?
Isn't it interesting? Okay, well, isn't it interesting that Tony Angelo
is your strategy to just like deflect?
And then he decided he literally texted all of his friends. He texted the CEO, and he said, "I am going to war with you." So there you go. That he has a motivation to lie. Now, I just wanted to ask a question of logic real quick. The question is, a single Hellfire missile can cost north of $50,000 per shot. Do you think, especially during the Biden administration, when there was basically an arms embargo against Israel, do you think the IDF or the IAF, to be more accurate, do you think they would waste precious munitions to kill civilians, especially when there's plenty of terrorists to go around? You think they would do that? Theodore? Hello? Are you there?
Bullets were very expensive during the Holocaust, so the Germans would line Jews up to use one bullet so that it could pierce two Jews at the same time to save money. I mean, what is your argument? They have a massive military budget that they get from us, by the way, $4 billion, so that Israel can buy American weapons and bullets. And also, are you going to ignore all these Israeli testimonies? Haaretz, you have plus 972.
Haaretz mentioned the Hannibal Directive. They mentioned choppers, Israeli police choppers shooting our own civilians on October 7th.
We literally have video footage.
Those are good. No, we don't. We
literally have video footage showing Palestinians running away and them dropping dead at the aid distribution centers. Yes, we see them. They're holding the bags of food. They're in an area that's controlled by the IDF, because those areas where the food distribution centers are in, that's all IDF-controlled territory. And so they're in IDF areas, and the Israelis are shooting at them, and you see a Palestinian man holding a sack of food, and he drops dead.
I would like you to post that video in the link below.
X. Because I literally did a video about this. I uploaded it 2 days ago. It's on my channel. I showed the video. I skipped the part where the guy dies.
It is likely Hamas terrorist incident that happens all the time.
Everything's
also, those
Hamas.
episodes. This is what it is, Theodore. I would also ask you that Israel has dropped the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs on the Strip. Yet, according to Hamas's own calculations, their own figures, less than 3% of the population has perished. Do you know how many people perished in the Nagasaki and Hiroshima bombings? Over 200,000. So if Israel is committing genocide, it's a pretty bad genocide.
Okay, so let's talk about that. A number of days ago, Piers Morgan had an IDF Hosperus propagandist by the name of Benjamin Anthony, someone that you would get along with very well. You guys would agree on everything. Benjamin Anthony came on Piers Morgan's show to defend the Israeli government, to defend the IDF, just like you're doing right now. And he said to Piers Morgan, Piers, with his fake British accent, he said, Piers, actually, it's actually a 1 to 2 combatant to civilian ratio. So
I think it's 1 to 1, maybe less.
This is what the Hosbers are saying. And do you know where he's getting it from? He's getting it from John Spencer, who is the major propagandist, supposedly a professor on military strategy. He is a main
West Point.
He's a West. Oh yes, he's an expert, and the Israelis use him all the time. And so Benjamin Anthony was using John Spencer on the Piers Morgan show, and Benjamin Anthony said, well, actually, Piers, it's a 2 to 1 civilian to combatant kill ratio. For every 2 civilians, it's 1 combatant dead. So for every 1 combatant dead, we kill 2 civilians. And no modern army has ever strived to have such a kill ratio. And do you know what Piers Morgan said? He said, oh, okay, so how many Hamas have you actually killed? How many combatants have you actually killed? And he said, we've killed around 30,000 Hamas combatants. Oh, so it's a 1 to 2 ratio, a combatant to civilian ratio. That means you've killed 60,000 civilians. And so Benjamin Anthony was asked,
2 to 1. I believe it might be 1 to 1.
Why was Benjamin Anthony so ashamed to say he killed 60,000 people, or that his military killed 60,000 people? He kept refusing to say it. He was so ashamed.
Theodore, how would you explain this? There was a senior Hamas official about a few months back.
Jesus.
And he admitted that the Strip. He admitted this. Just quick. It's a good point. He admitted that the Strip has seen about 50,000 births since 10/7. There's been more people born in the Strip than those that have died. Isn't that interesting? Doesn't that count for anything?
So, going back to John Spencer's, you just asked me a question. You said something. Let me finish what I'm going to say. So why was Benjamin Anthony so ashamed to say that Israel has killed 60,000 people?
I have not watched that debate.
He didn't want to say it. He doesn't want to say we have killed 60,000 people. Because you know why? Because it's so horrendous. And the other thing I want to say is that there was an internal IDF report that got leaked out in which the IDF admitted that 83% of the people they have killed are civilians. That's from an internal IDF report.
That's interesting too, because there was internal leaked documents from Hamas, which clearly states that they use hospitals as
you're deflecting. You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
To store weapons. Well, look. It's just simple. Theodore, it's just simple. If we were trying to commit genocide, it's like back to the War of Independence. You can go back to 1948, for example. The same argument about expulsions and genocide and whatnot. Look, I'll put it to you like this: David Ben-Gurion, in July of 1948, the IDF was winning. We were pushing back all of the Arab armies. Ben-Gurion's generals said, "If now's the time, go into Judea and Samaria. Go right now, Yehuda Shomron, go." And he said, "No, I'm not going to do it." Why? Here's what his answer. His answer was, "If I take Yehuda Shomron, we will absorb a significant Arab minority. The country would have a much larger minority than it has gained today, at 21%. It'd be much higher today if that was the case." If expulsion was undermined, he would have said, "Oh, by golly, let's go in. We'll just expel them." Historically, about 60,000 Arabs were expelled from the Lod region, That area was expelled, about 60,000. The majority of them left of their own accord. We have this by John Bagot Glubb, the leader of the Jordanian, British-trained Jordanian Arab Legion. And then we also have Arab testimony. I can send you a link of about 9 Arabs testifying that they were forced out by their own commandos. It's a very similar situation in Gaza. As I said earlier, Hamas does not have the capabilities to destroy Israel. So they're going to try to destroy our credibility, Israel's reputation. But as Bibi Netanyahu said, if they succeed, it will be the end of democracy ever having any kind of victory in any kind of conflict. You know, Theodore, it's very interesting. I don't believe it is a good long-term strategy to grant terrorists immunity because they hide behind civilians. If they did that, God forbid, every terrorist organization would hide behind civilians, and then it would be impossible to ever defeat them. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is Hamas that botched Gaza's water, the subterranean water. It was them that botched the electricity. It was them that never built a single bomb shelter. It was them that started the conflict, and knowing that Israel would respond, they were the ones to blame for the entire conflict. For every blood spilt is entirely on Hamas's head. And Theodore, are you there?
I'm just listening to you.
Oh, okay. I also want to add that, what was I going to say a moment ago? I have a brain fog for a second. What was it I was going to say? Well, I don't recall now. Oh yes, I recollect now. Theodore, how come there hasn't been a single mass protest on behalf of those who were killed in Yemen, on behalf of those who were killed in Sudan, those who were killed in Syria, about 600,000 were killed in Syria, 400,000 Yemenis were killed in Yemen? There wasn't a single protest for the Arab death there. Could you explain that? How come it's always targeting Israel? If Jews are involved, you have worldwide protests. Jews are not involved, nobody seems to care. So I think anti-Semitism is playing its work at the bottom of this. Because does the left, for example, do they care for black lives? Do they care for Arab lives? Apparently not.
So let's go back. I just want to talk about Israeli war crimes. And you don't want to talk about that, you want to deflect. Yeah, you just really want to deflect. You couldn't answer a damn thing. I gave you actual evidence. I gave you eyewitness accounts. I gave you testimonies from Israeli soldiers. You can go to what Haaretz has written. You can go to what the New York Times has published. You can go to the fact that you can go to you can actually reference the fact that literally dozens upon dozens of doctors, for example, one of whom was a man by the name of Mark Perlmutter, who is a Jewish American surgeon, who is actually the leader of a conference of surgeons here in the United States, and he talked about how he couldn't, he lost count of all the kids that he found with bullet holes in their heads, and there is X-ray photos that you can look at. The New York Times published them. The Dutch newspaper. There was a Dutch newspaper that recently published it, De Volkskrant. They a number of days ago, they show you all of the photos of X-rays showing the bullets in children's skulls. There was a little 4-year-old Gazan girl who was found with a bullet in her skull. I just would like to know, did that little girl deserve to get shot? Was she Hamas?
I don't think the IDF would have committed such an act.
Okay, you're just being dishonest, and you want to deflect. You just want to deny reality. You just want to deny reality.
The New York Times had a big, huge fiasco about the one boy who was starving. Turned out he was suffering from a genetic disease.
So now you want to backtrack. So now you want to deflect. I've heard of all this stuff before. Now you want to deflect on the reality. Now you want to deflect the X-ray photos, the surgeons talking about. Now you want to talk about this one story, dude. You're such a lying coward.
There are plenty of stories.
You're such a lying coward, dude. I don't want to talk to you. You're a lying coward. You don't want to face the reality. You don't want to admit anything. You don't want to admit a damn thing. I'll admit to you, Hamas did atrocities in the kibbutzim. I'll admit that to you. I was doing videos about it when it happened. You can look at them. I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't believe in killing. I don't think killing Jews is good. But you guys cannot admit to one damn thing. You deflect, you change the subject, you lie, you deny, you gaslight. This is what you do.
It's funny, Theodore. It's funny that you haven't answered any of my accusations either. For example, Israel dropping the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs, and yet you haven't, thought twice.
And I told you about the internal, IDF report that says 83% of the people that they're killing are civilians. And in fact, if you look at the Hamas number, which says, I think, 60,000, it's actually a lot lower than what some of the Israeli hospitalists have said. For example, Benjamin Anthony, who is a hospitalist like yourself, you guys would get along perfectly well. He said that that Israel has killed 30,000 Hamas, and it's a 2-to-1 civilian to combatant kill ratio, which means that in total, Israel has slaughtered 90,000 people. So it's actually much higher than Hamas's number. So you can say, well, Hamas number is a lie, but then you can go to the Israeli hospitalist, and he's going to give you a higher number.
Well, here's what's
in fact, if you look at what was written on the Tempest, it says that around 100,000 people were killed. I don't think it's 30,000. I don't think it's even 60,000 people. I think it's much higher than that. They haven't found all the bodies in the rubble. You think they found all the bodies in the rubble? You think they found all the bodies in the rubble?
No, of course not. No.
And Mr. So it's a lot higher then. And then you have Mr. Smotrich. So then you have Mr. Smotrich. So then you have Mr. And then you have Israel Katz talking about putting people in concentration centers where the people will not be able to leave. And then you have Mr. Trump saying that the people are going to be relocated. And then you have Smotrich saying that Gaza will be cleansed. Gaza will be cleansed. And then you have Mr. Netanyahu saying to slaughter Amalek. And then you have Mr. Smotrich recently saying that we are going to build upon Gaza. And right now we are going through the demolition phase.
Mm-hmm. And Yoav Gallant said they were animals, but he was referring to Hamas, so we have to keep that in context.
Well, according to Yehuda Vach, all Gazans are Hamas.
Well, that's his opinion, then, unfortunately.
That's what he said. And but hold on, it's not just an opinion, it's policy. Because Yehuda Vach orders his people to shoot anyone who passes an arbitrarily made line into a kill zone that the Israelis set up in Gaza, in the Netzrim corridor.
So here's what's very interesting, Theodore. As we know, war is hell, conflict is hell.
Collateral damage. So kill people, okay?
Collateral damage exists.
Shoot 4-year-olds in the head, okay.
So here's what I want to ask you, though. Good point, yes. Good point.
Who says good point?
Here's what I want.
Who said good point?
It's just passerby, my friend.
Oh, your friend agrees with me? Here's what I want to say.
No, he agreed with me. Here's what I want. Here's what I wanted to say, Theodore.
Okay.
Theodore. No. Theodore, here's what I want to put out to you for a moment. Okay, what's his battle? The Ukrainians, they were in the middle of a war zone. They were able to flee. Now, how come Ukrainians, is it because they're white? How come you do not oppose Ukrainian war refugees? But when it comes time for Gazans, they all have to stick together within tents, within 30,000 unexploded ordinances, full of debris. They have to just remain in that area. You know, why should we let them? Is that a place to raise would you raise your family in such a situation within an active war zone? Wouldn't it be better if they were allowed to flee, even if temporarily? Go to Sinai, for example, go to Jordan. There's plenty of space for them, like Ukrainian refugees. So, Theodore, are you a racist? Because I would imagine you have no problem with white Ukrainians fleeing Ukraine to safety, but yet, when it comes time for Gazans, they have to be stuck in Gaza. They have to be trapped.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm saying. If they're allowed to leave, no, it's not. No, it is not. If they are allowed to leave and they are allowed to come back, that is another thing, but they will not be allowed to come back.
And how do you know that?
Because Donald Trump said that. And the Israelis accepted it and embraced it lock, stock, and barrel.
And there was also another time when Donald Trump said they could come back. Later on, he said that as well.
The Israelis won't allow them to come back, just like they did. They haven't allowed any of the Palestinians in Jordan to come back. They didn't allow any of the Palestinians in Syria to come back.
Yes.
They didn't allow any of the Palestinians in Lebanon to come back. So they're not going to allow the. So they're not going to allow. Thank God. Okay, you're proving my point. So they're not going to allow them. Okay, so they're not going to allow them to come back. That's a bunch of nonsense.
No. We're talking about 1948. That is different from.
They're going to follow the same scheme. They're not going to allow them back. They're going to push people out. I do know that. They're going to push people out. They're going to build settlements. They're going to build settlements, and they're not going to allow anyone to come in.
And even if that was the case, here's something else that Donald Trump said. Donald Trump also said in that press conference, he said we would build beautiful homes. They could have a beautiful life in Sinai or somewhere, maybe perhaps Indonesia, somewhere nice and tropical. They will be free from war and terrorism and bombs. They can have a nice life. Theoretically, Theodore, what's so terrible about that?
What's terrible? What's terrible about shooting people as they're coming to food distribution centers? Because that's not a straw man. What did the Israeli? I'm talking about the intention of the Israeli government. What did the Israeli government say in 2023? They said we're going to make Gaza unlivable. We're going to cut it off from water. We're going to cut it off from food. Mr. Smotrich said for 3 freaking months he was saying, I don't want a single bit of grain to go into Gaza. I would starve those people if I could. What type of intention do these people have when they're speaking in such a way? You're going to say they have great intentions.
I'll tell you the intention.
You're going to say they have, let me finish. You're going to say they have great intentions. But if this was the other way around and Jews were the ones who were being pushed out of their homes and Jews were the ones who were being shot at as they were queuing up for food and Jews were the ones who were being bombed through AI mechanisms, you wouldn't be sitting here saying, well, actually, these people have great intentions.
Well, that's the same, Theodore. The Israeli taxpayers are now paying to resupply GHF. In fact, Smotrich was accused of feeding the enemy, feeding Hamas. There you go. Israeli taxpayers. He
was accused of feeding the enemy? So all Gazans are Hamas now, right?
Well, that's what
Yehuda Vach said. Hold on, that's what Yehuda Vach said, and what he says actually is applied to policy because the Israelis have set up kill zones, or what they call extermination zones, and there was a poor Israeli soldier who was told, terrorists are coming, and he opened fire, and he ended up killing 2 children, and then he couldn't sleep at night. And then his commander said, don't worry, Mr. Israeli soldier, those children were Hamas anyway, they were the enemy, so who gives a shit? That's what you support. You support that? Do you support that? Do you support the killing? Do you support the sniping of young Myra, 4-year-old girl, in the head? Do you support the killing of Hind? Do you support the slaughter of Hind Rajab, in which the Israelis fired over 300 rounds into her, and there was no terrorist there? Do you support that?
No.
I want to know. Do you support that? Do you support that? Yes or no? That's what Israel is doing.
We don't know.
You're denying it.
We don't know.
Of course we know.
We don't know if these stories are true. We have
evidence after evidence because all you people do is deny. If you go, for example, to the Goldstone report, or was it the Goldstone report? It talks about the slaughter of the Samuni family, in which Israelis literally gunned down dozens of people, and that was back in Kasled. The Israelis denied it, but then if you go to the houses where the Samuni family was living, they found graffiti that was spray painted by IDF soldiers. And do you know what the graffiti said? Death to Arabs, good Arabs or dead Arabs, 1 Arab dead, 999,000 to go, because that was the population of Gaza at the time. And it was just riddled with genocidal language. That was the site where they slaughtered the Samuni family. And they denied it. When Palestinians were coming out and saying they're shooting us outside of these aid distribution zones, people like you were saying, oh, this is a lie, it's all Hamas. Then Israeli soldiers came out and said, no, actually, it's true. Oh, well, these people are liars. Well, more Israeli soldiers came out and said, no, I was actually ordered to shoot at people as a sniper. I fired 50 to 60 rounds a day. Oh, all these people are liars. All these people are liars. Okay, stop. All these people are liars.
This is akin to Yale Golan.
And then,
Golan, who
where's
said
the
it's a
video?
pastime.
Where's the video? Where's the videos? Then we have videos. And you guys just continue to deny, and gaslight.
Theodore. Listen, very carefully here. Hamas uses human shields. It is their strategy
I can't do
to make
this.
Israel,
I'm done.
to destroy Israel's reputation.
I'm done, dude. We're done. You're done.
It's as
You're
simple as
annoying.
that.
You're obnoxious. You're a liar. You're evil. I don't want to have this conversation. Goodbye. Get the fuck out. You're just a liar. Dealing with a liar. All right. I'm done with that guy. Well, that was a lot of fun, guys. I didn't expect to do this. Man, it was like talking with the devil. It was like talking to the devil, man. Oh man, it's like talking to just Satan. Where is this dude? I want to get rid of this. This guy was just evil. I don't want to talk to this guy. Just denies everything. It's so convenient for him just to deny. The gaslighting demon. Oh my God. It's just nonstop. Gaslighting after gaslighting after gaslighting. I swear, dude, I think as evil as the Japanese were in Nanking, I swear I think the Japanese people today are probably more decent. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think the Japanese are more decent. Go have a nice day. We're going to get a copyright strike on the stream. Anyway, guys, it's been over 7 hours. This is, I think, one of my longest streams. World Order, great band. I've been listening to them over 10 years. Even my ex was more human in gaslighting and brainfuckery. Dude, this is the worst. Good morning from Iraq. Assalamu alaikum. Samir Karim. There is a chapter in Quran called the Yasin, actually, but in Islam, Allah has 99 names. Life is a Christian anime, and BB-Net is an anime villain. Dude, yes. Absolutely. Great job fighting, Say. Appreciate that. That was like an Olympic sport. Bro, just go late, play video games tomorrow. Dude, that's all I'm going to be doing. That's all I'm going to be doing. I did a super hard kettlebell workout yesterday, and my whole body is sore, and I was expecting, I was like, I got a sore throat, body is sore. I haven't had a whole lot of water. My mouth is hella dry. So I'm going to stream for like 4 hours. I'm done. Nope. Yitzhak Goldberg and the Catholic weirdo. That guy is a weirdo. That dude's a weirdo. I don't want to talk to that guy ever again. That guy's a freaking weirdo, dude. I don't want to talk to you ever again. Dude, Catholics, holy shit. Dude, Catholics are freaking weirdos. Too many of them are fucking weirdos. And also, a lot of these Jewish people, oh my God, dude, they can be crazy. If I could get a better debater, William Albrecht. Dude, I don't want to talk to you. I just don't. It's just too weird for me, my dude. Too weird. It just gives me the creeps. I could feel the creepiness as I talk to these people on the phone. Vatican people, Third Temple motherfuckers, you all give me the creeps. Everyone stay steadfast. Shout out Iraq. And don't forget, Zion is the synagogue of the devil. Absolutely. Synagogue of Satan. That's right. That is right. Dude, I'm going to listen to some Turkish music. We're listening to Turkish music. I got to listen to some Turkish. Oh my God, dude. I'm listening to Turkish music. I don't care what anyone tells me, this song is fucking badass. I was working out to this music, my dude. I could work out to this music for hours. It gives me such adrenaline.
Yar oldu yollar bana, söyledi diller bana, Turan eller var olsun, düşmanlar kahrolsun, Tanrı Türk'e yar olsun, Turan eller var olsun.
Such a badass song. I love this song. Anyway, get to bed, everyone. Have a good week. Yeah, you should put Turkish music when you talk to the Zios. Yeah. As revenge, Ted invokes the Ottoman Empire. Yep. Tip 2, regarding Catholic lies, check out David Wilcoxon. Dude, the only thing I need to know about Catholic lies is all the gay shit they have in the Vatican, all the Sodom shit. And then you got people talking in Cyrillic. I don't understand them. Love Turkish music. Very good. You should listen to some Iraqi. Iraqi music is really good. I have some great Iraqi tunes. Don't forget to like. Yeah, that was a great stream, guys. Greatest stream of all time. We all came together like an anime season ending fight. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, man. Got some good Japanese music in the end also. Good morning from Moscow. My apologies for missing the stream. No worries. It's going to be on the channel. Great job, Big Theo. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Great debate. Thank you, sir. Don't trust the anti-Christians. Yup. Feed the cat. Absolutely. Yeah, that cat is pissed at me. He's looking at me. I'm like, dude, I was arguing with Zionists. Just blame the Zionists, okay? Blame the Israel lobby. Playing World Order after this is base. Absolutely. Great band. Been listening to them for over 10 years. The amount of times he switched the argument. Absolutely. Yeah, total freaking psychopath. What do you call him? Gaslighter, the whole thing. He would never just answer. He would just give somewhat about it. Dude, their whole argument is based on deflection. Fake Israelis, what you gonna do now that the Arabs that we're catching Iranian? Dude, the Iranians and the Turks are they're gonna have a war with Israel. It's gonna be very, very bad for Israel. Please search Greater Israel map. Yup, I've seen it. Human shields. Yup, we've heard all that nonsense before. They're shooting kids, 4-year-olds with bullets. So much for human shields. Solomon worshipped Ashna. Okay, whatever. I know Solomon fucked up. The question is, does he support the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh? Probably does. I don't know. My name is probably going to end up in that list of anti-Semites. My name's probably going to end up in that the Canary Project list after this one. Dude, Mossad is after me, I'm telling you. Mossad is intensifying. When you see Netanyahu saying, we did not kill Charlie Kirk, guys, I'm like, dude, Mossad is all up on my ass. They are on me. It's intensifying. Mossad intensifies, man. Can you say the song you Turkish? Yeah, I'll send it to you. Da 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 Dude, I was so adamant about debating this guy. Like, I want to debate a Hosberus. I want to debate one. I was like, he's like, I can't find you. I was like, I can't find you either. Here's the damn OBS list. Just click on it. Let's see here. I worked as a banquet server, a passover for these people. Nothing but contempt and disgusting entitled behavior. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just, I've seen that sort of nastiness from the Hosborough. If Theo dies, dude, if I'm found dead in my house and they don't know the cause of death, just know I am not suicidal, all right? I'm not suicidal. Let's see, forget to say, nice haircut, appreciate that. We all are making the canary. Dude, we're all going to be on the list. We're all going to be on that list. I worked as a banquet server. Yeah, this was part of the reasons the Jews wanted Germany. They wanted these railroads before World War I and took the German banks. World War II, I'm not sure about that and haven't looked into that. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jack DeAngelis. We had a really good stream. A lot of fun, guys. And I think I should adjourn, to use a French word, an Anglo-Norman word, adjourn. I should adjourn. I would not expect any other government to build me a whole ass new neighborhood. Yeah, exactly. Sadistic settlers want land. Dude, they don't trust our government, neither do I. That's called ethnic cleansing. Yep. Israel has occupied Palestine. No, you go back to Europe and Brooklyn. Dude, this guy lives in Brooklyn. This guy is not even like a native of Israel. He just lives in Brooklyn. Nothing happened on October 7th in the real world. I have saved the evidence, and there are no real hostages that was taken. I don't know about that. Anyway, guys, it was a great stream. We had a lot of fun. I'm going to get going, guys, for real this time, but I'll be seeing you guys soon. We'll have a lot. We'll come back again, and we will have another great stream, and we'll have some good videos up, God willing. And that's it. I'll see you guys later. I need to eat something. I need to drink something. I have to feed my cats because they're really pissed at me. So I'll see you guys later. Be well. God bless you guys. You guys just heard some theology. Britannia will be free, and God bless you guys. All right. See you guys later.